But I think she would be the first person to say, keep calm and carry on. That's the way she's lived her life. And I think she would want to pass that on to us.
I'm sure you're right. You've been writing about family for decades, Phil. I'm just thinking, when you look at the figure of the Queen and the way that she's done the job, she's had to adjust to many things along the way. She is a figure of continuity. There have been one or two occasions when people have questioned the way she's handled things, but on the whole, she's not really put a foot wrong. And I'm just wondering, will that be the lasting image, you know, when people in many years' time look back at the reign?
I'm sure it is. It's her sense of duty, her devotion, the fact that she's never changed, never wavered, never given any interviews. She's just carried on. And as you say, she's been the glue holding the whole thing together. And she is going to be an impossible act to follow. That is the problem for Charles. I think there'll be a lot of goodwill for him, but it is going to be an extremely difficult act to follow. And we'll give him a fair win, but it's not going to be easy for him. I think there'll be a lot of goodwill to start with, and then we'll see how he does. But whatever happens, he's obviously never going to have a reign as long as hers.
But as we understand it, just to end on, Phil, as I understand it, you may have information anyway, 7 members of the royal household in this flight that's now heading towards Aberdeen. It'll be there in a few minutes' time. And one imagines that it will probably be including maybe the Wessexes and certainly the Sussexes, who are making their way as well. And the fact that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are in the UK, they're able to actually be present, that in itself as well is something that lots of people had never predicted.
No, it's an extraordinary coincidence, really, that Harry and Meghan do happen to be in the country when this is happening. I'm sure that people won't begrudge Harry going up to see his grandmother, or indeed Meghan. I'm sure that they're going up there with the best of intentions. There will be some people, of course, who will query it and say they're trying to muscle in on the act, but I think that would possibly be a bit unfair at this moment. But you can't deny him seeing her. And I'm sure quite a few members of the family will be up there. She's got so many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, of course. How many of those will actually go up, I'm not sure. But the whole family seems to be gathering at Balmoral. And that is what makes it rather worrying.
Phil, good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Phil Dampier there, the royal journalist and author who has spent more than 30 years writing about the royal family. Our thanks to Phil. Let's return to Windsor, which Nicholas Witchell was telling us earlier is the favourite working place of the Queen, the favourite working home of the Queen. And Helena Wilkinson is at Windsor for us. The umbrella's up, Helen. I can see it's quite wet there. What is the sense there about the news that is now percolating through? Are people there more aware of what's going on?
Yeah, they are. It's absolutely pouring with rain, as you just mentioned, Hugh, which means, of course, that lots of people have taken shelter here at Windsor Castle. But, of course, this is a royal town. As you've mentioned, this is the Queen's favourite working residence. She has spent the last 2.5 years, really, since the first lockdown, the COVID pandemic, she has spent here at Windsor Castle. And tourists here who have been emerging just behind us out of the gates of the castle, who spent some time inside the grounds. Some of them have emerged and told us that they have been aware of the news. One woman said that she overheard some of the staff talking about the Queen's health. She became concerned. She came out of the castle. Another lady had travelled from West London, about half an hour away or so from Windsor Castle, when she heard about the news, wanting to be here. But it's pretty quiet here at the castle at the moment, and I think that's really down to the rain. But there have been lots of tourists around here. And this is a royal town. Don't forget, locals very much view the Queen as their neighbour, not just in the sense that she has spent much of her time here, but they do, many of them, hold her very dearly, and there is a huge amount of concern. We know that the Duke of Cambridge, as you've been mentioning, has travelled to Balmoral to go and see his grandmother. We know his wife, the Duchess of Cambridge, has stayed here in Windsor.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena, there for us outside Windsor Castle. Here is the scene at Aberdeen, a rather misty, rather wet Aberdeen airport. And this is where we're expecting a flight to land very soon, carrying, we are told, 7 members of the royal household. And they'll make their way from Aberdeen a short distance to Balmoral Castle, which is in Aberdeenshire. We're expecting them to land within, I think, maybe 5 minutes' time, but there's a slight amount of guesswork there. Nicholas Witchell is with me. So that answers one question, Nick, which was to do with who's there already and who's on the way. So we think there are 7 in this flight.
Right, so that motorcade there will begin the 45-mile journey to Balmoral. So I think we can expect, well, certainly 45 minutes to an hour between departure from Aberdeen Airport until arrival at Balmoral Castle. Once again, I understand from Buckingham Palace that they are not intending to say anything in the next little while, but that, of course, can change very quickly. It's a situation in which, as and when they have something to say, they will say it. Yes. At the moment, they don't have anything to say. Quite possibly, of course, they would be waiting for these other members of the royal family to arrive at Balmoral Castle. But that is just me speculating. But this is the situation, really, that we are in. What we know is what we've been reporting for the past several hours. That is that the Queen's doctors are concerned for her health, and the immediate family is gathering at Balmoral Castle. And that rather foggy and damp Aberdeen Airport is where that aircraft will be landing, we imagine, quite shortly. Yeah. And then those vehicles will be setting off on the journey to Balmoral.
We can get an update from there, Nick, actually. We can join our colleague David Shanks, who's at Aberdeen Airport. And David, we're looking at a rather foggy, misty image of the airport itself. But can you update us on what arrangements are there?
Yes, conditions here are very poor. We've had some very heavy rain and poor visibility. We're told by the airport staff here that there is no problem getting any aircraft in today. They don't see this as causing any particular delays. The latest we've been told is roughly any minute now we're expecting an aircraft to have travelled from RAF Northolt here to Aberdeen Airport, containing 7 members of the royal household. We can start to see a few vehicles lining up airside now. From here, if that next journey is by road, it's around 45 miles to Balmoral Castle. Just over an hour and 10 minutes of a journey too. It's possible the weather could be delaying that flight just shortly, but we are expecting it any minute now here at Aberdeen Airport.
Just seeing, I think we can see just in the fog there a helicopter approaching, David. Just asking you about the arrangements on the ground. What can you see there in terms of vehicles that are ready on the ground for those who are arriving?
So I should say that this is, of course, one of the busiest heliports in the country due to the oil and gas industry here. A lot of comings and goings that aren't anything to do with today's news. So it's worth bearing that in mind when you're looking at the pictures here. Just by the runway, you can see 3 vehicles standing by. We understand that is roughly where the royal plane will end up today, although there could be changes due to the weather. We're not sure as of now. But again, we are expecting that flight any minute now.
Well, that's the situation there at Aberdeen Airport. David, if there's any development, we'll come to you straight away. David Shanks, our colleague there at Aberdeen. And so they're standing by, Nick, aren't they? And it seems that will be, what were you saying, about an hour to get
I would have thought
Balmoral?
so. Yeah, in the rather inclement weather, they won't want to rush too much. I'm just trying to figure out who the 7 members of the royal family rather than the royal household, I would have thought. And this is just me speculating, but off the top of my head, one imagines that it might be the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Now, the Princess Royal, I think, is yes, up there.
Yes.
The Duke of Cambridge, travelling without Catherine. She's remaining at Windsor. We remember, of course, that their 3 children have just started at their new school, so it wouldn't be a good time for both of them to disappear from their new home in Windsor. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Now that makes 6. So I'm just puzzling a little bit who the 7th might be. It could, of course, be the Earl of Snowdon, and we mustn't forget the other branches of the family who are all as equally involved and concerned, of course, as the members of the royal family themselves. But so that is, as you say, the situation. They have got at least a 45-minute road journey ahead of them, and as I say, it just may be that we will have to wait until they have arrived there and the family has had a chance just to be together before we learn anything further, but I do stress that that is just me speculating about that.
You were talking about earlier about Prince of Wales was been with Camilla in residence at Birkhall, which is not far away from Balmoral. But the understanding was that the Prince of Wales actually spent quite a lot of time with Her Majesty in recent weeks.
As I understand it, he's been dropping in most days. It is just a few miles from Birkhall to Balmoral Castle itself, and it would just, I think, be natural that he would wish to be spending as much time with his mother as possible, particularly if, as clearly has been the case, her health has been a matter of concern in recent times. So I think both Charles and Camilla have been there, and we saw, of course, Charles and Camilla at the Braemar gathering on Saturday, but the Queen was not there for these reasons of comfort connected to the mobility issue. But as we understand it, Charles and presumably Camilla as well are at Balmoral, presumably with the Princess Royal, now awaiting those other members of the royal family who will shortly, we would expect, to be boarding those 3 vehicles there, which are waiting on the tarmac at Aberdeen Airport. But of course, it is all rather more complicated by the weather up there.
Yes.
Liz Truss's aircraft was delayed by fog, had to circle around several times before it was able to land on Tuesday. And it was torrential rain, I know, because I was standing in it outside Balmoral. And so that makes that drive just not necessarily hazardous, but they will need to take care. It's not the sort of drive that they can do at breakneck speed.
We're told that the plane is approaching, Anik, so, and clearly, as you've said quite a few times, not easy to spot what's approaching in this weather. But I'm told it's within a minute of arrival, apparently. So let's hope that we can spot it as it comes. And if you're just joining us and watching these images and wondering what's going on, well, we're reporting on concerns for the Queen's health, and linked to that, the arrival of 7 members of the royal family in a flight that is about to land here at this location, which is Aberdeen Airport, which is not too far from Balmoral Castle, the Queen's estate in Aberdeenshire, where the Queen's been in residence since the month of July. The usual summer stay for the royal family in Balmoral, which has been going on despite the Queen's clear health issues. And that is why the Queen's been cared for there. She's getting all the care and attention that you'd expect from a very expert team of doctors and nurses and other experts. That's all happening at Balmoral Castle itself. It's not happening at the infirmary, the Royal Infirmary in Aberdeen. The Queen's been cared for at home, so to speak, her summer home, which she's very fond of, so she'll be feeling very much happy in the surroundings. We hope comfortable and not in any discomfort or pain, clearly. So the palace statement earlier was quite clear. It said that the Queen was resting and was comfortable, and that the doctors were nonetheless expressing concern about her health.
And I think, given the level of concern that there will be in this country and indeed around the world, in the Commonwealth and more widely, I would think that Buckingham Palace would have to say something, because otherwise, if there is a vacuum, it will be filled by rumours, and there are already any number of rumours out there, and we must just stick to the facts, and we look to Buckingham Palace clearly to give us the facts, because an awful lot of people, millions and millions of people, will be tuning in now, wanting to know how the Queen is.
So this is the scene at Aberdeen Airport in the northeast of Scotland. At Aberdeen Airport, no stranger to weather which is, let's say, just a bit challenging. Today it is wet and it is foggy and it is possibly windy as well. And we can see an aircraft approaching.
An RAF, it looks like the same aircraft that was used on Tuesday.
That's right.
A Falcon, I gather. But that is certainly not a commercial flight. That is, looks absolutely like the kind of RAF aircraft that would be used in a situation such as this, one of their smaller executive passenger aircraft, to bring these members of the royal family, we must assume, up to Aberdeen and then on to Balmoral, so that they can be at the bedside of their mother or their grandmother.
So touchdown at Aberdeen. In all likelihood, this is the plane carrying 7 members of the royal family, and it's just touched down, and I'm sure it'll be a fairly swift transfer from the aircraft to the vehicles that are waiting there just off the runway to take the members of the royal family, whoever they are. But Nick gave us a very credible list just now, and to take them over to Balmoral itself and to see how Her Majesty is doing, and to be present at the bedside there in Aberdeen, and to just monitor the Queen's care. So we think the Prince of Wales is certainly there already, Princess Royal too, but we think that this plane has brought up possibly the Duke of Cambridge and the Earl of Wessex, possibly the Countess of Wessex, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and the Duke of York probably as well. So we can't confirm the list, but if we can, we'll tell you right away. But the aircraft is now just taxiing and approaching the terminal building, and that is where the fleet of cars we saw earlier has stopped. But as we were discussing earlier, they'll now want to make pretty good progress on this road from Aberdeen, some 45 miles or so from Aberdeen to Balmoral itself. And it's a journey that you've undertaken, Nick, and I'm just wondering, is that a journey that is fairly straightforward or not?
Well, it's quite a windy road, and there are still quite a few tourists around, and as we were saying, it's clearly very wet up on Dee side at the moment. It's a very picturesque journey. It's a journey that all these members of the royal family will be well used to. They won't be driving, of course. They will have chauffeurs who will also be very used to it, and I would imagine that those vehicles have probably come out from Balmoral in order to pick them up, so they will be very used to the journey from Dyce, which is where, of course, Aberdeen Airport is situated, through some towns, rather delightful towns with some quaint names, Cambus-on-May and all a few others I can't just remember, until they get to Crathy. Crathy, the church there, of course, where the royal family worships on a Sunday when they're at Balmoral Castle, and immediately opposite that into Balmoral Castle and the estate itself, where the Queen has spent so many happy months over the years of her reign. So Aberdeen Airport still busy with its normal commercial traffic, but this aircraft presumably now approaching where those vehicles are parked.
So 3 vehicles, we think, are standing by, which would easily accommodate, obviously, 7 members of the royal family, if it is 7. There may be 1 or 2 members of the royal household with them.
Quite possibly, yes, and I think the names that we mentioned a moment ago would seem to be the most likely passengers, and together with the late Princess Margaret's children, the Earl of Snowdon and Sarah Armstrong-Jones, who of course also very close to the Queen. So they would, I'm sure, wish to be there. And indeed many other members of the royal family, but I think these are the most immediate ones, obviously the children, the grandchildren, the nephews and nieces. But we perhaps will get a chance to see ourselves in just a moment.
Well, we may get a glimpse. I mean, it all depends, of course, where the aircraft comes to rest, and our line of sight might be blocked somewhat, but if we can see it, we'll do our best. Just carrying on down to where the agreed stop is, just at going back towards the landing position on the runway, but coming over to the left-hand side, and we'll stop fairly shortly, I think, because the vehicles we saw were parked just a few metres away from this kind of area.
I think we can be certain that the Duke of Cambridge, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and the Duke of York are on the aircraft. The Duke of Cambridge without Catherine, as we mentioned, Not quite sure who else may be on the aircraft.
Do you think the Sussexes will have come on the same?
Well, it would be logical, wouldn't it? And this, of all moments, is a moment for rapprochement, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
The coming together of the family. A sense of perspective, perhaps, may have overtaken them if they are coming up to see their ailing grandmother. But we have a very clear sight of it, unless it's about to disappear around a corner. But so we will see who's on the aircraft. But the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, of course, fortuitously just happen to be in this country at the moment. So it would seem to be logical that they too would wish to join other members of the immediate family in heading up to Balmoral Castle. So there are a couple of Range Rovers and another vehicle.
So, given the arrangements there, it'll be a very quick transfer, won't it, really? Once they're out of the aircraft, they'll be in the vehicle straight away and on their way, I'd imagine.
They will. Now, from which side of the aircraft are they going to disembark? I mean, it might just be if it's the far side that we won't... Oh, no.
No, it looks like this side, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the car's just pulling up. So let's keep a sharp eye on who's likely to emerge.
So whoever it is will be joining the Prince of Wales or the...
So we're told, Nick, I think, that 4 of the royals on the plane are William, Andrew, Edward and Sophie.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steps are coming down pretty swiftly. So, not sure if we can have a slightly closer look, but here we are. So we're looking for the Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So 2 of the Queen's children, daughter-in-law and grandson. And that's our colleague Daniela Relf suggesting that list for us.
Yeah.
But in line with what you were saying earlier, Nick.
So, the RAF officer, the pilot perhaps, has taken his position at the side of the steps, ready to salute. Goodness me, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
It's very difficult to tell, yeah.
No, I think those are protection officers. Duke of Cambridge.
Yes. That's Duke of Cambridge just emerged from the aircraft.
Countess of Wessex, I suspect.
And we think the Countess of Wessex.
Wessex. Gosh.
That looks like the Duke of York, I think, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think it's the Duke of York. But we caught a glimpse of the... I think we saw the Earl of Wessex as well.
Yeah, we did. Yes. Who is that? Well, I'm sorry, I can't identify who that is.
I can't either.
Maybe an official or another policeman, though he was getting into the back of the car.
I don't think that was a royal.
No, I would imagine that Tim Lawrence, the Princess Royal's husband, is up there with her. Anyway, they're off, speeding away.
So they've landed, and we certainly think that now comprises Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, and they will now be making their way rather swiftly to Balmoral.
Yeah, now if our eyesight was true, there was no Duke and Duchess of Sussex there.
No.
Unless we just weren't able to spot them, but we were both looking pretty hard, and I must say I couldn't see them.
No.
So maybe they are making separate arrangements. So maybe there hasn't been any chance for a conversation aboard that aircraft, and no sign that I could see of Princess Margaret's children. So it appeared to be just the 4 members of the royal family, didn't it? So it will be, well, certainly I would say 45 minutes before they now reach Balmoral, and they will have a chance then to be appraised of the latest situation, whatever that is. They will have been summoned clearly this morning. It will have taken just a little bit of time to get this aircraft sorted out and to bring them all together and to set in motion the logistics of getting them up there. And we must now wait. We must just keep our concern to ourselves and wait for any definite information.
You're watching BBC News. If you're just joining us, this is our special coverage of events in Aberdeenshire, principally where the Queen is in residence at Balmoral, where her doctors have expressed concern about her health. And we are covering events there, and of course back in London as well, and at Windsor. A statement from Buckingham Palace released earlier this afternoon around lunchtime, saying that the 96-year-old monarch was placed under supervision after further evaluation, but that she did remain comfortable. That was the word used. And the BBC understands that now all 4 of the Queen's children are either at the Balmoral estate or they are now travelling there, because we've just seen some arrivals at Aberdeen. The Prince of Wales went to Balmoral with his wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, and in the past few minutes we've seen a group of the royal family touching down at Aberdeen Airport, and they're already on their way to the Balmoral estate. Reactions to the Queen's health and to the concerns about it have come in since that statement at just after midday today. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who only a couple of days ago was meeting the Queen at Balmoral, said the whole country will be deeply concerned by this news. And she said her thoughts, and those of everyone in the UK and the Commonwealth, are with the Queen and her family. And we are in a position now, I think, to talk to our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, who can join us. And Fergus, the question lots of viewers are asking this afternoon, and understandably so, asking questions about what doctors mean by comfortable, and when they talk about medical supervision, how intensive a supervision might that be, for example. They want to know about, trying to understand the phraseology being used.
Absolutely, Hugh. I think what we can say here is that the Palace have gone far further than they ever normally do. They normally don't give updates on members of the royal family's health, but the key phrase in the brief statement today was that doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health. And then you've seen the arrival of key members of her family, her children, going to Balmoral now. And it is a shock for everybody, because we've all lived our lives with the Queen as a permanent fixture. She's 96 years old, and she's been in remarkably good health for pretty much all of that reign, only recently with those sporadic mobility issues. And just one thing, I mean, if you think that she has appointed 15 prime ministers, Hugh, over the years, the first one being Winston Churchill, who was born, I think, in 1874, and the latest, earlier this week, Liz Truss, who was born 101 years later. So that just gives you a sense of her longevity in terms of her service to the country. And she has had remarkably few health incidents until very recently. She spent a night in hospital in 2013, I think with gastroenteritis. She's had a couple of minor operations, but apart from that, she has been in really robust health until the last year or so.
When we talk about people who are 96 years of age, Fergus, clearly it is no surprise that their health issues may well be accumulating. When we've talked about the Queen's mobility issues, that's a phrase, of course, used by Buckingham Palace itself. Again, that's given rise to some speculation. What is your guidance to viewers on that phrase, mobility issues?
Well, again, I have no special insights here on this, Hugh, because the Palace plays this very close to their chest. We saw her, we could all see in those photos earlier this week where she was greeting Liz Truss that she had a walking stick, but we've also seen some of the mobility issues that she's had which prevented her, for example, not attending the state opening of Parliament for the first time in, I think, in around 60 years. So she is 96, and obviously she has been in remarkably good health for a 96-year-old, but the Palace has never been one to speculate or to give more than very, very short and brief statements on members of the royal family's health, and particularly the Queen's.
Fergus, many thanks for now. If there are any more points we'd like to raise in terms of questions that viewers are understandably asking, we'll be back. But thanks very much. Fergus Walsh, our medical editor. And with me here, of course, our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, and Nick and I are doing what all of you are doing, which is waiting patiently for any news, if and when it comes. Nick, what would you say to sum up things so far?
I would say that there is deep concern. I think it is justified in saying deep concern given the movements of the family. I think that they would only be going en masse up to Balmoral, cancelling all their scheduled engagements today, breaking into their programme to be at the bedside either of their mother or of their grandmother if there was very real concern. I think Nicola Sturgeon used the word profound concern, and I think that that is the case. We have not been in this situation before, Hugh. We are in unknown territory really now, in which the head of state, our Queen for 70 years, is clearly suffering from significant health issues, sufficiently significant for her doctors to issue really an unprecedented statement expressing concern at her health, though adding that she was comfortable and is remaining at Balmoral. There appears to be no question of moving her to hospital. Now, this comes after several days during which we've seen, if you like, clues that the health situation was heading in a negative direction. The fact that she couldn't go to London for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, the fact that that Privy Council meeting last night had to be cancelled, and that she had been ordered to rest by her doctors. Well, that's just most unlike her. And then this news just before lunchtime today at around 12:20, the statement from Buckingham Palace concerning her health. And this after so many months when they have said absolutely a minimum of information. They just have refused to talk about it. They say we're not giving a commentary on her health. And in a sense, I suppose they haven't had very much to say, because I don't think that there have been any significant changes up until now. Now, there are any number of rumours out there. We're not going to get into rumours. We're just going to stick to the facts. And as you said, we now must wait, along with everybody who is watching us, to see what further information may emerge. But this situation that we find ourselves in, ominously, I think we can say today, is the culmination of this sequence of events which began last October, when clearly there was some change, some worsening of her health. That moment when she had to cancel that visit to Northern Ireland, when she was taken into hospital. And although she was ordered then to undertake light duties, she did recover. There was a weight loss, and we have seen her with this stick. This is when she was visiting Thames Hospice not so many weeks ago, and you can see the weight loss there, can't you, I think, in her face. But still determined, though with her stick and walking very carefully because of these mobility issues, but still there at the age of 96. Still keen to be out and about as head of state, meeting people, once-in-a-lifetime moments for those people at Thames Hospice, meeting the Queen, who has done so few public engagements in recent times, but they're taking an interest in people and just being the Queen. that person who is so respected, so revered, whether you are a supporter of the monarchy or whether you think that we should become a republic. I think there is a unanimous view that she has done and continues to do a quite remarkable job. And who can imagine doing this at the age of 96? She, in these images at Thames Hospice, is the one on her feet, engaging in conversation with so many people, so many tens of thousands of people whom she's met over the 70 years of her reign.
Will there ever be, you're bound to ask the question, Nick, will there ever be in future a figure who symbolises more effectively and more powerfully the sense of duty, the sense of commitment, the sense of dedication, the sense of a role that has been preordained in a way? And that is really something that lots of people today, I think, will be reflecting on.
I think it is. I think many people will be feeling, well, we will not see her like again. Now, that reign is not over. We have nothing to suggest that it is. We await any further news that there may be from Buckingham Palace. But I think that that is absolutely right. It has been a remarkable reign in so many respects, not just its longevity, the 70 years, the longest reign in British history. It is the degree of devotion that she has brought to it, the instinctive grasp that she has had of what it is that a monarch needs to represent, the humility that she has demonstrated. That really, you know, the humility is the key to why her reign has been such a success. Dutiful and steadfast and constant, but rooted in the humility that she spoke about on the evening of her coronation.
And all of this, we're talking about a remarkable person who wasn't born to this role. It's wasn't meant to be.
Absolutely, no. I mean, born just, a few months before the general strike back in 1926. And at the time of her birth, although it was suspected that perhaps things might evolve in such a way that she might end up on the throne. But at that point, of course, she was the eldest child of the king's second son. So at that point, there was no real expectation that she would succeed to the throne. But history took the turn that it did, and her father took the throne in 1936, and then, of course, that placed her in direct line to the succession and to 1952, when, of course, her father died so unexpectedly, tragically young in his 50s, and she was thrust upon the throne at the age of just 25 years old when she came to the throne, and she has reigned and continues to reign in line with that pledge that she made, that she would reign and serve the peoples of the Commonwealth throughout her life, whether it be long or short.
Well, the remarkable thing is the visit to the hospice that you showed there, Nick, was actually conveyed exactly the same sense of purpose and energy and duty and keenness to meet people that we see on old film back in the 50s.
And, you know, I think, again, one of the keys is that she enjoys it. She enjoys the role of Queen, although by instinct quite a reticent person. She has a curiosity about people and things. She likes, I think, political gossip. She's very, very circumspect about it, but she, I think, just likes to know what's going on. She likes to know what's going on in her country, and probably, you know, she has a better opportunity than most, actually, when she was out and about regularly, of course not in the past year, to speak to so many people, and they write to her. And so, you know, she has seen it as part of her role to try to sense what is the mood, what is the feeling around the country. Now, there have been ups and downs during the reign. Of course there have. It would be remarkable, inconceivable if there hadn't been. But this is somebody who not only just, I think, enjoys the role that she finds herself in, but also has some of the characteristics of a sort of executive woman, you know, doing the job of queen, all that paperwork, box after box, every day, you know, as they say, apart from Christmas Day, having to go through it. But, you know, there is something about her which quite enjoys being decisive, taking decisions, not political decisions, of course not, but being involved in the affairs of state and being privy to them. You know,
this lady
of 96 knows just about every secret there is about the United Kingdom and a few other Commonwealth countries as well, because all the state papers, she sees all of them, not just from the United Kingdom, but from the other nations of which, the 14 other nations of which she is also head of state. So sometimes I think people perhaps don't fully appreciate what does the Queen do? Well, it's this head of the nation role, but there is an awful lot of work that she does, which is not really seen by us, the public. But it fulfills an essential component in holding the nation together. You know, it is the embodiment of the crown. That is the entity to which all the principal organs of state owe their allegiance. And we shouldn't forget that, you know, and at some point in the future, we will have a new monarch. And at that point, it will then be important, I think, to separate the institution from the individual. I mean, when we do reach that point, and when the crown does pass from the Queen, we're not there yet, but at some point that moment will come. And inevitably, I suppose, there will then be questions about, how challenging, how difficult will it be for the new monarch, for the King Charles, as we presume he will be known. But at that point, we will need to remember that for 70 years, the monarchy has been so identified with this monarch that we've perhaps forgotten what the functions of the monarch are, that it is the constitutional settlement of the United Kingdom, the embodiment of it. Anyway, that's all to come. At some point, perhaps well, who knows? At this point, we just await any further news from the palace.
Well, at Buckingham Palace itself, we can see some people gathering there. Nick, it's a wet day, so you're not going to see huge crowds right now. But there are people gathering outside the gates because, word has got out that there is concern about the Queen's health, and the traditional place to gather has been in front of Buckingham Palace. And there we have a great aerial image of the palace itself, with St James's Park just over to the left, and then Green Park up to the right-hand side, and then you can see the facade of Buckingham Palace there, with the Queen Victoria Memorial dominating the front part, that part of the mall that leads down to Buckingham Palace, and then the huge garden behind. Somewhere, of course, where the Queen has spent a lot of time over the years, Nick, but it's also fair to say, I hope I'm not being unfair saying this, possibly not her favourite residence.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I think it's pretty well known. I think we're on safe territory here to say that Windsor is by far her favourite place, notwithstanding that it's directly under the flight path to Heathrow Airport. But I think she likes just the tranquility there. It's that sense that you're not, as it were, living above the shop. Buckingham Palace, of course, it's having this multi-million-pound renovation at the moment. And, as people within the palace would say, it badly needs it because, the lighting and the plumbing doesn't work terribly well. But no, I think absolutely, because don't forget, the Queen at heart is a countrywoman. She enjoys the country pursuits, the dogs and the horses, as we know. So there's a much greater opportunity to do that out at Windsor with the estate there, which the Duke of Edinburgh used to manage and run. She's got horses nearby. So yes, I think understandably Windsor is her favourite residence, and that is the castle to which we would expect her to return next month from Balmoral. But as I say, we are just waiting to see what may emerge.
But as you say, Buckingham Palace's headquarters, it's the office, it's the place of work and lots of the formal state ceremony, of course. And that's why there are crowds, of course, right in central London gathered there today, because they've heard about the concerns about the Queen's health, and they've gathered there just to see if there's any news at any point. And my colleague Damien Grammaticus is also there right now. He's just outside the palace. And Damien, you were telling us earlier about the messages of support and concern that have come from different leaders. And why don't you recap on some of that? Because there will be people joining us throughout the afternoon who've not been completely across what's been going on, aware, of course, of the reports of the concerns about the Queen's health. But take us through some of the leaders' thoughts as the day's gone on.
Well, Hugh, yes, that's right. I mean, of course, the first official announcement, or the official announcement came from here, officially through Buckingham Palace, about the Queen's condition. And that official announcement, just to recap as well, was talking about the fact that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she may remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable, that announcement said. Now, when that came through, just shortly before that, news had started or had rippled through the political world here in London. So in Parliament was sitting, the Prime Minister was there, the Leader of the Opposition. The news rippled through the chamber of the House of Commons as they were debating today. And very soon after, then we had that announcement from the Palace here, followed by then official announcements from those political leaders, official comments from those political leaders, and as you're saying, I'll give you a little flavour of those. So Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, who had just been to Balmoral on Tuesday to be asked by the Queen to form a government, she pretty quickly put out a statement saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across the United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family, Liz Truss said, echoed almost instantly by Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader. He said, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply concerned or deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family. I, along with everyone across the United Kingdom, hope for her recovery. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, repeated those same statements. The nation's whole thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family. We all hope and pray for a full recovery. Those same sentiments again repeated throughout the United Kingdom. So we heard from Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland. Same sentiment again. All of us are feeling profoundly concerned that reports about Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family. Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, same again, concerned to hear the news from Buckingham Palace. Send my best wishes on behalf of the people of Wales. And from Northern Ireland, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, leader of the Democratic Unionists, repeated the same thing again. So widespread concern from them. And then following that, also from the former Prime Ministers who would come here for their weekly audiences with the Queen. So both David Cameron and Tony Blair have put out very similar messages as well. And as you were just hearing from Nicholas Witchell there, I think, so 15 Prime Ministers now the Queen has seen during her reign, Liz Truss the most recent, and Queen too, head of state for some 14 other countries, Nicholas Witchell was just saying. So the concern about her condition, for her family, extending far beyond just London, far beyond these shores, places like New Zealand, Australia, to other countries around the world where they will be watching very closely. And remember too, other British overseas territories, far from here, Gibraltar, Bermuda, places like that also have an intimate connection with the Queen and will be looking on, sharing the same concern, the same sentiments echoed by political leaders today.
Damien, thank you very much. Damien Grammaticus there with some of the expressions of concern and the wishes being sent to the Queen and the family. We are looking here at images of Balmoral Castle. This is the entrance to the estate. This is where the Queen has been in residence since the month of July. It's the traditional summer residence for the Queen in the glorious surroundings of this part of Scotland. And as we look at these images, I'm just going to talk once again to Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, because there was some, lack of clarity earlier, Nick, about what the Sussexes were doing, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who happen to be in the UK at the moment. Our understanding is, as we thought, they weren't on that aircraft, but they're on their way? They are apparently travelling separately.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, yes, were not on the RAF aircraft that took the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Those four members of the royal family who we saw leaving the RAF aircraft at Aberdeen Airport and boarding those 3 vehicles which are now on their way to Balmoral. The Sussexes were not among them, but they are also travelling from London up to Aberdeen, so they will be joining the rest of the family at Balmoral Castle, but we are unaware of precisely what their travel arrangements are, whether they have their own separate private jet or whether they're boarding a commercial flight. We don't know at this stage.
So there we are, the gates of Balmoral, and this is where, Nick, we're expecting at some point to see the party that arrived at Aberdeen Airport making its way into the estate itself. As you said earlier, we've seen plenty of cars and vehicles leaving. We haven't seen many going in, but the 2 or 3 vehicles that left Aberdeen Airport a while ago, well, they should be arriving fairly soon, I'd have thought.
Yes, whether they go in by the main entrance there or whether they use one of the other many entrances of this large estate, and it may be that they would just wish to be rather more circumspect in the circumstances and not enter via the main gates, because they will know that there are a lot of media photographers and our television cameras and so on gathered at the main gate. But we shall see. But yes, I would have thought they're travelling through these towns, Banchory and Kincardine O'Neill and Aboyne, and then to Ballater, which is the town nearest to Balmoral. It is quite a lengthy journey, so and they won't be rushing unduly given the weather.
Let's talk to our Scotland correspondent, Lorna Gordon, who's at Balmoral. And we were just mentioning the conditions there, Laura, so it won't make for a very swift journey from Aberdeen, but tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, that will be a journey of a little over an hour from Aberdeen Airport, so we would anticipate seeing those members of the royal family here at the main entrance to the Balmoral estate at around 5 o'clock or a little after. The road here is still open to the public. Traffic is passing by the front of the castle gate. There is the normal armed guard presence outside Balmoral as well. That is usual for when the Queen is in residence here. But what is unusual is that the local car park, which is often, even at this time of the year, full of cars, of members of the public enjoying the area, coming to view the front of the Balmoral estate, that has been closed to the public at this time. And of course, there are some well-wishers gathering here outside Balmoral, and there are members of the press as well. There are some people, some members of the public here quite emotional, which is unusual for people in this part of Scotland who are quite reserved. It is fair to say, one gentleman that we spoke to earlier said he hopes Her Majesty the Queen gets some comfort from being somewhere she loves, and she does love Balmoral. She has been coming to this estate, to this part of Scotland, since she was a child. It's very secluded, it's very secure. She has a great deal of privacy here. It's an area where she takes her dogs for walks in the local hills. The family have barbecues here. People are very loyal towards both the Queen and the royal family. I think it's fair to say many people view her as their neighbour. She goes to Crathy Church on a regular basis. The local minister recently was telling me how at one point she spoke in Doric, which is the local dialect, to a lady who was at the annual church fete. So it's an area that she is extremely fond of, and it's fair to say the people here are extremely fond of the Queen in return.
Lorna, thank you so much, and we'll obviously be waiting for the arrivals of the royal family members who've just arrived in the past hour or so at Aberdeen. But while we look at these images, as I say, we are monitoring reports from Balmoral where doctors have expressed concern about the state of the Queen's health. I'm going to bring in Dr. Ed Owen, who's the royal historian and author of The Family Firm, Monarchy, Mass Media and the British Public. Dr. Owens, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you with us.
Good afternoon.
So we are waiting for news, Ed, I think it's fair to say. We're not speculating. We're waiting to see what the royal household tells us about what's going on. But clearly, because of the circumstances of the day, we are thinking about the immense contribution the Queen has made to public life and indeed to the life of the Commonwealth. And given what you've been writing about the royal family and what you call the family firm, what is your reflection today on what the Queen has achieved?
Well, it's days like these, Hugh, and earlier days in the year when she wasn't able to be present at key public events. Those moments really bring into sharp focus the fact that this reign is drawing to a close. We've known that for some time. And it's left historians like me wondering about what is her legacy. And I think the great legacy of Elizabeth II is that really she is Britain's greatest constitutional monarch. She is the purest example of the politically neutral monarch. That has been her forte, and it's meant that her reign has been uncontentious, uncontroversial, because she hasn't voiced her political opinions.
I suppose that for lots of people, they consider that to be the ideal form of monarchy, as you say. And yet one imagines that in an age where people speculate so much, where social media can be an incredibly kind of toxic space as well, how difficult has it been for the Queen to maintain that kind of neutrality?
It's been extremely challenging, not least because we do live in a more angry age, I think it's fair to say, and politics has become polarized. There has been a movement away from the centre towards both the left and the right in recent years. And it therefore makes the job of monarch, of constitutional monarch, that much more difficult. So I think being able to be guarded in terms of voicing her opinions, that, as I say, has been her forte. Of course, there have been occasional moments, for example, in relation to Scotland, where you're reporting from today, where she has voiced subtle concerns about the state of the Union and her desire that England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland do remain together. Very rarely she has voiced concerns about that.
It's true, of course, and she did so back in 1977, which was before the 79 referendums in Wales and Scotland. So, but those were notable exceptions. I think it's fair to say there was lots of speculation, for example, around the Brexit period about what Her Majesty's views on that might or might not be. But she steadfastly really refused to be drawn on any of it.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. And as we see, no matter her political opinion, she has gone through the routine, the duty of welcoming new prime ministers into office, bidding others farewell, as we saw earlier this week. And she's done that throughout her reign, stretching right back, of course, to Winston Churchill.
There's another aspect, of course, as well, which is that the audiences with prime ministers, which we've heard so much about, and there was one, of course, on Tuesday with the new Prime Minister Liz Truss, that traditionally is said to be a forum where the Queen will allow herself to express a view on politically sensitive things, in the full knowledge, of course, that the audience is totally confidential. So one imagines that there are quite a few former prime ministers, and indeed the current one, who will be aware of the Queen's views on some rather touchy subjects.
I think that's certainly the case. But as you rightly point out, those audiences with prime ministers are meant to be strictly confidential. It has occasionally happened that indiscreet prime ministers have let some of their conversations be known, either through their own memoirs or through other channels. But generally speaking, the prime ministers have maintained the silence around those key audiences that they have weekly with the Queen, where she has been known to certainly warn, advise, and encourage prime ministers in different ways.
So here's the tricky question, I suppose, Ed. When the transition happens, whenever it is, and hopefully it won't be yet, we will, of course, be looking at the likely accession of someone who has been very happy to and determined to express views on some things. Now, what will that mean in terms of recalibrating the kind of relationship between a monarch and the British people who've become used to, as you rightly say, this pattern, this very stable pattern that we have now?
Well, I think it's first of all important to note that Prince Charles said on the anniversary of his 70th birthday in a programme, I think that was made by the BBC, that when he did eventually accede to the throne, he would prevent. He would stop uttering his political opinions. He would stop stating his views publicly, i.e. he would play the role of a good constitutional monarch. I think that is what is expected of him. I think the public expect him to follow the model of his mother. And nevertheless, he has shown himself to be a man of a broad range of opinions. I suppose it remains to be seen whether the new monarch, when that day does come, does continue the example, and I think it is an exemplary model that Elizabeth II has demonstrated, or whether they do things differently. Because, of course, if they do court controversy by uttering their political ideas, then that is the way to create problems, because suddenly they find themselves on the opposite side to public opinion, or a section of public opinion.
Dr. Ed Owens, very good to talk to you, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Dr. Ed Owens there, the author of The Family Firm, Monarchy, Mass Media and the British Public, 1932 to 1953. Good to talk to him. Here we are, a nice contrast of images here, don't we? On the right-hand side, some of the fly past, which the Queen enjoyed so much during the Platinum Jubilee. That was the opening day of the Platinum Jubilee celebration.
Hello everyone, this is
the birthday parade on Horse Guards Parade, which she'd not been able to attend, but there was the balcony appearance which delighted so many people, and the Queen clearly enjoyed it, and they're in the company of quite a few generations of the royal family, and the 70, of course, being marked out by the aircraft in the sky. A really amazing display by the Royal Air Force on that day, and it was a combination of lots of different aircraft, of course, on the day itself, including as a big finale the Red Arrows, who by tradition will really signal the end of the big flypast. There you are, and that was the end of a very big flypast for the Platinum Jubilee, the 70th year of the Queen's reign, and no one questioned really about whether the Queen really kind of enjoyed every second of that, because she obviously did. And then on the left-hand side of the screen we have this rather different image, which is a rather dull, wet day at Balmoral, where the Queen is now in residence, and where the monarch's health is a source of great concern, profound concern, according to the First Minister of Scotland right now. The Queen's health is causing anxiety to her doctors and to the family. The family that we can see there on the balcony back at the Jubilee, well, quite a few of those on the balcony are either at Balmoral now, including Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, the Princess Royal there, and the Duke of Cambridge, he's on his way. And there we have some of the crowds gathered at Buckingham Palace today. And all eyes really, and all thoughts focused on Balmoral, where the Queen's comfort, of course, the Queen's medical care, very much the priority for everyone. And all we can do now is to take note of the report that was issued at lunchtime, which was that the doctors were concerned about her health. It's something they've not said before, so it was something that alerted everyone to the seriousness of the situation. And then to await a further statement from the palace whenever that comes. We have no guidance on that. It would be nice to have a statement from the palace saying that the Queen has improved and that she feels better, but we have no idea when the next statement will come. I'm going to bring in the royal commentator Victoria Howard, who's the editor of the Royal News website, the Crown Chronicles. Victoria, thanks very much for joining us. And what are your reflections as we follow these events today?
I think it's the concern that everyone is showing about the monarch. Of course, as you said, it's very unusual for the palace to comment in this way, that her doctors are concerned about the state of her health. So naturally, that's put everyone on kind of high alert as to what's actually going on. She's been a little bit in decline with her mobility issues in recent months, and it does just send alarm bells ringing, particularly as the family are trying to go and see her, with many people, speculating on what that actually means.
We're just obviously following the reports of who's on their way to Balmoral. I understand at this stage, actually, Victoria, that the Duke of Sussex is on his way there, but he didn't travel with the other group. But the Duchess of Sussex, apparently, contrary to reports we had earlier, is not travelling to Balmoral. What do you make of that?
I think that's kind of unusual, actually. Of course, we've had a bit of a tumultuous time with the royals and Harry and Meghan in recent years with their interviews and talking about their situation and experience of the royal family. So that does strike me as a little bit odd when most of the royals that are going in couples. Charles and Camilla, for example, we think Edward and Sophie have travelled together. So slightly strange, but we don't believe the Duchess of Cambridge is there either. So perhaps that's more looking after the children, thinking of the wider family. So just sending kind of the most close members of the family to see her. But maybe it does indicate something to do with the state of the relationship. Of course, we can only speculate about that. But of course, things aren't always quite as rosy as they might seem within the House of Windsor on that front.
As we see crowds gathering at the Palace, and as we were saying earlier, it's not the kind of day in central London where lots of crowds are going to come out at this point anyway because of the rain, and looking for, I suppose, messages and wanting to leave messages of support for the Queen. It's a good moment for us to reflect, Victoria, really on the kind of presence and the kind of, I suppose, consistency, the reassurance that the Queen's presence has given so many people over so many decades.
I agree completely. And that's one thing that comes up time again when people kind of look at the monarchy and say, well, what does it do? Are there any benefits to it? That consistency, that reliability is one of those. She's been the head of state for over 70 years, and for her to no longer be there potentially, of course, the day will eventually come. That will be a huge change. So few people can remember a world without the Queen in it as the monarch, as our head of state. And that consistency, always knowing that she is there, is very comforting to people. You only have to look at the pandemic and the message that she gave, the video message, "We will meet again," and how much people respected her for giving that comforting message at that time when the people really needed it, to know that actually that is one of the core benefits of having a monarchy in the UK. So I think people turning out at the Palace is definitely just a sign of that. They're showing their good wishes. She's a very well-respected woman, and it's just a sign that people are thinking of her and the wider royal family at this difficult time.
Events have moved at such a rapid rate over the past few years, Victoria, haven't they, really? Because we're talking about the Queen, who has her own health problems, clearly, and then on top of that, the challenge of the pandemic and lockdown, and the very poignant image of the Queen sitting alone at St George's Chapel, having lost her husband of 73 years. So the pressures here are not just to do with whatever health problems the Queen is dealing with, but also to do with the stresses and strains of dealing with grief and loss as well.
Absolutely, and I think many people will recognise that in their own families, that it's often very difficult for the person left behind of an older couple, and that can have a detrimental effect on their health. Not only that, the stresses of dealing with public life. You know, the Queen only really takes 2 days off a year, Christmas Day and Easter Sunday, when she doesn't have her government red box of papers. There's always something going on for her, and at 96, that goes well beyond the realm of the ordinary pensioner age to kind of slow down. We have seen that in recent years, Charles stepping up a bit more to take on some of those roles from her, most notably recently at the state opening of Parliament. But it has to be remembered that is such a lifelong pressure as monarch that it must take its toll. And she's enjoyed remarkably good health over the decades otherwise. So she's been very, very fortunate.
Victoria, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Victoria Howard there. Adding to the analysis today. She's editor of the Royal News website, The Crown Chronicles. So our thanks to Victoria. I'd like to go back to Windsor if I can, because that is where my colleague Helena Wilkinson is keeping an eye on things for us. Helena, we're seeing some crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace, and I'm just wondering what the position there is at Windsor.
Well, we've spoken, Hugh, to a number of people in the town centre. For those who aren't aware, the castle is situated right in the centre of Windsor. It's a royal town. A number of people emotional after hearing the news about the Queen's health. Some some people have met the Queen, of course, and many locals here who live in this area very much consider the Queen as a local, as one of their neighbours. So there is a great concern about the Queen's health and hearing the news. The castle, of course, attracts a lot of visitors every year. There have been a number of them emerging from the gates after visiting the castle today. Some heard news about the Queen's health while inside, but others were completely unaware when they came out. In terms of when you spoke about the Duke of Cambridge there, who we know is on his way to see his grandmother at Balmoral, we know that the Cambridges recently made the move here to Windsor, where they live now is about a mile away from the castle here. And we saw those images, didn't we, today of the Cambridge children starting their first full day at Lambrook School, which is in Berkshire. So we understand that the Duchess of Cambridge has not travelled with the Duke of Cambridge, and one suspects that is probably because she wants to be there to support her children, their three children after their first day. As we've heard as well, this castle, Windsor Castle, is where the Queen spent much of the last 2.5 years. It is one of her favourite royal residences and probably her favourite working royal residence. It's a place where she feels very comfortable. She loves the castle. It's got a lot of green space around here. And she spent much of lockdown, of course, with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. They celebrated in November 2020 their 73rd wedding anniversary here. So they were spent a lot of time here together during that period. She has, of course, traditionally spent the summer months in Balmoral, so she was last here at Windsor Castle in July, and normally she would tend to return here to Windsor Castle in October. But in terms of the town centre itself, a great deal of concern after that news of the Queen's health. That statement probably worth repeating for viewers who haven't heard, who are just joining us, that statement from Buckingham Palace, which we got just after 12:30 this afternoon. It says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement goes on to say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. But as we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, very rare for the palace to issue statements about the Queen's health. It is very much considered a private matter. So I think given they've released this statement, added to that the fact that very quickly we've seen members of the Queen's immediate family travel to Balmoral, I think there is a great deal of anxiety and concern about how the Queen is.
Helena, thank you very much. Latest there at Windsor from Helena Wilkinson, and we're looking now at images from Balmoral and now Buckingham Palace, where there are more crowds gathering. We mentioned earlier that our understanding now was that the Duke of Sussex, Harry, is not travelling up to Balmoral with his wife, with Meghan. It's understood that Meghan will be remaining in London. She'll not attend the Well Child Awards, which was the next thing on the diary. But it's said the Duchess could potentially join Harry in Scotland at a later date following this change of plan. Nicholas Witchell is with me. What do we make of that, Nick?
Yes, what do we make of that? Well, I guess that they have concluded that this really isn't a moment for Meghan to be there with the other close members of the family, with the Queen. So she has stayed at Windsor. We know that the Duchess of Cambridge has stayed at Windsor because, of course, the three children are just starting at the new school. So there is every reason why perhaps she would be required to remain at home. Why the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, has stayed behind? Well, undoubtedly people will speculate about that. But I think that perhaps they just felt that this wasn't a moment for her to be up at Balmoral, really. She might not be terribly warmly welcomed, to be perfectly candid about it. But I'm sure that there will be an opportunity at some point for the family all to come together.
When we look at the latest information that we have, we don't have a lot, Nick, as we know beyond the statement made at lunchtime by the medical team, which is that they're concerned about the Queen's health, which is why you're watching this special coverage from BBC News. We're reporting on the doctor's concern about the Queen's health and the alarm, understandably, that has caused. And the concern is sufficient, indeed, for the Queen's close family to be making its way to Balmoral as we speak, and some of them already there, including the Prince of Wales and the Princess Royal. But the Duke of Cambridge, for example, Duke of York, the Earl of Wessex, they are all on their way to Balmoral, having landed at Aberdeen Airport within the past hour or so. So they won't be too long before getting there. The focus on Buckingham Palace in London, clearly understandable, because that is the building associated with the royal family, and that great balcony where the Queen was so happily appearing on the first day of the Jubilee celebrations back in June. Just to sum up where we are right now, Nick, because it's now 10 to 5. That statement was at least 3.5 hours ago. So what would you say to viewers who are just joining the coverage as we speak?
I think the mood, as we've been saying, Hugh, the mood is sombre. The concern is deep. I think the fact, as we've been saying, that Buckingham Palace has expressed the concern being felt by the royal doctors, and the fact that so many members of the close family have broken off from their arrangements today and flown as quickly as possible up to Balmoral en route to Balmoral Castle at the moment. I think that says everything, really. I've been wondering also whether the fact that there does not appear to be any consideration for the sort of medical intervention that would require a hospital visit, that perhaps also is telling. The Queen, we were told in that statement just after midday, is comfortable at Balmoral. Well, we just must wait for any further information, but one does not get the impression that they are considering the kind of treatment, the kind of response that would require her removal to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. That would be a journey of nearly 50 miles, so that in itself would be quite challenging. So whatever it is that the royal doctors are doing, whatever treatment they are able to apply, that is happening at Balmoral, and we can be sure that they will have made all the arrangements that can be made to ensure that treatment, appropriate treatment, is possible. But again, we are in danger of speculating. Far better that we wait for any hard facts. At the moment, there is no sign of anything from the palace, but it may be, I stress it may be, that they are awaiting the arrival of these other members of the royal family so that they can just be appraised of the latest situation before anything further is said.
Okay, well, that's the position as we speak. Thank you, Nick. And let's join Lorna Gordon, our colleague there at Balmoral. We're looking at the main entrance to the estate there, Lorna, and no sign yet then of the arrivals from Aberdeen Airport.
No, Hugh, no sign of those arrivals. It is a journey of around 40 miles, but the gates to the Balmoral estate, these main gates, at the moment remain closed. There are, of course, other entrances to the estate, but one would expect a motorcade like this to arrive through the main entrance. The road here can be slow at this time of year. It's still heavy with tourists, and it is quite windy. The weather, of course, is also quite poor today here in the north of Scotland, but one would anticipate the royal household to arrive here at around 5 o'clock, perhaps a little after. Of course, this is an area where which the royal family knows well. It is an area that the Queen is extremely fond of. She's been coming to the Balmoral estate since she was a child. She spends almost every summer here. She arrived this year, mid-July, so she's been in residence for a little over 8 weeks. It is an area where she is said to feel most at home, and certainly it's very secure, secluded, and extremely peaceful. The family is known to have barbecues here. She goes for long walks in the hills. She's been known to pass members of the public from time to time, and indeed, you know, people who live in this area are extremely fond of the Queen. When I have spoken to people in the neighbouring towns and villages in the past, they have talked of her as being their neighbour. They're extremely protective of both Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family. Crathie Kirk, she's a member of the congregation, is just a few hundred metres down the road. The minister there, when last I spoke to him, told me some anecdotes of her time here. She regularly attends the local church fete. In fact, one year, one of the congregation spoke to her in the local dialect here, which is known as Doric. And the Queen replied in kind. She knows the local dialects spoken by people here in this Aberdeenshire area. So she loves this area, and people who live in this area, in turn, are very fond of her. We saw her, of course, in those pictures a little earlier this week on Tuesday, when she met the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers. She looked in good form. She was smiling in those photographs. But ordinarily, this is not a place where she performs public and official duties. This is a very private place for the Queen, and a place which she is said to cherish.
OK, Lorna, thank you. Lorna Gordon, our Scotland correspondent, there live outside Balmoral, where the rain is lashing down. You're watching this BBC News special on the significant health concerns of a team of doctors who are taking care of the Queen at Balmoral. We just heard the latest there from an estate that is relatively secluded, certainly, compared to our next location, where Damien Grammaticus is standing by at Buckingham Palace. Damien, the news a little bit earlier on today that the doctors in Scotland were concerned about the Queen's health, coming as Liz Truss was making a rather important statement concerning the future of energy bills. That, of course, insignificant now, given the gravity of the situation we seem to be experiencing with Her Majesty.
Well, certainly overshadowed, Clive, yes, by that announcement from the palace here. I should say that rain clouds have just blown through here too, and you can probably see all the umbrellas that people gathered here. I mean, earlier today, the usual visitors, tourists here, and as that announcement came from the palace, the news sort of spread through crowd here, and there was concern here. Concern too from just down the road in the Palace of Westminster, the House of Commons. The announcement or the news obviously sort of spread through the chamber as that debate about energy policy was happening. New Prime Minister Liz Truss was there, the leader of the opposition was there, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, was there. They were very quickly briefed and have then released statements, all of them, all repeating similar things, all saying, as Liz Truss did, that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and extending thoughts of people across the UK with Her Majesty and her family. Sir Keir Starmer, same thing as well. He said he, along with the rest of the country, is deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace. Sir Ed Davey, the whole nation's thoughts and prayers with Her Majesty the Queen, both of them saying everyone was hoping for her recovery. That debate obviously ongoing, or went on into the afternoon, but as you say, attention is very much focused onto the Queen, her health, the royal family, and other prime ministers who served under her then came out and have also been sending their thoughts at this time. So Tony Blair and He came out, David Cameron came out. What we've heard this afternoon is simply from Downing Street, so across St James's Park here, Downing Street not very far away. The Prime Minister's official spokesman, he has simply said this afternoon that Liz Truss is now working in Downing Street. There will be no more updates said from Downing Street itself about any communications with the palace. Updates will come from the palace, and no plans for the Prime Minister Liz Truss to travel to Scotland today or tomorrow.
Okay, Damien, I mean, the Queen has dealt with 15 Prime Ministers through her long reign, the first Sir Winston Churchill, and of course she invited Liz Truss to become Prime Minister just this week. She's not only been a constant in the social life of this country, but also in the political life of this nation as well.
Yes, exactly, absolutely. And right back, as you say, to Winston Churchill, her first Prime Minister through the 70 years that she's been on the throne. 15 Prime Ministers, as you say. I think at that same time, a dozen US presidents have passed through office as well. Those 15 Prime Ministers have been used to that constant presence with the Queen, coming here for weekly audiences at Buckingham Palace. The guidance, the audiences they've had with her have been a feature throughout. And we know that that has been, I think, an important, part of those prime ministerial offices, the guidance she could give, the experience that she could bring to bear, and the relationships that she built, and also the relationships that she's built around the world, because she obviously has been a highly travelled monarch, head of state of 14 other countries, crucially important role in places like Canada, Australia. That rain is really coming down now, so you may well hear it on our shelter here. So important, yes, absolutely important role in the political life of this nation, but also of many other nations too, and of course 54 nations of the Commonwealth too. So countries spread across the Caribbean, Africa, and beyond. And in all of them too, I'm sure the situation now, the Queen's health, being watched very closely and with real concern.
Indeed. Okay, Damien, thank you. Damien Grammaticus reporting for us live as the heavens open there at Buckingham Palace. Good afternoon. You're watching BBC News. It is just after 5 o'clock, and the top story, of course, is that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral in Scotland after doctors became concerned for her health. And we've had a statement from Buckingham Palace, which was released earlier this afternoon, which said that the 96-year-old monarch was placed under supervision after further evaluation, but she remains comfortable. The BBC understands that all 4 of her children are either inside the grounds of the Balmoral estate in Aberdeenshire or are travelling there. That's the plane that landed within the last hour or so with members of her family, arriving on an RAF plane there in Scotland to be by her bedside. We know that Prince Charles has travelled to the estate with the Duchess of Cornwall. In the last hour, that's the plane that landed there. And on board was the Duke of Cambridge, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Prince Harry is also on his way, we understand, to Balmoral, but is travelling without his wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Well, throughout the day, reactions have been pouring in, with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news of the Queen's health. And she said her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK are with the Queen and her family. This was just 2 days ago, of course, when the new Prime Minister was officially asked by the Queen to form a government at Balmoral, Miss Truss becoming the 15th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign. And of course, that event taking place not in London, as would normally be the custom, but in Balmoral, in Scotland, due to the Queen's health. Well, the day started as planned with a statement from the Prime Minister on a package of measures to help people with soaring energy bills. It was the biggest announced in post-war history. But as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, set out her plans, the debate was interrupted with the news of the Queen's health. And the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, interrupted proceedings to send the best wishes of everyone in Parliament.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, speaking a little earlier. We've had some reaction coming in from the White House. The President's thoughts are on the Queen. That is from the United States. These pictures of the members of the royal family who've arrived on that private plane, that RAF plane, in the last hour or so, and those are the vehicles arriving there at the Balmoral estate. We understand with members of the close family of the Queen there to be by her bedside. The rain lashing down at Balmoral there, the Queen having been there for quite a few weeks now. And as I say, she has been having mobility problems, it's been pointed out, and unable to take part in a number of engagements. Our royal correspondent Nick Witchell is here with me.
What a bleak
the
day,
vehicles there, yeah.
What a bleak day, both here in London and at Balmoral, the rain lashing down, those three vehicles which have made the journey from Aberdeen Airport. We saw them there moving in through the main gates of Balmoral Castle. So the family now is really together. Prince Charles and Camilla have been there for some hours because, of course, they live nearby at Birk Hall. The Princess Royal also in Scotland at Balmoral at the moment, so she has been there for some hours. But now the rest of the close family, the other children, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex, they were in those vehicles. And the Duke of Cambridge travelling without his wife Catherine, who has remained in Windsor to be with their three children who started school today. No sign of the Duke of Sussex so far. He is travelling separately, as we understand it. It's not quite clear how. There was a scheduled flight, I think, arriving in Aberdeen just a few moments ago, but it's not clear whether he was on that or whether he's made his own separate travel arrangements. But so the family is together. There is no sign of any further information from Buckingham Palace, or no suggestion that they will be anything in the next little while. But I would imagine that they will need to say something because the level of interest, the level of concern, we're not just talking about this country. This is a story that is dominating headlines around the world and which is eliciting expressions of concern from political leaders in just about every major country. This is a monarch, a head of state, longest reigned, longest living in our history, but this is somebody who is greatly respected and admired by other heads of state and other politicians in every part of the world.
Indeed, you talk, Nick, about that concern globally. I mentioned a little earlier the White House's press secretary, Joe Biden's press secretary. Apparently he has said his thoughts are with the Queen and her family. Justin Trudeau of Canada has tweeted, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty the Queen at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." That's the tweet from the Canadian Prime Minister there, Justin Trudeau. The family are now gathered at Balmoral, a place that is a little bit more secluded and offering a measure of more privacy, perhaps, than Buckingham Palace. And I suppose it's a place that the Queen has loved and adored for such a long time now, and perhaps the place where her doctors, who are concerned about her health, perhaps where she is most comfortable, one might argue.
Well, it's certainly a place that offers considerable peace and tranquility, as Lorna Gordon was saying just a few moments ago. It is a favourite place, a favourite residence of the Queen. She has known it since her childhood, and I think that she will have really been very determined and keen to get there for her extended summer break, after a period when her health clearly has been questionable. She'd been unable, as we know, to get to some of the significant events in the Jubilee, and I'm quite sure that she was looking forward to an opportunity just to get away up to Scotland. And we mustn't forget her Scottish roots. Her mother was Scottish. Yes. She feels a great affinity with Scotland. We speculated earlier about her undoubted private concern about the state of the Union. That is something that is very close to her heart, but very close privately to her heart, because she, above all, would recognise the constraints of her constitutional position. She would never express a view on that, but I think it was very important to her to feel that the United Kingdom would remain the United Kingdom. But look, this isn't an afternoon to be going in that direction. It is an afternoon to be considering the current state of her health. On that, we are unable to share any further information beyond that which Buckingham Palace put out just before lunchtime. This unprecedented statement from her doctors, notwithstanding that it is now some months since there was a change in direction in her health, excuse me, last October, when she undertook light duties, when she was advised to rest. And we have seen much less of her since last October, throughout this summer, much less of her during the Jubilee and so on. But throughout those many months, the palace, the doctors have never felt it necessary to indicate that her state of health was giving rise to concern. Now, they don't use that word lightly. If they say they are concerned, then it is clear that something of deep concern has happened or has changed. There are rumours, but nobody knows actually what has happened other than the members of the medical household, the members of the royal household who are there, and now the family members who are inside Balmoral Castle and who one assumes are at the Queen's bedside and being brought up to date with what the latest situation is. I think, as I was saying a moment or two ago, the fact that there appears to be no consideration being given to moving her to hospital, that would suggest that there is no further treatment, significant treatment, that is being contemplated. Whatever it is that is being done, we must assume is being done at Balmoral Castle. And we can assume, I think, very safely that the medical household will have ensured that all the sort of medical arrangements that might be necessary will have been made, that contingency plans will have been thought through, so that whatever it is, whether it is the episodic mobility issue, which has clearly been troubling her, which prevented her from travelling down to London for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, or whether there is and has been some underlying condition that they have never actually described or shared with us, as must be the suspicion, I think, but we do not know, because quite rightly the Queen's health is regarded as a matter of which is due patient confidentiality, and which is entitled to patient confidentiality, and which is essentially a private matter. Yeah. So that, you know, is the situation. The other members of the family have arrived. We saw them sweeping into Balmoral just a few moments ago, and we just await whatever further news may emerge, and I stress the word may, because there is no sign at this point of anything further from Buckingham Palace, but that could clearly break just at any moment and change at any moment.
Indeed, it could. Pictures on the left there, the estate at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire, where doctors are concerned for the health of the Queen. Members of her family have arrived on an RAF plane in the last hour and a half, and they travelled the 40 or so miles over to Balmoral from the airport, and they've just arrived in the last 15-20 minutes or so. some of the comings and goings there at Balmoral. And of course, Nick, over the last couple of engagements, I think it can be said, we've seen the Queen using a walking stick.
Yeah, well, we first saw that actually last September, I think it was, after she, early October, after she returned from Balmoral last year. And it was actually at Westminster Abbey, at a service marking the centenary of the Royal British Legion, that we saw her using a walking stick for the first time in public. And she was then in Cardiff for the an event at the Welsh Parliament. And it was just after that, those two engagements, when everything seemed to be all right, albeit that she had a stick. It was then on October the 20th that something changed, because that was the day when they cancelled her visit to Northern Ireland at very short notice and put out a statement to say that she had been advised by her doctors to rest. And she was then brought into the King Edward VII Hospital in London for some tests, for a preliminary investigation. We were never told what that was all about. Okay, again, patient confidentiality. You remember the palace tried to bring her into hospital without making a public statement about it. It emerged the following day that she'd been in and kept overnight. And that was the moment at which something changed. It's been suggested that perhaps she had a fall, or we don't know. And fair enough. I mean, that is all private and so on. But since then, there has been a significant weight loss, and we have seen much, much less of her. She has missed these significant events, and I sense that there has been just a gradual deterioration in her health. Nothing, certainly until today, nothing sudden, but she has looked more and more frail, and I think by consensus she looked pretty frail in the photograph of her with Liz Truss on Tuesday.
Indeed. Okay. Nick, thank you. Nick Witchell, our royal correspondent, who's been keeping us up to date with developments throughout the day. And I think we can go now to our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who's live at Windsor. Helena, it seems the sun has crept out where you are. It's lashing it down at Buckingham Palace, lashing it down in Scotland. Does that suggest that perhaps there may be a few more people outside where you are wanting to know what's going on?
Yeah, it was pouring with rain earlier here, Clive, sorry, but the residents in Windsor, we've spoken to a number of locals on the high street who have been emotional on hearing the news about the Queen's health. Some people have met the Queen. We spoke to one woman who heard the news and came from West London, about half an hour away. She wanted to be here outside the castle. Windsor Castle, of course, is one of the Queen's favourite royal residences. She spent most of the last 2.5 years or so here since the COVID pandemic, the first lockdown. She spent the time here with her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. So she holds the castle very dear to her, and it's a place that she very much likes to be. She left here, of course, in July to go to Balmoral, which is what she traditionally does to spend her summer months there. And traditionally she would return to Windsor Castle in October. But the feeling you get here in Windsor, having spoken to locals and also tourists as well who are emerging from the gates here at Windsor Castle, is one of concern, one of anxiety about the Queen, and also people are just wanting to know exactly how she is. I think it's worth repeating that statement that we had from the palace earlier on today, that statement which we got at just after 12:30 this afternoon. That statement said that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement went on to say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. But we know from previous experience that the palace often don't give a running commentary. They don't issue statements about the Queen's health, as Nick was just mentioning, because they very much regard those matters as private matters. So for them to issue that statement, doctors concerned about the Queen's health She is comfortable, that statement said earlier on today. But if you add to that what we've seen very quickly after that statement, immediate members of the royal family travelling to Balmoral to see the Queen, I think if you add those two together, it just gives you a sense of the concern about how the Queen is. In terms of those who are going to Balmoral, members of the royal family, the Duke of Cambridge is one of them. He and his family recently moved here to Windsor, about a mile away or so from Windsor Castle. Their children, their 3 children, started at a new school in Berkshire, their first full day today, and we saw pictures this morning of the children arriving at their new school. We understand that the Duchess of Cambridge has not travelled with her husband, the Duke of Cambridge. Instead, she is staying here in Windsor. Not surprising, given that their children, have started their first full day, and she will no doubt want to be with them. But yes, there is concern, anxiety, not just tourists but also locals here who regard the Queen very much as a resident, very much as one of their neighbours.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there for us with the latest at Windsor, just reflecting the fact there that a few more people gathering there at Windsor. Now, we mentioned some of the arrivals at Balmoral. Take a look at this image. We've just been sent this image of the Duke of York and we think it's the Earl of Wessex, yes, in the same vehicle speeding towards Balmoral. What do we make of that, Nick?
Gosh, well, that's a question, isn't it? I'm not going to respond to that, Hugh, because I think it is impossible to read anything into that photograph. They look sombre.
Yes.
But they would
yes.
be sombre, given that we know that there is serious concern about their mother's health. It would be odd if they looked anything other than serious, but there is nothing much else that one could read into that. Duke of York in the front there, the Earl of Wessex, and one must presume that the Countess of Wessex is in the back beside Prince Edward there.
What struck me really, Nick, in looking at it and in asking the question really is it's a powerful image. It's an image that conveys solemnity. It conveys, I suppose, a sense of purpose and determination to get to Balmoral as soon as they can. And it speaks volumes as well about a family and children who are concerned about their mother.
And that is a very, very important point, that amidst the concern of the nation and of others elsewhere in the world, we shouldn't forget that at the heart of this is a family. That the 2 people we can see in that photograph there are visiting their 96-year-old mother. To them, she is their mother. She's Queen, yes, but this is a moment of concern and possibly of anguish for the family, for the 4 children, for the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the wider family. And one must assume that that wider family is rather more appraised of the real situation than we are at the moment. But those immediate members of the family, the 4 children and the Duke of Cambridge, are now inside Balmoral Castle, so they will be talking to the doctors and they will be being brought up to date on what is happening.
One notable absence we understand right now, it's the Duke of Sussex, who we don't think has arrived yet.
No, well, there's certainly been no evidence, but that sort of begs the question as to how he is travelling. Significant, perhaps, that he's not or wasn't travelling with the other members of the family on that aircraft that we saw landing at Aberdeen Airport. Perhaps he was on the scheduled flight, which I think was arriving there not so long ago, or perhaps he's got his own aircraft. Who knows? But again, you know, all those matters really, I think, we put to one side at this point, because above all, he is visiting a beloved grandmother, and there was a good special relationship between the Queen and Harry. He made much of it, didn't he, in those comments that he made some months ago. And yes, it reminds us once again that at the heart of this is a family, which is coming to terms with an illness or a change in condition or whatever.
And there'll be families and individuals all around the UK and indeed around the Commonwealth and the world who will be able to understand perfectly the intensity of anxiety and the stress and the worry that comes with this.
Well, yes, because as we've been saying this afternoon, millions of people will feel a personal sense of concern that, okay, it's not their family, but that's the whole thing about a monarch. They somehow reflect the feelings within the society at the top of which they sit, that they are a reflection of all of our hopes or desires or sadnesses or anxieties, that we do identify with them. Not everybody, we know that, but we do identify with them, and in particular with somebody who has, as we've been saying, been there in the background to our lives, for most of us, for all of our lives. This person who has always been there, this reassuring, comforting figure, source of unity and stability and continuity and all those big thoughts. But also it's this lady who has been there, this sort of matriarchal figure as she's become in recent years. And I think the majority of people of this nation do identify with her, do feel keenly and sharply for her health, for her well-being, and many millions of people will be greatly concerned at this point.
They'll be looking at these images of the entrance to the Balmoral estate, and lots of British people, of course, will be familiar with the name Balmoral and the fact that it is a great Scottish estate that the Queen has been very closely associated with over the years. But of course, beyond Britain, across the Commonwealth and indeed around the world where these images will be transmitted today, it's worth underlining that the Queen has been on the world stage. She's been a prominent figure on the world stage, just in terms of statesmanship, just in terms of her unique position as a constitutional monarch and what she represents. And that is, again, something that we could reflect on today, which is the fact that there will be millions and millions of people around the world who've never been to the United Kingdom, who will be interested and exercised by what's happening to the Queen and the family today.
That's right. She is a global figure, as one of our guests earlier said. Now, that expresses itself most particularly through the Commonwealth, this coalition of nations and the subject which is very close to her heart and in which she has exercised a real role as head of the Commonwealth. That did give her a sort of diplomatic platform that, given the political constraints as Queen of the United Kingdom, she didn't have. But I think the other thing that we consider is what she has stood for, what she has represented. She has stood for decency and tolerance, and she's been dutiful and steadfast and all those other things. And so many other heads of state, I think, have recognised those qualities in her, and they have admired them, and they have admired the way she has conducted herself over 70 years with putting barely a foot wrong. And I think, you know, at international meetings, many of these foreign heads of state, they come, and the first thing they want to do is meet the Queen, because she's become such a historical figure, a figure, you know, who does represent so much that is decent and right.
Different perspective on the image we saw just a few moments ago, Nick, and this is the Duke of Cambridge actually driving the vehicle, where we saw the Duke of York there in the passenger seat and the Earl of Wessex in the back. But that's William driving them. So just gives you another little perspective on the journey from Aberdeen to Balmoral. And can imagine that was a fairly intense journey, really.
So these are really private family moments, aren't there? So one imagines, we can't see for certain, that the four people in that vehicle, I'm assuming that this is the Duke of York that we can see closest to us, as you say, the Duke of Cambridge, and then in the back, the Wessex, the Essexes, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So no protection officers, no officials, just the four members of the family driving together, reflecting, one must imagine, together on whatever the situation is.
And there we see the four of them.
Yes, yes.
It's a clearer picture there, isn't it? So
yes.
William and then Prince Andrew and then Prince Edward, and then it's the Countess of Wessex there in the other seat in the back, isn't it?
Underlining that this is, above all for them, a family moment. And they will have wanted, I'm sure, to have been just alone amongst themselves in the family group, the four of them. And my goodness, okay, we are aware of the difficulties that have surrounded the Duke of York. And Prince William has been quite vociferous in his views on that and has taken quite a leading part in ensuring that the Duke of York has withdrawn from public life. But again, I think this is not the moment for those issues.
No. Well, by now, they'll be in Balmoral Castle. And as you were saying, Nick, one imagines that they will by now have had a full briefing from the medical team there, that they will be aware of the situation. One imagines that they would be possibly at the bedside. The Queen is being treated and she's in a comfortable state, we were told earlier on. So we're trying to imagine the scene where, you know, the closest members of the family are with Her Majesty.
And they will be there with Prince Charles, who is the senior member of the royal family, other than the Queen, of course, but who in this situation with the Queen, if we say incapacitated, I mean simply that she is sufficiently unwell for doctors to be concerned and for her to be, as we keep saying, comfortable at Balmoral. But I think that this is a situation in which Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, will be, if not taking charge, then sort of taking the lead in the family's consultation amongst themselves. And there will be a number of things that they will need to think about, because if the Queen is, to some extent, incapacitated or less able than she has been to fulfill the role of head of state, that has implications, particularly obviously for Charles and for the councillors of state, one of whom is still Prince Andrew.
Yes.
You know, but anyway, that's again another issue. But there are, aside from the family issues, the concern and so on, there are other issues that they and their officials will be just considering.
Well, we mentioned there the fact that, of course, the medical team will be briefing the royal family members who've just arrived. So why don't we have a quick word again with our medical editor, Fergus Walsh. And Fergus, there will be people watching. Some of them will know quite a bit about the medical world, others not. Wondering what it means that, for example, the Queen is being kept comfortable and as comfortable as possible at Balmoral. There's no mention of new treatment or further treatment or a different kind of intervention, let's say at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, which is the closest hospital, and people will read things into that. What guidance would you give?
I think it's worth saying, Hugh, that the Queen has her own team of medics. The royal household has its own team, led by the physician to the Queen, Professor Sir Hugh Thomas. That's a role, a physician to the monarch, that stretches back at least to Henry VIII. And he is also head of the medical household. That's a title that was created back in 1973. Now, that statement that we have had, that brief statement, unprecedented, that the Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health, but that she was comfortable, is all really that we have to go on, but unprecedented because it's not the sort of statement that we've ever been given before. Because, of course, as you and Nick have been saying and other commentators and guests have been saying, we have been used to, all of us, been brought up and lived our lives with the Queen as head of state. 15 prime ministers have served under her. The first one, Winston Churchill, born back in 1874. The last to be appointed this week, Liz Truss, born 101 years later. And it is that continuity, and she has been in such robust good health for most of her life. So it is that decline that we have seen last year. Last October, she began using a walking stick in public. We've had these mobility issues. And then, although she did look very engaged in the photos with Liz Truss earlier this week, she did look frail and, as Nick said earlier, did seem to have lost quite a lot of weight.
Yes, indeed. There was a lot of focusing on the image itself, Fergus. When we talk about the kind of care that the Queen is getting, obviously an extremely high standard of care with some of the top experts in the country, indeed in some cases in the world, led by Sir Hugh Thomas. There'll be clearly a view on whether it's a normal process to allow the Queen to stay at home, in effect, in Balmoral, rather than look for maybe a more specialist unit elsewhere. Are people wrong to read things into that, or do you think that's perfectly understandable?
I think it's perfectly understandable, and in one sense, it's no different from what you would have with any 96-year-old who has fallen ill and is comfortable at home and able to be kept comfortable. If there was any treatment in a specialist unit that her medical team and her family would deem could help the Queen, as with any other patient, I'm sure that treatment would be given. But it's been decided that she's comfortable. Her family are gathered around her at what is a very difficult time, and we obviously await updates. We know no more officially or unofficially than we've been told in that statement.
Fergus, many thanks again for helping us out with that and some of the questions about the kind of care that the Queen is getting. Buckingham Palace there for you in all its splendour, with the internal quadrangle and then the forecourt, and then the gardens to the side and to the back. It's a very familiar sight, and the crowds there gathering, starting to gather anyway, despite some of the weather problems. And of course they're facing the famous balcony right in the centre of the facade, the balcony where the Queen has appeared on so many occasions since she first appeared as a girl with her parents back in the 1930s, late 30s, early 40s indeed. And of course the very famous images of the royal family on that balcony at the end of the Second World War, with her father, the King George VI, really hugely popular monarch by that point, having really given leadership with his wife, the Queen Mother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, throughout those wartime years. So there are a lot of memories there for the Queen herself, notwithstanding, of course, the fact that she's been on the balcony as monarch herself for the past 70 years or so, and those great occasions for the Golden Jubilee and the Platinum Jubilee, and back to 1977, the Diamond Jubilee, where we've seen millions of people crowding into this space at the end of the Mall and around the memorial to greet members of the royal family. So it's very much the symbol of royalty in London. There are lots of symbols of royalty in London, but Buckingham Palace, surely, with its balcony and its very famous facade, and very often, of course, with the Sovereign Standard flying when the Queen is in residence. It is the place that millions of tourists come to every year to get their taste of the royal presence in the United Kingdom. Well, today the Queen is not in residence here. She's in residence in Balmoral, her Scottish estate in Aberdeenshire, and she's been there since June, and it's a place she loves very much. Sadly, today we are reporting on the fact that her health is causing very significant concerns for the medical team, and that is the reason that we've seen very close members of the royal family, including the Queen's children, Charles and Anne and Andrew and Edward, making their way to Balmoral. They are there as we speak, as are some other members of the royal family, and they are probably being briefed, or maybe have been briefed by now, by the medical team on the Queen's condition, which suddenly overnight and into the morning started to cause far more concerns. We remember, of course, that just a couple of days ago, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, was driven in through these gates and met the Queen and was granted an audience where she was invited to form a government. And the Queen at that point, although looking frail, was smiling and clearly very engaged in the process. And then yesterday, as part of the process of a new government, there was meant to be a meeting of the Privy Council. That's the senior politicians who advise the Queen in certain capacities, and the Queen was meant to hold that meeting in virtually, if you like, in terms of video messaging, and that was felt to be unwise. The doctors advised the Queen not to engage in that online Privy Council meeting, and she was advised to rest. Now, most people who've been following royal events, and certainly my colleague Nicholas Witchell here and others, would say, well, that was a significant change of plan, not to have that Privy Council meeting, albeit online. And then by this morning, of course, the very worrying news that doctors were concerned about the Queen's health. So that treatment going on, it's happening at Balmoral. It's a very different place, isn't it, to the one on the right-hand side of the screen now, where we see the Queen leading the celebrations from that famous balcony of Buckingham Palace at the Jubilee, with millions of people crowded into this part of central London, all the way down from Admiralty Arch, all the way down the Mall, through the parks, the royal parks, to Buckingham Palace itself. A very happy day. And of course, with the Royal Marines and all the other wonderful military musicians in attendance, and the Bands of the Household Division as well, who've been entertaining the royal family and the crowds for many, many years. Their stunning and sparkling military drill and their exceptional musicianship. The Queen's been a great supporter and a great ally of the armed forces over many years, and she is deeply respected and very, very well regarded and loved indeed by them, by all branches of the armed forces, as she is by millions of people around the country. So it's a nice image for us to enjoy on the right-hand side, just happier times, if you like, than on the left-hand side, that rather, well, a bit of a grey, depressing sight, a bit of a wet, low-key sight, if you like, a rather depressing sight at Balmoral, the wet roads leading into the estate itself. And we know, of course, what lies beyond the road. We know what lies at the end of that path. It is the castle, and it is the Queen being kept comfortable, being monitored 24/7 by an expert medical team. And all we can do is clearly wish the Queen well. We do that automatically and sincerely, but we are waiting too, I think it's fair to say, for further news from the medical team at Buckingham Palace and at Balmoral about the Queen's condition. And Nicholas Witchell is with me, our royal correspondent, who of course has been talking to us all afternoon about the events of this day. And this is the time of day, Nick, when lots of people will be maybe returning from work, they'll be joining us, they'll be aware of the reports, but they won't have seen lots of it. And I think that we're in the position where we're waiting, and we're right to be waiting without any rush and without any haste at all, waiting for the next update, if you like, now that we know the royal family has gathered there.
Yes, and of course Buckingham Palace has not been in the habit of giving updates, but I think on this occasion there will have to be something, given the level of concern that there is not just here but around the world. And we've seen the other members of the royal family arriving at Balmoral. That in itself is an indication, I think, of just how serious the situation is. So the mood, I think, is fairly described as sombre. The concern is considerable. So many politicians have talked about profound concern, and one must imagine that the Prime Minister and others are aware, have been appraised on Privy Council terms with whatever is the absolute situation. So we await any further news from Buckingham Palace, though I have to say that at the moment there is no indication that there is any further statement to be made. Looking, you made much of the images of the Queen on the balcony during the Jubilee celebrations remarkable, really, just 3 months ago. And when she appeared in that bright green coat, that was on the final day of the Jubilee celebrations on that Sunday. And it had been thought that perhaps she wouldn't make the journey from Windsor, but I think the Prince of Wales encouraged her to do so, and of course she did. And of course the crowds were absolutely delighted to see her. And I think she was terribly touched when they sang the national anthem. And yes, there was, I think, a sense that, something is drawing gradually to a close here, and I think that everybody was very touched on that occasion. that balcony that actually she first appeared on in 1927, when she was 1 year old. She was brought and shown to the crowd by her proud parents, the Duke of York, as he was then, her father and mother. So yes, remarkable really, and that is what monarchy is all about, the continuity, the span of years.
Yes.
The balcony, you know, everything changes but nothing changes, and that is why it is this source of reassurance, which so many people, so many millions of people find very comforting. So we must just continue to hope for the best, that there is some encouraging news, but at the same time I think given all the circumstances we have to accept that, well, you know, we just have to wait and see.
Yes, we do indeed, Nick, thank you. Let's go from Balmoral then to Downing Street. Let's join Chris Mason, our political editor, who's joining us from there. Chris, do you have any update for us on what Downing Street's understanding of events is?
What I can tell you, Hugh, is that the Prime Minister is working as normal behind me in Downing Street. There are no plans for her to return to Scotland, to Balmoral. Of course, as we've been reflecting, she was there just a couple of days ago to become Prime Minister in that last public moment where we saw the Queen as the Prime Minister before Liz Truss. Boris Johnson had resigned shortly followed by Liz Truss. We did hear from the Prime Minister at lunchtime shortly after the statement from Buckingham Palace in which Liz Truss said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and adding my thoughts and those of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And here at Westminster, like I suspect in every corner of the UK, and indeed in many places around the world, a profound...
Chris, I apologise. I hate interrupting you, but I'm afraid we've got a dreadful problem on the mic. I suppose it's the elements interfering. It's the rain getting into cables and all kinds of things. So if we clear that up, Chris, I'll be back with you as soon as we can. Chris Mason there, our political editor. By the way, the US President Joe Biden has told Prime Minister Liz Truss that he and his wife Jill are thinking of the Queen amid deep concerns over the monarch's health. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said this. His, that's to say, the President and the First Lady's thoughts are solidly and squarely with the Queen today and with her family. The President has been briefed this morning and will be updated throughout the day concerning news out of the United Kingdom. So that's President Biden. I suppose, Nick, you know, we can expect, we've had quite a bit already, but from the person who's the other side of the special relationship, you'd expect an expression of sincere concern. And given all the visits that the Queen has made to the States, and indeed how many state visits for presidents as she hosted in Downing Street over the years, well, that's one expression of concern that you would expect straight away.
Yep, and I think once again, it is quite normal for US presidents to be very keen to meet the Queen. They met at the G7 summit down in Cornwall, however many months ago that was. And of course, the Queen has met every US president bar one. She never met Lyndon Johnson, but I think Biden is the 14th US president. We're on to the 15th Prime Minister, 14th president, and I think there have been 6 or is it 7 popes that she's met, and which just again gives you a flavour of this remarkable life that she has led, meeting so many significant figures in world history, beginning, you know, just after the war as a young princess, when her father was ailing and she was having to step in and assist him as a councillor of state. So, you know, she has met just about anybody who is anybody, and yet she has never shared to the world any of her thoughts or appraisals of any of them. No. She has kept it all within either herself or within her family, and she has understood the fundamentals of the position that she has occupied for these 70 years, that she must be an uncontroversial figure, and she has absolutely understood the principles of a constitutional monarch. She learnt them really from her father, and she has continued in the manner, in the style of her father, rather understated. And it was for that reason, of course, that she found the Duke of Edinburgh such a useful ally, because there was the difference in personality, difference in approach, and I think she owed so much to him, as we sensed in some of the things that she has said about him since his death.
It's interesting, owing, yes, of course, to Philip, but one senses as well that because of the abdication in 36, and then the fact that the course of her life changed, that her father really did take on the role of a very diligent tutor. And as I said earlier, Nick, you know, I read somewhere when one of the royal household commented and said, look, you know, in many ways you have to look at the reign of Elizabeth II as a continuation of the reign of George VI. And when you think about it in those terms, it makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. In style, they are so similar. And the Queen revered and loved her father deeply. She knew what a struggle it was for George VI to be the monarch during the difficult times of the Second World War. It was a huge strain. He was helped through it, of course, by the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, but also by his elder and I'm sure younger daughter, but they were a very close unit. And there is no doubt that the Queen learnt an awful lot from her father, rather in the same way as she has attempted to pass what she has learnt, not perhaps so much to Prince Charles, but to Prince William. And I think the Queen has taken a great deal of time to, as it were, tutor and pass on her wisdom and her approach and the principles that have governed her approach to monarchy to Prince William. And I think I interviewed him some years ago and I asked him, whose template do you tend to follow? Is that the one of your father and or the one of your grandmother? And rather to my surprise, he answered and said, well, you know, I think my grandmother has got it absolutely right. And, you know, in many ways, you know, Prince William once said about being monarch, it's about setting an example, doing one's duty. It's about using your position for the good. It's about serving the country. Now, those, goodness me, those are the principles that encapsulate the approach that Queen Elizabeth has brought to the monarchy, to the British monarchy.
Nick, thank you. We're going to just bring in a guest, to the royal biographer and editor-in-chief of Majesty magazine, Ingrid Seward. Ingrid, it's good to have you with us, and we're grateful for your expert perspective on this as well today. As we follow the reports, and clearly we're reflecting on the deep concern that people have at this point, and the family have gathered there in Balmoral. What are your reflections at this stage?
Well, I think I feel very much what everybody is feeling. Obviously, this is a very poignant moment, and none of us quite know what's going to happen. But because the entire family, well, the entire nucleus of the family are gathered at Balmoral, and the fact that the Queen hasn't been sent to hospital speaks volumes. They obviously just want to keep her comfortable, have her family around her, and we just have to literally wait for news, whether it be good or bad. There's nothing more we can do. That is the situation, and it's very sad, especially as you know, as you've said many times this afternoon, as we saw the Queen with Liz Truss. Only 48 hours ago, 2 days ago on Tuesday, and she looked so happy and in good spirits. I know she looked frail, but if you have mobility problems, you're going to have muscle loss, and so she's going to look frail. But it was really wonderful to see her, and it sort of gave us all hope. Well, there she'll be carrying on. But whatever has happened between now and then, we don't know. But all we can do is just hope very much for the best.
Indeed. I know that everyone watching will be sharing that, Ingrid, certainly. It's been a remarkable year, hasn't it, really? Because we've reported several times on the issues that have surrounded the Queen's health, the fact that she's not been able to undertake some engagements. And yet, when we think back to the Jubilee, which at one point we were very concerned about in terms of the Queen's ability to be present, we had 2 balcony appearances. We had a great sense of fun and celebration around the birthday parade to open events. The year has been one of some extremes, really, hasn't it? And as you say, it is just a matter of 48 hours ago since the Queen was obviously determined to fulfil her constitutional duty and invite Liz Truss to form a government. So it speaks volumes, really, about Her Majesty's commitment to the job.
It certainly does, and she hates letting people down, and she's always really wanted to get on with the job. So I think she's had a mentally probably quite a hard time. I think this all started in October 21, when she was meant to be going to Ireland. And suddenly, I mean, the journalists and everyone were waiting for her, and suddenly she had to cancel. That was the beginning of her mobility problems. And I think it must have been difficult for her to have to say, well, take doctor's orders, which she always does, saying, I can't do this. And so that has been a recurring theme of her life ever since then. And I think, wonderful though she is and cheerful though she is, I think it must have been very difficult for her and very frustrating to feel that she's unable to carry out the duties which she's carried out all her life, which is another reason, I think, why Buckingham Palace have delayed it till the sort of 99th hour always to let us know whether or not the Queen is able to do certain things. I think it's because she was so determined to try and do them, but in the end couldn't. So it's been a difficult time for her.
Well, we'd like to think that we'll get a good progress report, Ingrid, but we must wait and see. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ingrid Seward there, of Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine. If you're just joining us here on BBC News, this is our extended coverage today, following that bulletin from the Queen's medical team at lunchtime that her doctors are now very concerned about the state of her health. She's at Balmoral, her estate in Aberdeenshire. That is where she's being cared for. She's said to be in a comfortable condition. The doctors are there with her. She's having full 24/7 medical supervision, and in the last couple of hours the family has been gathering, and we've seen the children turning up, the rest of them, because Prince Charles was there already, and Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and now they've been joined by the Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex, and indeed by the Duke of Cambridge, her grandson, who's also arrived in the last hour or so. They landed at Aberdeen Airport about an hour and a half ago. So they're all there. And the Queen, who's been engaged in lots of duties in recent months and has been showing great spirit and great strength and a determination to really fulfill all those items in the diary. Well, today we had the news that she's not able to do that now. She's in a position where her health is causing a lot more concern. She's been made to feel comfortable, we're told. There's no mention of any hospital treatment or any other intervention elsewhere. All the care is being done at Balmoral. So following that statement, which was at 12:30 today, which is over 5 hours ago, there's been no word. All we've seen is the gathering of the close family members at Balmoral Castle itself. We are waiting to see if there'll be another statement. We don't know. But there may be a statement, and that is why we're staying on air as we approach 6 o'clock. And my colleague, Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is keeping a very, very close eye on these events, as you would imagine. And Nick, I've just summarised there where we are right now, but there'll be lots of people watching, wondering if it is realistic to expect some kind of statement now that the children have gathered, and maybe that they've had some kind of briefing from the doctors. So that's not an unreasonable thing to ask.
Well, I would have thought that that is absolutely what will need to happen. I think Buckingham Palace will have to say something, because there is such widespread and deep concern now, and the family has arrived at Balmoral, as you say, and therefore it would be logical for them to issue something, whether it is just a bulletin in terms of briefing us as to the state of her health, whether there has been an improvement, or whatever is the situation, because I think that as we approach the early evening now, it will be necessary for Buckingham Palace to say something. But I stress that I have not seen any indication that that is the case. That is just us sort of thinking that it would be logical and sensible and necessary.
Well, necessary because, of course, you know, there's no way to kind of overstate this. The affection for the Queen, the respect for the Queen, people's sense of loyalty to the Queen is such that it will be exercising people's minds.
Well, yes. You know, in all of our minds is the unimaginable almost, isn't it, really? And when that moment comes, and we have no reason to suppose that it is imminent, but people will find it an almost seismic moment, a seismic scale of shock when that moment comes. And I'm not in any way suggesting that it is about to come, but we are, let's be just candid about it. We've seen the facts as they have emerged today. We have seen the family gathering. They haven't rushed up to Balmoral without very good reason. And one must suppose that whatever it is that they have now been briefed about, Buckingham Palace will feel the need to share that with the rest of the nation and indeed the Commonwealth at some point this evening.
One imagines, because as you said earlier, Nick, we're talking about a family. It's the royal family, and we're dealing here with Her Majesty the Queen, but it's family, and it's a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother whose health we are talking about. And I imagine that they have gathered with her to offer comfort.
Yep, one must assume that. And it is only what, I can't do it in my head, 20 months, is it, or since the Duke of Edinburgh's death,
yes.
Rather less than that.
Yes.
So, you know, this is a family which has suffered one death quite recently, and which is now having to deal with the illness and the declining health, as we understand it at the moment, of, as you say, their mother or their grandmother. It is perfectly possible that she will recover from this, or not perhaps recover, but that she will get over whatever issue it is that has caused the doctors to speak in the way that they have. So we must again stress that we don't know what the true situation is. We are merely anticipating and expecting that the palace will feel it necessary to say something. But as you say, Hugh, at the heart of this is a family which is providing comfort to the Queen, and one must hope that that is the situation that is taking place within Balmoral Castle at the moment.
Nick, thank you. Well, the time is a minute past 6 o'clock, and if you're joining us here on BBC News, we are reporting the latest on the state of the Queen's health, because Her Majesty is under medical supervision at Balmoral Castle after doctors became concerned for her health. A statement from Buckingham Palace released earlier this afternoon said that the Queen, who's 96, was placed under supervision after further evaluation, they said, but they then went on to say she remains comfortable. Now, the BBC understands that all 4 of the Queen's children are now at the royal estate in Aberdeenshire. 4 senior royals arrived at Balmoral in the past hour. The Land Rover being driven by the Duke of Cambridge. Alongside him was Prince Andrew, Duke of York, and then the Earl and Countess of Wessex also with them. We are told that Prince Harry is also on his way, but he wasn't travelling with this party, and he's not travelling either with his wife Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. She's not travelling to Balmoral. There's been lots of reaction, as you'd imagine, lots of expressions of alarm during the day. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying that the whole country would be deeply concerned by the news. And she said that her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK were currently with Her Majesty and with members of the royal family. Let's just remind ourselves, just 2 days ago, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, was officially asked by the Queen to form a government. Liz Truss became the 15th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign when she visited the Queen there at Balmoral. So that is a summary of where we stand right now at 3 minutes past 6, and our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell is with me, and Nick and I are keeping a very close eye on all the developments. watching the comings and goings there at Balmoral too. What would you say to viewers at this point, Nick?
I would say that I think once again, in the absence of any hard facts, that the images, I think, are now starting to tell the story. I was looking closely at that picture that we just showed of the Wessexes in the back of that vehicle. It's the first time we've seen the close-up of Prince Edward, or the Earl of Wessex, and Sophie, the Countess of Wessex. I thought they looked very sombre. I thought in particular she looks very sombre.
Yeah.
I think people, every individual must look at that photograph and draw their own conclusions. I'm not going to assist anybody in attempting to draw any conclusion, but I think she looks, sombre.
Yes.
Let's leave it at that.
Yes.
I think, they're arriving there at the gates of Balmoral Castle after dashing up from London, from their home at Bagshot, having been presumably summoned at some point this morning and briefed about whatever it is that has occurred at Balmoral Castle, and the family has come together and they have got on a RAF plane and they have flown straight to Aberdeen and then straight out to Balmoral. This against the background of the Queen's doctors having become concerned about her health. So that is the situation. We have heard the statements from senior politicians who will have been briefed on Privy Council terms. Current and previous Prime Ministers will know what the situation is, and I think again we just read into their statements a general sense of profound concern.
Well, that statement, Nick, of course, came from Buckingham Palace, and these are the images of the palace where there have been some crowds gathering during the course of the afternoon, because of course the news has been getting around and people have been at the railings there, just waiting to see if there's any announcement, waiting to see if there's any news of the Queen's health. And some of those, of course, will be visitors to London. Others will be people who live in London or indeed are visiting London from other parts of the UK and beyond. How unusual, Nick, was the statement that was released by Buckingham Palace earlier today?
Extremely. They have made a point of not saying anything. As we've been discussing this afternoon, they insist that the Queen is entitled to patient confidentiality. They will not engage in a commentary about her health. So after telling us back in October, on October the 20th, that she was cancelling that visit to Northern Ireland and she had been advised by her doctors to rest, their statements have been few and far between. We have had briefings, if one can call them that the episodic mobility issues have from time to time reared their head and have prevented her from attending some of these major state events, the state opening of Parliament and so on and so forth. But they have not gone beyond that. They have not addressed the suspicion, and it's been a pretty widespread suspicion, that there has been some underlying condition in addition to the mobility problem. So for them to come out, having said last night that she was unable to chair the virtual Privy Council meeting, that it was necessary and that she was tired after the events with the incoming Prime Minister, that she was needing to rest last night, then this morning to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace. Yes, I think we can all quite reasonably and justifiably say that clearly something has happened that is giving rise to all of this concern.
With that, let's go to Downing Street then and talk to our political editor, Chris Mason. And Chris, we've already seen the image of the Queen smiling just 2 days ago, looking frail but smiling as she greeted Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister. What's going on in Downing Street today? The Prime Minister working there and obviously being fully informed about events at Balmoral.
That's right, Hugh, yeah. So Liz Truss is working from Downing Street this evening. There are no plans for her to travel to Scotland, to Balmoral. As we've been reporting in the last few hours, several members of the wider royal family have been making that journey. It is, of course, as you say, just a couple of days ago that Liz Truss was there and was greeted by the Queen, had that audience with the Queen in which she was invited to form a government and to become Prime Minister, just a matter of moments before the Queen had had a final audience as Prime Minister with Boris Johnson, in which he tendered his resignation. And it was that reminder of the key role that the Queen plays right at the heart of the British political system. detached from democracy and yet somehow overseeing it and performing these central roles of state when governments come and governments go. And that announcement last night that she wasn't able to take part in that virtual meeting of the Privy Council, that's a gathering of senior ministers who meet in her presence regularly, an indication of her frailty. And in the last few months there have been those signs, haven't there, of her increasing age. So, for instance, the audiences that Prime Ministers have with the Queen and hugely cherish, when you read the memoirs of Prime Ministers, they hugely cherish that opportunity they have, that discreet opportunity for a chat in private with the Queen, weighted and freighted as she is with all of the experience that she has meeting heads of state and government over decade after decade after decade. Traditionally, and for many years, they would happen in person at Buckingham Palace. In recent years, not least because of the pandemic, but continuing after that as well, those audiences happening remotely, again to account for those episodic mobility problems as reported by the Palace in recent months and years, and an acknowledgement of her increasing frailty and age. And even in the last 48 hours, a reminder here at Westminster of the role of the Queen in the formation of a government. Not just that moment that we so widely reported the other day and Liz Truss becoming Prime Minister, but also the appointment of ministers. When ministers are formally appointed, they are done so formally by the Queen. They are ministers of the Crown. So plenty here at Westminster, reflecting very profoundly and reflecting that profound concern that exists around the country and in many places around the world about the Queen's health this evening, so conscious as they are of that bind that exists constitutionally between Parliament, government and the royal household, the monarch personified for so long by the Queen.
Indeed, Chris, and it is one of those moments, and let's hope we get good news from Balmoral, but it's one of those moments when people do reflect on the kind of constitutional arrangement that exists and which the Queen has made work. She's really helped to oil the wheels of that constitutional arrangement, which lots of constitutional experts say, is not a normal arrangement. It's not an arrangement which on paper should be working. But of course, this notion of the Crown in Parliament as the constitutional monarchy is framed is one that today we reflect on because, of course, there is this axis, the axis of importance and continuity which stretches from the palace to Parliament and to the executive itself.
Yes, and we see this, don't we, when there are those moments, the state opening of Parliament, colloquially described as the Queen's speech, where the Queen comes along. She wasn't able to attend, of course, just a few months ago, but comes along to Parliament and sits there delivering out loud the government's words, saying what the government is planning to do in its legislative programme in the months and years ahead. And there's a particular moment in that ceremony, you may recall this, where the door is slammed in the face of an official called Black Rod, acknowledging the independence of the democratic House of Commons in that constitutional arrangement where the Queen, the head of state, sits at the top of it, Parliament below it. That point about the head of state, a striking one as well, Hugh. I've travelled recently to the G7 summit in Bavaria and on to the NATO Defence Alliance summit in Madrid. And part of the formulation of the language of those events is that they are gatherings of heads of state and government. And that matters because, of course, in the UK system, we have a head of government in Liz Truss, the Prime Minister. We have a head of state in Her Majesty the Queen. And that distinction between the two so pivotal to how the UK system operates.
Chris, thank you again. Chris Mason, our political editor there with the latest for us in Downing Street. Well, from Downing Street, let's go to Windsor, because Windsor, of course, dominated by the great castle. And Windsor, I think it's fair to say, as our understanding goes, is the Queen's favourite residence, though she loves Balmoral as well. But at Windsor, our correspondent Elena Wilkinson has been there for us today. Looks slightly better weather-wise than it was earlier, Helena. What is your sense there of the way that the local community in Windsor, which has such a close bond with the royal family because of the proximity there. Well, what's your sense of what people are saying in Windsor itself?
Yes, absolutely, Hugh. And for those who don't know, Windsor Castle is right in the centre of Windsor. Just down the road is the high street full of shops. And local people, residents in Windsor, very much view the Queen as one of their neighbours, as a local resident. In previous years, she was often seen in the Great Park around here. We've spoken to a number of people here on the High Street, some emotional at the news of the Queen's health, and also many people just anxious to hear how she is. We haven't had another update from the palace since the one we got at just after 12:30 this afternoon. Lots of visitors coming out of the castle gates here. Some of them told us that they had heard the news from inside the grounds, others emerging not having heard. We know, of course, that the Queen spent much of the last 2.5 years here at the castle. As you mentioned, Hugh, this is perhaps her most favourite royal residence. It's a lot of green space around here. It's somewhere where she loves to be. And she spent the last years of her husband's life, the Duke of Edinburgh, during lockdown. They remained here together, spending day after day together. They celebrated their 73rd wedding anniversary in November 2020. She, of course, made that trip, which is traditional for the Queen, to spend the summer months at Balmoral. She left here at Windsor Castle in July, and the Queen would traditionally return here to the castle in October. But the sense this evening, Hugh, here, the feeling amongst locals and also visitors here, tourists here, there are some who've gathered just a bit down from where we are, is one of concern, deep concern about the Queen, wanting to know how she is, and anxiety. So I think everyone really is waiting for another statement from the palace to find out exactly how Her Majesty is.
Well, we await to see if that statement comes, Helena. Thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there with the latest at Windsor. And of course, Windsor is where the Queen spent so much of the lockdown period, much of that with the late Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. But in July this year, the Queen decided that she really did want to maintain the tradition of spending lots of the summer at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire, in the glorious countryside there. And of course, Balmoral Castle is one of the favourite homes of the Queen, where she's spent so many happy times during her long life, going back to her childhood. And it brings back lots of memories of happy times with her parents and her sister Margaret. And of course, with her family when they were young, and then growing up with Prince Philip as well, as they enjoyed the countryside and the picnics and the barbecues around Balmoral. So it's a place of great happiness for the Queen. And that's the reason she decided that she really did, despite her mobility problems and health issues, she wanted to leave Windsor in July and go to Balmoral as usual. And she is, of course, a stickler for tradition. So Buckingham Palace there on the right, very much seen as the office, if you like. That's where the working quarters are. Windsor, not too far away to the west, is really the kind of favourite home, the main home, where lots of work is also done. And then, of course, we have the other residences, Balmoral, which we are familiar with in summer. And then, of course, Sandringham in the east of England. And there are a few others too. Of course, there's Holyrood House in Edinburgh. So we are looking today at news from Balmoral. That's our focus today. It's not Buckingham Palace, really. It's Balmoral, and that is where the Queen is being kept comfortable by the team of doctors who are there and who have just put that unusual statement out earlier today. Unusual because it was rather forthcoming, saying that they were concerned. They were now concerned about the state of the Queen's health, and that she was comfortable at Balmoral, that some of the family now who've arrived there to see their mother, in the case of Prince Charles and Princess Anne, and Andrew and Edward, and then, of course, a grandson in the form of Duke of Cambridge. They're all there, and we imagine that they've been talking to the doctors there and have had their briefing, and one imagines that they are with the Queen, keeping her company and making sure that she's as comfortable as possible. Now, at Balmoral is my colleague James Cook, who's the BBC's Scotland editor. And James, could you bring us up to date, please, on what's been going on there?
Yes, Hugh, no sense of drama here, no sense of panic, a sense instead of a well-rehearsed plan quietly swinging into action. For most of the afternoon, it was relatively calm here. The rain teemed down, leaving the purple heather around this estate sodden. Every few minutes or so, another photographer, another reporter would cross Isambard Kingdom Brunel's bridge across the River Dee and make their way here to the gates of Balmoral. And then at 5:05, a flurry of flashbulbs as senior members of the royal family swept past us. Prince William driving a Range Rover, Prince Andrew next to him, and in the back, Prince Edward and Sophie, the Countess of Wessex. I could see grim faces. Certainly Andrew, I saw clearly, very grim-faced Andrew as they drove past and into this estate, which, of course, has been one of the favourite places, if not the favourite place of the Queen for many, many decades of her reign. An estate, a 50,000-acre estate dating back in terms of its association with the royal family to Queen Victoria, the castle here built for her in the 1850s. And of course a place where we know the Queen has many fond memories of spending time with her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, not least because the photograph that was released by the family on his death was a photograph of the two of them together in the hills on this estate.
James, just a thought here about the Queen's relationship with Scotland as well, because of course we're at a time where there's been a lot of debate about the future shape of the United Kingdom. The Queen, of course, represents the solid element of continuity, and that's an interesting thing for us to reflect on, given her great affection for Balmoral and indeed for Scotland.
Yes, this is surely a monarch who personifies the union of the crowns of 1603 as much as she does anything else. The constancy that we talk about that applies to her reign actually goes way back before her reign in terms of the royal family's relationship with Scotland, predating the Act of Union, the Union of the Parliaments in 1707. And indeed the Queen has been a constant figure associated with that union of the crowns. Not, it has to be said, Hugh, always without controversy. And the Silver Jubilee speech, which the Queen gave in 1977 at Westminster, when she talked about the benefits union had conferred at a time when the Labour Party was proposing to devolve power to Wales and to Scotland, proposals that were ultimately defeated. That certainly raised eyebrows. Eyebrows were raised in 2014 when the Queen, attending Crathie Kirk, just along from the gates of Balmoral here, talked about people considering the future, thinking very carefully about the future as they decided how to vote in the referendum on independence, which the people of Scotland ultimately rejected. The palace, of course, strongly denied that there was anything wrong with that comment, said it was a perfectly sensible thing to say, to urge people to think very carefully about such a serious issue. And of course there is deep affection for the Queen in parts of Scotland. It is fair to say that if you look at the polling, the monarchy is not as popular north of the border as it is south of the border, but the Queen is certainly more popular than the monarchy in Scotland, and that is certainly reciprocated on her behalf. She's talked of her deep and abiding affection for this nation.
And a thought, James, as well about the place that Balmoral plays in the great royal landscape, if you like. You've mentioned the fact, and we mentioned earlier, the fact that the Queen has a great affection for it, and its heritage goes back to Queen Victoria's time. We're talking about Aberdeenshire, which of course is lots of it, very, very beautiful. The landscape there is magnificent. And as you say, very significant that that rather lovely image of the Queen and the Duke, released when the Duke died, was indeed in the hills above Balmoral, on this enormous estate that the Queen has there.
Yes, that's right. And the Queen has been coming here regularly with her family for the summer and into the early autumn, year after year after year. It's very clear that this place is somewhere for which she holds extremely deep affection. We just see another police car going through the gates there of Balmoral Estate. Yes, Hugh, you're right. I mean, there is definitely an affinity. I mean, if you look back through the newsreel footage, back through the years, here she was in the 1960s, buying an ice cream for one of the young princes just along the road in one of the local shops. One of the few places really where I'm not saying the Queen routinely walks up and down the streets of Ballater and Braemar, but it would be a place where she would not be troubled by people locally if she were to do so, because people are very used to seeing senior members of the royal family. Indeed, I remember one occasion somebody telling me that just outside these gates here, they were driving along and there was a car waiting with its indicator on to turn into the gates, and as they drove past they realised it was none other than Queen Elizabeth at the wheel.
Well, James, thank you very much. James Cook with some nice memories there of the Queen and life in Balmoral. But today we are reflecting on the state of the Queen's health, sadly, and we're just waiting to see whether Buckingham Palace or the officials at Balmoral make another statement, having said at lunchtime that the Queen's doctors are very concerned about the state of the Queen's health, that she is comfortable, that they had no more to say at that point, but they felt it necessary to convey the fear and the anxiety that was being felt. And that is why, of course, we've now seen the Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and some others making their way to Balmoral. They've arrived there. The Prince of Wales already there, and the Duchess of Cornwall too. The Princess Royal is there. So the family, the family is gathered, and we're told that the Duke of Sussex, Harry, is on his way, but he wasn't with the party that arrived a short while ago. Watching the images with me, Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, and Nick, James there was underlining the special place that Balmoral holds, because really some people may be wondering why the Queen in September is in Balmoral. Why is she not back in Windsor or even in Buckingham Palace? But it's important to underline that that's normal. That's what she does.
And she, of course, she loves to have the routine, to have the sense of confidence that you get from an unchanging routine. And so much of her year never changes. So, yes, I think the annual trip up to Balmoral is really very important to her. And it is somewhere where she feels very comfortable, very much at ease, somewhere that she has known all her life. So the time is approaching 6:30 now, isn't it? I was struck by what James Cook was saying about the grim faces that he noticed on the faces of the members of the royal family as they drove into Balmoral Castle a short time ago. We are still waiting to see if there is something from Buckingham Palace. There is nothing to report on that front at the moment, but of course that could change at a moment's notice. The situation, as we understand it at the moment, continues to be that there is widespread and deep concern about the health of the Queen. Following the statement by her doctors this morning, clearly there has been some episode which has occurred overnight, which has given rise to that concern, and which prompted the doctors and Buckingham Palace to put out a statement indicating that there is concern about the Queen's health. Members of her family have broken off and travelled to Scotland. Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall were already there. They have travelled across to Balmoral Castle, where they have also been joined by the Princess Royal. And other members of the royal family, 4 members of the royal family, have travelled up from London on an RAF flight. The Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex.
There is expectation now, clearly, Nick, if we look at the images here of Buckingham Palace, and the area in front of it dominated, of course, by the Queen Victoria Memorial at this end of the Mall. But crowds now starting to gather at those gates, where announcements in the past have been made, of course, about all kinds of things and events in the royal family's life. But I think today reflects really a crowd which is starting to gather, just basically expressing concern and just hoping for the best, is how I'd put it.
Yes, I think that is the fairest way we can put it, Hugh. Millions of people here and elsewhere will be hoping for the best, but they will be, I think, now fearing the worst and perhaps preparing for the worst. But we must continue to hope that whatever news we get from Buckingham Palace will indicate that things are okay at Balmoral. But I think that is as much really as we can say at this stage. There is great concern. That concern has been expressed by politicians at the most senior level, and they will know what the true situation is. They will have been briefed, and they will have briefed each other on Privy Council terms. So I think that that is the fairest indication that we can give to our viewers, both here and around the world at this stage, that there is, as we keep saying, there is profound concern, there is deep concern, but at this stage we do not have any further news from Buckingham Palace.
Nick, we're just looking at these images here because, of course, they are really reflecting people's deep alarm and deep concern about the fact that the Queen is extremely unwell, and of course that we are expecting the news from Balmoral that she's having treatment, or that indeed they are unable to help Her Majesty anymore. A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Palace has just issued this statement. It says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. To recap on the statement, the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King, that is Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Her Majesty was 96 years old. She became Queen on the 6th of February 1952, on the death of her father, King George VI. She heard the news while staying at a game lodge in Kenya at the age of 25, and her coronation in Westminster Abbey was watched by more than 20 million people. She was married to Prince Philip for 73 years until his death in April of 2021. And Charles, their first child, was born in 1948. He now becomes the new king. In 2015, Her Majesty passed Queen Victoria to become the longest reigning monarch in British history. And in February 2022, we saw the 70th anniversary of her becoming Queen. And she made more than 250 visits to Commonwealth countries and was head of state in Australia and Canada and New Zealand. Winston Churchill was Britain's Prime Minister when she came to the throne, and Liz Truss was her 15th Prime Minister. The BBC is interrupting its normal programmes to bring you an important announcement. This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In a statement, the palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme reporting the death of Her Majesty the Queen. This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In a statement, the palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. The death of Her Majesty brings to an end the longest reign in British history, spanning 8 decades of immense change. Throughout that time, Her Majesty was the one constant presence in public life, a head of state who personified stability and reassurance. Her life had been dedicated to the service of the people, and her reign was characterised by a steadfast sense of duty. Elizabeth was just 25 when she came to the throne in 1952 on the sudden death of her father, King George VI, as Britain was still recovering from the Second World War. She was sustained by her 73-year marriage to the late Prince Philip, her strength and stay, as she once described him, who was at her side for 3 major Jubilee celebrations. Elizabeth II was the most widely travelled head of state in history, the Queen of 15 nations, head of the Commonwealth of 54 countries and territories. Her Majesty's death brings the second Elizabethan age to a close and a long and momentous chapter in British life, a reign marked above all else by a sense of service to others, a reign unlike any other in the long history of Britain and the Commonwealth. Our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, is with me as we report the news of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And one thinks immediately, Nick, first of all, of the loss for the royal family.
One does. This, for the nation, for them, this is an absolutely massive moment. The moment that so many people have dreaded for so long has come. It's a moment of great solemnity and national sadness. It's hard, really, fully to take it in. no great surprise given her age and her declining health, but nonetheless it is a very considerable shock to feel that she has died. Millions of people, I think, as they learn this news, will feel a sense of personal loss, and I think many people will find it rather disorientating. Let's just understand this moment. It isn't just the death of the longest lived, longest reigning monarch in British history, a monarch who has been there in the background to our lives for most of us, for all of our lives. It is the end of what I think history will judge to have been one of the most remarkable reigns in the 1,000-plus years of the British monarchy, a reign which will be remembered and talked about in years to come. Now, whether you are a monarchist or not, and we know, as we've said this afternoon, that not everyone is, she was a monarch who earned the widest possible respect here in the United Kingdom and throughout the world. It's the end of the reign of Elizabeth II, a monarch who always put duty first, who brought dignity and decency to the highest office in the land, who embodied the best of qualities, who's been a focus for national unity and identity, and who has been the still, calm centre of stability and reassurance to this nation and the other nations of which she has been head of state for more than 70 years, while so much around her has changed. She has been a distillation of our national identity. She has been constant in an ever-shifting world, constant, steadfast, dependable, dutiful. These are all rather old-fashioned words, old-fashioned concepts even, but I think that they sum up what she brought to the role of monarch. We recall the pledge she made on her 21st birthday. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. Well, she truly remained true to that pledge. It was a life of finely judged service, true to the principles of constitutional monarchy, driven by duty, sustained by faith. And we recall also the message that she issued when she reached her 70th birthday in February of this year. You remember the message that was issued? She wrote, "I remain eternally grateful for and humbled by the loyalty and affection that you continue to give me." She said, "I look forward to continuing to serve you with all of my heart." And she signed that message, "Your servant, Elizabeth R." Well, that servant has gone. The end of the reign of Elizabeth II, Elizabeth the Great, as many people will regard her. That reign has ended. And we have a new king.
Yes.
The crown passes invisibly, but immediately, imperceptibly. Charles is now our king and our head of state. Camilla is now Queen Consort. It remains to be seen what name he will take, but we will refer to him as the king, and he will lead the nation's mourning for his mother. As you say, she came to the throne just a few years after the end of the Second World War. She succeeded to the throne in 1952 after the death of her father. And on the night of her coronation, in a broadcast on the BBC, she said, "Throughout all of my life and with all of my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your service." And as that message, and as the message she issued on the 70th anniversary of her accession showed, if there is one word that I think is the key to the success of her reign, I would suggest it's not actually duty, the word which is normally associated with her, it's humility. Because for all of the grandness of her position, here is the coronation, the imperial state crown being lowered onto her head by the Archbishop of Canterbury. For all the grandness of her position, it never went to her head. She had, I think, an instinctive understanding that as a hereditary monarch, she had to win the trust of the people of this country and the other countries of which she was queen. And that, I believe, is what she did. She gained it and she kept it. She kept The monarchy's strong. Now, of course, there have been a few bumps along the way. It would be extraordinary if there hadn't been. Bumps which have almost without exception been caused by other members of her family. But she pursued her role with that sense of humility and by putting duty first. And she was at heart, people who knew her, it's funny to talk in the past tense now, isn't it? She was a very down-to-earth, a straightforward and unpretentious woman, rather reserved, certainly in her early years. There was none of that sort of vainglorious and overbearing behaviour that we've sometimes perhaps seen with other members of her family. For 70 years, she's been the constant, unchanging presence in the background to our lives, the head of the nation, as she's sometimes been referred to, above politics, but with a shrewd interest in and a grasp of politics and of political figures. So we now look back on, and there will be so many tributes now, as people take this in, as they come to terms with their own emotions. And I'm quite sure there will be many people who are very emotional at this moment, as they learn of this news, the death of the Queen. But this nation and so many other nations will now pay tribute to this long life of service which has now ended.
Symbolised everywhere, Nick. The flags are being lowered, and the rainbow along with the lowered flag at Windsor, the favourite home of the Queen, so many years. Flags lowered already at Buckingham Palace. And so many elements, Nick, of your appreciation and tribute will be echoed by political leaders at Downing Street. We're expecting Liz Truss to say something fairly soon. The Prime Minister will offer her own sympathy to the royal family, and she will, of course, have her own words of appreciation for the long service of Her Majesty. And there'll be other political leaders too wanting to pay tribute to a lifetime of service, a lifetime of humble commitment to duty, as Nick was saying, and of taking the role as seriously as it's possible to take it. Very much in line with the teaching that her father had shared with her all those years ago in Buckingham Palace. King George VI, very proud of his two daughters, and took a long time to offer the experience and learning to his elder daughter Elizabeth. And there you have at the railings of Buckingham Palace, they are, in line with tradition, posting the formal notice. And that notice will say that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died peacefully today at Balmoral in Scotland. The age of 96, the longest reigning monarch in British history. A lifetime of service to people in the United Kingdom, throughout the Commonwealth, and in many parts of the world. An example of leadership which didn't stray into the realm of politics, and for lots of people, the ideal symbol of what a constitutional monarchy should be like. Well, now the world has been told, and the official notice has been posted as the palace staff make their way back into what was the Queen's home. It is now the home of the King and the Queen Consort, because Prince Charles is now King Charles. It remains to be seen whether he will call himself Charles as king, but we are assuming that he will. And this now is the home of the new monarch, the King, and his consort, the Queen Consort. Crowds still gathering at Buckingham Palace because the news has travelled very rapidly here and at Windsor and at all the other royal residences. But of course, people will be following these events closely on their televisions and their mobile devices and all kinds of different means of spreading the news and social media as people come to terms with what's happened. And as Nick was saying memorably a few moments ago, it's a seismic event. It's the longest reigning monarch in British history who's left us at the age of 96, and it's not a surprise when someone of that age suffers ill health and eventually passes away. But what is left, of course, is the reflection on what was achieved and the kind of life that was led and the sense of duty and the sense of loyalty and, as Nick was saying, the sense of humility, which seems rather bizarre to say for a monarch, but someone who had a sense of service to others. And this was a theme that was repeated so often in the Queen's statements at great milestones in her life, and those 4 great jubilees, where she underlined the notion of service, to be at the service of the people, and to appreciate the fact that people were loyal to her as a monarch and appreciated the fact that she was of, well, incalculable value in terms of her service to Britain, having come to the throne at such a young age and with very little experience. At the age of 25, when she didn't expect to be in that position at all, her father suddenly dying in his 50s. A terrible blow, and then a huge burden for the young Queen to be bearing. But she did so, and with a strong sense of what the monarchy was meant to be, the sense that her father had shared with her. And as we said earlier, for those considering the nature of the reign, the longest reign in British history, it was in many senses a continuation of the reign of George VI. The crowds at the palace will have seen this formal announcement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will be staying at Balmoral tonight and will be returning to London tomorrow. And that is the formal announcement to the world in the traditional way, the printed statement being fixed to the railings of Buckingham Palace. And that, when we see that, Nick, that is the chapter completed.
And the vehicles there outside Buckingham Palace are stopping. The word will be reaching people. People will be very shocked, I think, by this. I think it is very hard to take it in. But there is, as you say, the news. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, so presumably she must have died before the members of her family arrived at Balmoral, but they will have known, as they drove in through the gates, they will have known that the Queen, their mother or their grandmother, had died. It doesn't make any reference as to whether the King was at her bedside, but we do know that Charles and Camilla had travelled across to Balmoral Castle, so one presumes that they will have been there at the end. And the Princess Royal as well, one must assume, though they have not said that. And of course there will be many arrangements, but before the arrangements there will be all the tributes. And those will be on a scale that we have really not seen before.
No. They've started, Nick, already, as you can imagine. President Biden, the White House, he and his wife saying our hearts and thoughts go to the Queen's family and the British people, of course, coming from our strongest ally. So you'd expect the statement to be warm and sincere, as it is. But as you say, Nick, it'll be just the start of countless tributes from world leaders, religious leaders, and of course, I think it's right to say this, from millions of people, from ordinary people who will want to be sharing their sense of loss.
Yes, yes, and that sense of loss will be deep and it will be widespread. As we've both been saying, people will feel a personal loss, that a person who they in some way knew or felt they knew has gone, who was always there, who was this reassuring presence, this embodiment of stability and continuity, and who personified the unity of the United Kingdom. It is, as I think you used the word, it is a seismic event in terms of the United Kingdom. And of course it, I think, will rather add to that sense of flux that we have at the moment.
Yes.
Of political change with a new Prime Minister, of economic crisis with all the energy costs, gosh, who's giving a thought to that huge statement that the new Prime Minister made in the House of Commons today about that. There is war in Europe. Well, the monarchy, in one of those hard to put your finger on ways, is a stabilising and unifying force, and that will be the challenge now for Charles as king, and he, I'm sure, will want to act quickly. He will lead the mourning for his mother, for the Queen, but he will, I'm sure, also want to just indicate that he understands what is required as a constitutional monarch. He has already indicated that he does completely understand that it is a different role, that he will have to give up his interventions, but I think that he will reign in a slightly different way. I mean, the fundamentals are the same, but each monarch brings something of their own personality to the role, and I think that Charles will try to continue his interest in some of those issues without in any way allowing politics or a political scope to come into it.
I'm told, Nick, that we are expecting a statement from the new king fairly shortly. So when we have that, we'll bring it right away. And as we look at these rather nice images of Her Majesty, of course, engaged in one of the endless official engagements that she's done over the years, it's worth bringing in as well some remarks from the Dutch royal family, because the British royal family and the Dutch royal family have enjoyed close relations over the years. The Dutch royal family saying, "We remember Queen Elizabeth II with deep respect and with great affection. Steadfast and wise, she dedicated her long life to serving the British people. We feel a strong bond." This is the King of the Netherlands. "We feel a strong bond with the United Kingdom and its royal family, and we share their sorrow at this time. And we're very grateful for our country's close friendship, to which Queen Elizabeth made such an unforgettable contribution." King Willem Alexander and Queen Maxima and Princess Beatrix of the Netherlands offering their tributes. Just worth underlining the scale and the importance and the impact of what we are reporting today. It is a huge milestone in the history of the United Kingdom. The fact that the Queen, who was crowned back in 1953, has died peacefully at Balmoral in Scotland this afternoon. The King, that is King Charles, and the Queen Consort will be staying at Balmoral this evening, and then we will be expecting them to return to London tomorrow. And that's a statement also expected from the new king sometime in the next maybe 20 minutes or so. But these images remind us of those happy days which really do just set the foundations really for a hugely successful and productive reign. Coronation Day back in 1953, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, just on the right-hand side there, the Duke of Edinburgh just behind her. But the Queen, the young Queen, became Queen at the age of 25, acknowledging the huge crowd that had gathered on Coronation Day back in 1953, where we're looking at the woman who would become the longest reigning monarch in the history of the United Kingdom. And here we are in 2022, reporting on the Queen's death at the age of 96. Buckingham Palace formally making that announcement a short while ago, saying that the Queen, whose health was the matter of a bulletin earlier today, and doctors expressing their concern, Queen died peacefully at Balmoral during the course of this evening. We don't have a precise time, but we do know that several members of the royal family were at Balmoral, and they were no doubt in a meeting with the doctors and the experts when they got there, and indeed the news came fairly soon after their arrival that Her Majesty had indeed passed away at the age of 96. Earlier today, they were saying that she was being kept comfortable in Balmoral. There was no sign of any move to hospital, no sign of any further intervention by doctors in a different kind of facility. All the care was being done at Balmoral itself. And indeed, a few hours later came the very sad news, which will affect many millions of people, that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at the age of 96, having lost her husband, Prince Philip, back in 2021. And on the Queen's death, we now have a new king. Prince Charles will become King Charles, possibly, with a consort who will be the Queen consort, known as Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest-serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, and the commanding presence in British public life for more than 8 decades. She died at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire today at the age of 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has become king. And within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace released this formal statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. We are expecting a statement from the new King fairly shortly. We're also expecting a statement from the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who visited the Queen in Balmoral just a couple of days ago and was able to accept the invitation to form a government in that audience, where the Queen was seen to be smiling broadly and looked very focused on the task at hand, albeit looking rather frail. Well, that was 2 days ago, and yesterday came the news that she was unable to fulfil an appointment with the Privy Council. That's the senior ministers in the new government of Liz Truss. It was to be an online meeting, but nonetheless, the Queen was judged to be too tired and she needed to rest. She wasn't well, and her doctor suggested last evening that that meeting should not be held, and she was resting last night. And by this morning, indeed, late morning, the Queen's doctors were clearly very concerned, and that the Queen's condition had deteriorated fairly rapidly. And then by lunchtime we had the statement that her health was causing particular concern. And then we saw the members of the family arriving at Balmoral. And shortly after that, within the past half hour or so, came the formal statement that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at the age of 96. We have statements from lots of world leaders. We'll come to them in a second. The President of the Irish Republic, for example, Michael D. Higgins. The Queen visited the Irish Republic back in 2011. She was the first British monarch to visit the Irish Republic. It was a hugely successful meeting. I've got a very warm welcome there. Her Majesty, says President Higgins, served the British people with exceptional dignity. Her personal commitment to her role and extraordinary sense of duty were the hallmarks of her period as Queen, which will hold a unique place in British history. There aren't many who will disagree with that. That's President Michael Higgins of the Republic of Ireland. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has just issued this statement, which of course will be welcomed by Charles as the new king as well. He says, "May Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace and rise in glory." Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury. As she had done before, she reminded us of a deep truth about ourselves, says the Archbishop. "We are a people of hope who care for one another." A very warm tribute and a sincere tribute from the Archbishop himself. I think we can bring a little more from the Archbishop, and it's a very eloquent tribute, as you'd imagine, from Justin Welby. "It's with profound sadness," says the Archbishop, "that I join the nation, the Commonwealth and the world in mourning the death of Her late Majesty the Queen. My prayers are with the King and with the royal family. May God draw near them and comfort them in the days and weeks and months ahead." The Archbishop goes on, "As we grieve together, we know that in losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are through decades of extraordinary change in our world, our nation and society. And as deep as our grief runs, even deeper is our gratitude for Her late Majesty's extraordinary dedication to the United Kingdom, her realms and the Commonwealth. Through times of war and hardship," says the Archbishop, "through seasons of upheaval and change, and through moments of joy and celebration, we have sustained by Her late Majesty's faith in what and who we are called to be." The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, with that moving statement. We also have a statement from the King, from Charles, who became king on the death of his mother. And Charles says this: "We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world." The tribute there by the new king, by Charles, who became king immediately on his mother's death. So the tone, as one would expect, is loving, it's warm, it's respectful, and it just underlines the affection in which the Queen was held. We are expecting the Prime Minister in just a moment, Nick, but that statement was moving, wasn't it?
It was, yes. My beloved mother, a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all the members of my family. Interesting that it's not signed as King Charles. There's no name on it. It has been suggested that he might take another name as king, but I suspect it'll be tomorrow before we learn that. But yes, it's quite hard to sum up the profound nature of this moment, isn't it, really? They have lost their mother or their grandmother. They must grieve privately, but Charles must now begin to assert himself and begin his reign. I'm sure he will travel around the country. He will, I mean, this is challenging. It would be challenging for anybody, and we're about clearly to hear now from the Prime Minister.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who was installed at Downing Street just a couple of days ago, having met the Queen in that audience, really presenting her own tribute with some personal elements in that, but also revealing something which we were hoping to hear, either from the Prime Minister or from the Palace, which is that Charles will be known as King Charles III, Nick, and that is at least confirming the title that he has adopted.
Yep, that answers that question. And of course, for him, for Charles, there will be conflicting emotions at this moment. Yeah. There is the great sadness that he refers to in his statement of the loss of his mother. But at the same time, this is the moment when he finally achieves his destiny. He is the oldest and longest serving heir apparent in British history. He will be the oldest person to become king in British history. Previously, the oldest person was William IV, who became king in 1830, aged 64. Well, Charles is 73. And he will know that this is a challenge for anybody to step into the position so successfully occupied for so many years by Elizabeth II. And he has had a long time to think about this. He's never spoken about it publicly because that really would not be appropriate. The only clue he has given is that he fully understands that the role of monarch is different to that of Prince of Wales. So he has assured people that he will not meddle, which is the one great concern that people have had about him. It was the one area in which, one area among many, that the Queen, Elizabeth, was so successful. She understood the limits, what a monarch needed to do, how far a monarch could go. And Charles, one can be confident, also must understand that. So he will reign in his own way, but within the constraints of the constitutional monarchy. So he understands that, though he may, I think, attempt to be a little bit more proactive than the Queen has been throughout, or the Queen was throughout her reign. He, I think, will attempt to use the convening powers. But that, again, that is really all for the future. He will, I think, travel around the country. He will want to establish himself, want to lead the nation's mourning for his mother, now that the reign, the long reign of Elizabeth II has ended.
I just want to share again the statement made by the new king. This is the statement by King Charles III, and he says, the death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. And Charles goes on, we mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country and the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. And during this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. A statement by the former Prince of Wales, now King Charles III, because the Prime Minister has confirmed that the Queen, now having died at the age of 96, has been succeeded by Charles and will be known as King Charles III and the Queen Consort, of course, Camilla. Let's go to Downing Street then, where the Prime Minister Liz Truss has just delivered her tribute, and join Chris Mason, our political editor. The Prime Minister certainly wanted to pay tribute to the Queen's long record of service, Chris, but also wanted to, I suppose, introduce a little bit of a personal element, in the sense that she said that the Queen for her had been very much someone who'd inspired her over the years.
Yes, that's right, Hugh, and a Prime Minister just 48 hours in office, tasked with finding the words for such a profound moment in our country's history. Just picking out a few of the sentences that struck me in the statement from Liz Truss just a few moments ago. The rock on which modern Britain was built, she reflected about Her Majesty the Queen. Britain is a great country today because of her and because of her stability and strength, that she encapsulated and personified, the Prime Minister said, the spirit of Great Britain. As you just mentioned in conversation with Nick, the news from the Prime Minister that the King will be known as His Majesty King Charles III. And then the profound solemnity and gravity of those final words from Liz Truss. God save the King.
When we look at the change that's now happening, Chris, because clearly there are big implications for Downing Street and government, given the very strong axis that exists between the office of the monarch and the executive and parliament in this constitutional monarchy that we have. What will be happening, do you think, now in terms of the administration in Downing Street? What are the things that they will need to come to terms with, given that we now have a new monarch?
It'll be a profound change, a significant change at a time politically of considerable flux. It is, of course, a new team that have moved into Downing Street, not just the Prime Minister, but so many of her senior advisors in the last 48 hours or so, themselves trying to work out how the very heart of British government and the British state on the political side operates. Now, within that and beyond that, in the broader governmental machine, are procedures and protocols in terms of the conversations that take place between Downing Street as an institution and Buckingham Palace, the monarchy, as an institution. But nonetheless, obviously, it's such a profound historical moment. Things will change. A Prime Minister who had just had a single audience with the Queen, that first audience also being her last one. And in future, of course, those audiences, they are gatherings that take place once a week, where the Prime Minister heads to see the monarch and has period of time privately in their company, knowing in the political world it being the one opportunity where you can talk very candidly to someone without the prospect of it being leaked, that in the future for the Prime Minister will be very different from the one that she might have anticipated, from the one that so many of her predecessors, 14 of her predecessors, have enjoyed, that conversation that they had with the Queen, more recently taking place remotely, traditionally taking place physically at Buckingham Palace, where Prime Minister after Prime Minister, 15 in total including Liz Truss, were able to spend that time with the Queen and tap into a well of knowledge and savvy and wisdom about world affairs that was unprecedented. A stateswoman of a longevity greater than any other on earth. And with that, Prime Ministers would so often reflect in interviews and in their memoirs just how valuable a relationship that was. Firstly, as I say, because it was grounded in that sense of solemnity and privacy, but secondly, because of the wisdom and experience that the Queen was able to bring.
Chris, for now, many thanks. Chris Mason, our political editor. And as you can imagine, lots of political leaders are wanting to pay their own tributes. From Scotland, and of course, let's just underline the fact that the Queen passed away at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire. So the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has been sharing her response to what's happened today in the Queen's death. She said it was a profoundly sad moment for the UK, the Commonwealth and the world. And then the First Minister goes on to say the Queen's life was one of extraordinary dedication and service. And she said, on behalf of the people of Scotland, I convey my deepest condolences to the King and to the royal family. First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, with the statement that she issued just a few moments ago. The time is 7:20, and you're watching this extended coverage from BBC News on this very, very sad day, because we are reporting the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth, the longest serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, and the commanding presence in British public life over a span of 8 decades. She died at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire today at the age of 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has become King Charles III. Now, within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace released the formal statement. It said this: the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. That is the brief statement stating the events of the past hour or so and the fact of the Queen's death at the age of 96 after the longest reign in the history of the United Kingdom. And Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is with us. By now, Nick, of course, this news will be around the world. And that is why we are seeing, of course, responses from countries as far afield as Japan and the United States, and of course European countries, the European Union. Those tributes will come in. But for the people of the UK, we mentioned earlier that of course we were thinking about the impact on the royal family. Let's dwell then on the impact on the people of the United Kingdom, for whom the Queen has been this symbol, not just of authority, but a symbol of real solidity and of consistency over the years. Taking that symbol away, albeit with a new monarch, King Charles III, who's a very familiar figure, but taking that symbol away will have an effect on people's lives, even those who are not dedicated monarchists.
It is a huge loss, and I think many people will find it disorientating, the feeling that this person who has been such a constant presence in the background of their lives, that this person is no longer there. It is hard, really, to take it in, to speak of her in the past tense, to fully appreciate that this reign, this longest reign in British history, is finally over. I mean, so many people over the years have said, we wish she could reign forever, we wish she could go on forever. Well, clearly not possible, but that reign ended this afternoon. At Balmoral, we now have both a new head of state and a new head of government in the Prime Minister. Who could have imagined that within the space of 48 hours? We will now await details of course, a state funeral, which will take place probably in about 10 days' time. That'll be the first full state funeral in the United Kingdom since that of Winston Churchill back in 1965. And Britain will mourn, and many people around the world will mourn also the passing of Elizabeth II. That presence who was there, the constant and reassuring presence, whilst so much around her changed. Every aspect of life, not just in this nation, but in every other nation around the world, has altered, but she was the one constant, dependable factor in so many of our lives, always there. If you think about the way in which culturally this nation has changed, it was monocultural when she came to the throne, multicultural now. It was very much empire-orientated, the United Kingdom in 1952 when she succeeded to the throne. There is the Commonwealth. The United Kingdom has, as it were, dallied with Europe and has sort of moved away from it. When she came to the throne, a majority of people believed that she was chosen by God. Yeah. There was still, of course, a much greater sense of deference. We're seeing some images here from the earlier stages of her life. She was, there she is, presenting the World Cup to Bobby Moore in 1966, and of course meeting so many American presidents there with the first George Bush, and pursuing her great passion of horse racing. In just so many facets of national life, the Queen was there, this dutiful figure, driven by faith, propelled by duty, with this sense of humility that we were talking about earlier. She was down to earth and straightforward, and as I said, she never let it go to her head. She realised that she was there by an accident of birth, and that she needed to win the trust and respect of her people, and that perhaps is something that not every member of her family has fully appreciated. Well, she did, in the same way that her father did, and in the same way I think that Charles has also appreciated that, because he has worked so hard. Prince Charles, you know, been a few controversies and difficulties for him, but he has set out during his time as Prince of Wales to win the respect of people and to show that he is worthy of the office and the position to which he has now succeeded. There he is with his mother. He is now mourning the loss of that mother and the loss of the Queen as he becomes king. Now, we must assume that the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has not, as it were, jumped the gun in naming him as King Charles III. It's not been confirmed by Buckingham Palace, but we must assume that that is correct.
Just as you speak, your timing is impeccable. Clarence House has literally, in the last couple of seconds, confirmed that it is King Charles III. So, well done on prompting that.
Very good.
Very good. So it is King Charles III, that's official. And I'm just going to interrupt a second, Nick, if I may, because Boris Johnson, who of course was Prime Minister until just a few days ago, has issued this statement. It's fairly lengthy, but I'm going to just read through it because well, you'll understand why. This is our country's saddest day, says Boris Johnson. In the hearts of every one of us, there is an ache at the passing of our Queen, a deep and personal sense of loss, far more intense perhaps than we expected. In these first moments since the news, I know that millions and millions of people have been pausing whatever they've been doing to think about Queen Elizabeth and about the bright and shining light that has finally gone out. These are the words of Boris Johnson. She seemed so timeless, he says, and so wonderful that I'm afraid we've come to believe, like children, that she would just go on and on. And Mr Johnson says, wave after wave of grief is rolling across the world, from Balmoral, where our thoughts are with all the royal family, and breaking far beyond this country and throughout the great Commonwealth of Nations that she so cherished, and which cherished her in return. As is so natural with human beings, it is only when we face the reality of our loss that we truly understand what has gone. And it is only really now that we grasp how much she meant for us, how much she did for us, how much she loved us. Boris Johnson continues, as we think of the void that she leaves, we understand the vital role that she played, selflessly and calmly embodying the continuity and unity of our country. We think of her deep vision, her wisdom, her historic understanding, her seemingly inexhaustible but understated sense of duty. Relentless though her diary must have felt, she never once let it show. And to tens of thousands of events, great and small, she brought her smile and her warmth and her gentle humour. For an unrivalled 70 years, she spread that magic throughout her kingdom. And then Boris Johnson ends his tribute like this. This is our country's saddest day because she had a unique and simple power to make us happy. And that is why we loved her. That is why we grieve for Elizabeth the Great, the longest serving and in many ways the finest monarch in our history. It was one of her best achievements that she not only modernised the constitutional monarchy, but produced an heir to her throne who will amply do justice to her legacy, and whose own sense of duty is in the best traditions of his mother and his country. Though our voices may still be choked with sadness, we can say with confidence the words not heard in this country for more than 7 decades. God save the King. The words of Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister until a couple of days ago, and I'm bound to ask Nicholas Witchell, who's with me, that is quite a contrast to the tribute, the neat and elegant and sincere tribute that the Prime Minister paid, but that is of a different order, isn't it?
There is real feeling, isn't there? There is resonance in the words from Boris Johnson. He has clearly thought about that a great deal. Yes, she seemed so timeless, he says, and that I think is what a lot of us will be feeling at this moment. And as he rightly says, we've not heard those words for 70 years, God save the King. Well, we have to adjust and get used to the reality of that situation now, because that, sadly, as we mourn the passing of the Queen, we accept that the head of state is now the King. But yes, Boris Johnson, I think, capturing in those few hundred words what so many people, so many people will be feeling just right now.
Let's bring in our home editor, Mark Easton, because Mark, you again are in a perfect place really, given your brief, to talk a little about the change that this represents. It's been called seismic, it's been called great, it's been called fundamental. How do you read the kind of process and impact of change that the Queen's death will produce?
Well, Hugh, here at Buckingham Palace, you can see the way the public is already reacting. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people have already turned up. Applause breaking out. Just behind me now, people are pouring down the Mall, coming to pay their respects. King Charles III, as we must now learn to call him, talked about the respect and affection that the British people had for his mother. And you can feel that in the crowd here. It's a somber atmosphere. Some people, I have to say, are close to tears. This was a very personal relationship with a woman who embodied something very special about their country. She was, I think, the keystone in the nation's architecture, the solid and immovable piece that sort of defined the nation's image of itself. And that is why I think when that keystone is removed, this is a very difficult and perhaps a dangerous moment for the United Kingdom. We've talked a lot about constancy and consistency and the solidity that she brought to this country. But I think that one shouldn't think that constancy is the same as inactivity, because this was a queen like a fish swimming, keeping sort of still in a fast-flowing stream. She remained solid and still while everything was moving around her, and that required constant adaptation and change, and she put enormous thought into how she could, what she described as, ease the process of change for her people. People are arriving here. Her subjects are arriving at Buckingham Palace. Some have brought flowers already. What's interesting, I think, about this crowd, I think it says something very important about Queen Elizabeth. This is a crowd of every generation and every background. There are a lot of young people, a lot of people from ethnic minorities. It's a very mixed crowd, and she was a queen that was able to be a figurehead for people from whatever background in Britain. As I say, we've got tens of thousands of people here already. I think this is going to become the focal point for that national grief over the next few days. And we will remember, some of us, the extraordinary scenes here after the death of Diana. And I think we will see something not dissimilar with the loss of Queen Elizabeth. This is a huge moment for the country. I think it's going to be very difficult for people to adjust. I think that as well as sadness, people are feeling unsettled. And this was already at a time when there was quite a lot of foreboding about the winter to come. So I think this is going to be quite a moment for Britain, and a time for people to pull together and support each other.
Mark, thank you so much. Mark Easton with some thoughts there on what this event, what this loss means for people across the UK and indeed beyond. And as we look at these images, I have to say there are lots of very heartfelt and eloquent tributes being paid here in the UK and around the world. The former Prime Minister Sir John Major calling the Queen selfless and wise, with a wonderful generosity of spirit. He said he was greatly saddened the news of her death. The former Prime Minister Tony Blair: we've lost not just our monarch but the matriarch of our nation, the figure who more than any other brought our country together and kept us in touch with our better nature and personified everything which makes us proud to be British. And Mr. Blair goes on, she was not only the respected and loved monarch, she was respected because of the qualities of duty and decency and integrity and fidelity which she embodied, and loved because of the love and affection that she bestowed on us. And we will mourn her and we will miss her. That was Tony Blair speaking earlier on. Lots of other tributes from around the world. President Macron, the French president: Her Majesty the Queen embodied the British nation's continuity and unity for over 70 years. And President Macron says, I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who's left a lasting impression on her country and her century. And then President Zelensky of Ukraine, that troubled country, sending this message: on behalf of the Ukrainian people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire UK and the Commonwealth, over this irreparable loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. And then we have the German president too, Herr Steinmeier, saying Queen Elizabeth was a woman who shaped a century, and Her Majesty enjoyed the highest respect in the whole world. A very concise statement, but one that conveys the fundamental truth about the life and the times. Let's think about the United States. There are statements from President Trump, former President Trump, former President Obama, but I've just received this from President Biden, and this has just come in from the White House. So as we look at these images of the Queen's long life, from her coronation back in 1953 all the way to this year in 2022, President Biden says, in a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who've never known their country without her. That is such a powerful theme today, as Nick and I have been discussing. An enduring admiration for Queen Elizabeth II united people across the Commonwealth, and the 7 decades of her history-making reign bore witness to an age of unprecedented human advancement and the forward march of human dignity. She was the first British monarch, says President Biden, to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection. And we see the crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace, and they too, with their mobile devices, will be aware of lots of these tributes being paid as they gather there. And now that the formal announcement has been fixed to the main railings in front of the palace, as it is done at times of great events like this, happy events and sad events. She was the first British monarch, says President Biden, to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection. Supported by her beloved Prince Philip, the Queen led always with grace, an unwavering commitment to duty, and the incomparable power of her example. And President Biden goes on to say she endured the dangers and the deprivations of a world war alongside the British people, and rallied them during the devastation of a global pandemic to look to better days ahead. Queen Elizabeth II, this is how he concludes, was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy, who deepened the bedrock alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. She helped make our relationship special. And as a concluding thought, he says this: in the years ahead, we in the United States look forward to continuing a close friendship with the King and the Queen Consort. Today, the thoughts and prayers of people all across the United States are with the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in their grief. We send our deepest condolences to the royal family, who were not only mourning their Queen, but their dear mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. And her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history and in the story of the world. I have to say, they're very moving tributes. I haven't been able to come across a few of them yet, because I know they're just waiting there for me from the Obamas and President Trump and other leaders, but they are moving, they are eloquent. And Nick, they really do stop you in your tracks. And they just underline the fact that, you know, the appreciation for what the Queen achieved and what she represented is truly global. It's not, you know, we tend to talk about the Commonwealth. Of course, that's important. It's beyond that.
As Boris Johnson said, it's only when you lose somebody that you really appreciate just who they were and how much you valued them. And the same words are in so many of these tributes: grace and duty and dignity and constancy. She was someone who personified simple qualities like decency and tolerance, who encouraged politicians to be the best that they could be, who encouraged all of us really to be the best of ourselves, because she did embody those old-fashioned concepts. And she did that for decade after decade. And she was that most important thing for a monarch. She was someone who unified people. She brought people together. And the challenge for Charles now will be to continue to seek to do the same, particularly at this moment when there are pressures within the United Kingdom against unity. And so Charles, I think, will be very much aware of the challenges that he faces and the task that he must now begin.
Well, Charles's younger son, Harry, is, we understand, arriving at Balmoral just about now. I think we're expecting the arrival in a few minutes. Here we are, the entrance to the Balmoral estate, but the Duke of Sussex, who's travelling alone, we believe, because his wife, Meghan, is not accompanying him, but he's arriving. He didn't come with the main royal party earlier, with the Duke of Cambridge, his brother, and with Prince Andrew and with Prince Edward and the Countess of Wessex. He wasn't with that group. They flew up to Aberdeen quite a few hours ago, and they've been in Balmoral since then. They joined the Princess Royal and the Prince of Wales, who were already there at the Queen's side. So Prince Harry's arrival is considerably later than that. And indeed, it's quite a while after the official announcement of the Queen's death at the age of 96. But we understand that Queen's side, the Duke of Sussex, Harry, is on his way there, and he's about to arrive at Balmoral at this time, where he will join the other members of the royal family. And as we've already heard, the King Charles III and the Queen Consort, they will be staying at Balmoral tonight. They're not returning to London tonight. King Charles III and the Queen Consort, they will be staying at Balmoral tonight. They're not returning to London tonight. We had that statement earlier from the King. And they will be returning to London tomorrow. We've also heard from the Prime Minister tomorrow. We've also heard from the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who paid her tribute to the Queen and thanked her for a lifetime of service, and reflected indeed the great sense of national sadness at the news that came today, because although the Queen was 96 and had health problems, these images will tell you everything about recent years, where of course she's really just done her best to carry on despite advancing years and health problems. And she and Prince Philip, who left us 2 years ago, were full of the joys during those Jubilee celebrations. And now we have some of the tributes already arriving. And they'll be arriving, of course, at Balmoral. They'll be arriving at Buckingham Palace. They'll be arriving at Windsor. So these will be local people who are used to the royal presence in Balmoral. They are very used to seeing the royal family around in these summer months. They know full well how fond the Queen was of Balmoral as a home and as a base. And they will be wanting to pay their respects as locals who tended to leave the royal family alone because they were used to seeing them around. And the Queen certainly felt very much at home there, having spent so many years there with her family and indeed with her parents when she was growing up. So sometime along this road we're expecting Prince Harry to arrive. It's going to be in probably one of those vehicles that we saw earlier, maybe a Range Rover or something of that kind, but they're still expecting his arrival there. And he will of course join the rest of the family, and they will no doubt be reflecting on the loss that they've suffered. They'll be sharing the sense of grief, and they'll be thinking as well about what the future holds with the new King, King Charles III. As Clarence House has confirmed, he wishes to be known King Charles III, who will be reigning with his Queen Consort Camilla, and thoughts already will be turning respectfully, sensibly but respectfully, towards the events of the next few days, leading of course to the state funeral for Queen Elizabeth, which will take place in probably 10 days' time, but we need to have that confirmed. The plans of course have been there for a long time. They always are. They've been revised over the years because that's how these things work, but they will need to be finalised given these circumstances, because of course the Queen has passed away at Balmoral in Scotland and not at Windsor, not at Buckingham Palace, so the arrangements will inevitably be adjusted in the next few days and the lead up to the state funeral itself. So there'll be some talk about that, and it's fine for us to talk a little bit about that, but what we're really doing today is reflecting on people's sense of loss and what's happened today, and the fact that British life has changed, the fact that the course of our history has changed, and that is symbolised by Buckingham Palace and that empty balcony tonight where the Queen has appeared on so many occasions, on so many happy occasions indeed, during Jubilees and the end of the Second World War with her beloved father and mother and sister Margaret. So it's been the scene of so many great national events when the crowds congregate around that palace to declare their support for the royal family, or indeed to express their sympathy in bad times. And the crowds are now building up. The news, which came a short while ago, clearly filtering through, and lots of people now wanting to just stand at the palace, look at the palace, want to be seen at the palace to express their sense of loss and to express their sense of sympathy with the royal family, with King Charles on the loss of his mother, and of course with the Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex and the Princess Royal, who've also lost a mother, and the Duke of Cambridge, who's lost his grandmother, as has the Duke of Sussex, who's on his way to Balmoral. Of course, a grandmother and a great-grandmother too. So there's generations of the royal family affected by the news today. That's before you start thinking about friends of the royal family and about generations of people in the UK who've known nothing else. You'd have to be in your 80s, basically, to be in any position to say that you could perhaps remember a time when the Queen wasn't sovereign, wasn't the monarch. And here we have dusk in London and the Queen Victoria Memorial glinting in the evening light, with the crowds gathering around that memorial and congregating at the gates and the railings of Buckingham Palace. The palace, which is, of course, the symbol of the royal family in central London, but is not the usual residence of the royal family. That is Windsor Castle, which is usually a short ride away in a helicopter or indeed a car. And the Queen used to be very familiar with that journey, being ferried back and forth from Windsor to Buckingham Palace for the business of the day. And then, of course, Buckingham Palace, the great backdrop for so many of the huge ceremonial and state events that we are familiar with. And they include the Queen's Birthday Parade, which will become the King's Birthday Parade when that next happens, and that famous processional route along the Mall all the way to Horse Guards Parade, with the Queen until the mid-1980s was on horseback. She loved the horses, of course, as we know, not just riding, but also the horse racing, on that processional route for so many birthday parades, and indeed was in a position to enjoy the end of the parade in 2022 for the Platinum Jubilee. So many happy memories, and the crowds gathering are aware of them, but on a day when they're reflecting on a huge loss in our national life, the death of Queen Elizabeth II, who's died at the age of 96. I'm in a position to tell you what the leader of the opposition has been saying. Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, has issued his own statement in the past half hour or so. We mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign, says Sir Keir. It's a deep private loss for the royal family, and all our thoughts are with them at this time, and the nation shares in their grief. We will always treasure Queen Elizabeth II's life of service and devotion to our nation and the Commonwealth. Our longest serving and our greatest monarch, says Sir Keir. Above the clashes of politics, she stood not for what the nation fought over, but what it agreed upon. As Britain changed rapidly around her, this dedication became the still point of our turning world. So as our great Elizabethan era comes to an end, we will honour the late Queen's memory by keeping alive the values of public service that she embodied. For 70 years, Sir Keir Starmer says, Queen Elizabeth II stood as the head of our country. But in spirit, she stood amongst us. Yet another moving tribute from our leaders there, one from Boris Johnson earlier and Liz Truss, and this one from Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader. There are others too, of course, from President Biden, President Obama, former President Trump, President Macron. All of these tributes coming in, all of them worth reading. They will no doubt be on the BBC News website for you to see, to just keep up with the tributes being paid, because they are moving, they're eloquent, and they are thoughtful. And it's well worth you having a look if you have a moment to do that. Now, you're watching BBC News, and this extended coverage continues this evening on the 8th of September 2022, because Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest-serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, the commanding presence in British public life for a span of 8 decades. The flags have been lowered at Buckingham Palace. The Queen died at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire at the age of 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has formally become King Charles III. And within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace released this formal statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. And Charles, the new king, said this: "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." It's coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights are on in central London. The flags have been lowered. The crowds are gathering around the memorial by Buckingham Palace. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, still with me. And up at Balmoral, we are in a position to say that Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, is either just about to arrive or has just arrived. He's certainly within minutes of arriving at Balmoral Castle itself. Some of the vehicles now pulling up, and they are the advanced vehicles, and there's the vehicle, the cavalcade, moving its way into Balmoral Castle itself, and we believe that is Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. And Nick, you're watching this with me, and that means that Harry has now joined his brother and his father and other members of the family.
Yes, as autumn descends on this bleak September day, there at Balmoral and also at Buckingham Palace, how striking are those images outside the palace, people feeling the need to come together at this moment in the nation's history, the day on which the Queen of the last 70 years has passed away. People need, I think, just the solace, the comfort of being with other people. The nation will begin its mourning, bells will be rung and guns will be sounded and church services will come together. I remember the words that were used, I think, by a previous Archbishop of Canterbury, who talked about service untiringly done, duty faithfully fulfilled. Everyone will have their words about the reign, the duty of Elizabeth II, as we all just pay our tributes now to a life of duty, of humility, of decency, as the process, the transition now to this new reign gets underway. And I expect we will hear from the new king tomorrow. There will also, of course, be an accession council when the Privy Council comes together. Not the full Privy Council, because there simply isn't room these days, but they will come together and they will confirm the succession, and they will, I imagine, at some point hear from the new king. And those statements by him will be important to set the tone for his reign, paying tribute to his mother on behalf of his family and the nation, but also setting out his aspirations, his wish, his ambition to be a force for unity and continuity and stability at a time when stability perhaps is in rather shorter supply than it has been at many other times. It is unsettling, as Mark Easton said. It is disorientating, and many people will feel that, and they will need to be reassured at this moment.
Nick, thanks again. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, with some thoughts there on the significance of today and the loss that people have suffered today and the country has suffered, and the fact that we no longer have a queen. We have a king, King Charles III, who has acceded to the throne immediately, the moment that his mother passed away. Lots of tributes which we can still share with you from political leaders, from religious leaders. For example, the former Prime Minister, Theresa May, who saw the Queen so many times, of course, during her period as Prime Minister, simply said this: "I want to place on record," says Theresa May, "that Her Majesty devoted herself unreservedly to a life of service." And that really does echo what so many others have been saying. It's interesting as well that the Duke of Cambridge, a new title, the Duke of Cambridge, the Duchess of Cambridge, William and Kate, of course, now being referred to as the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. So we'll see lots of these adjustments as the evening goes on. And here on BBC News, we will, of course, be bringing you more tributes from around the world and reflecting what people in communities across the United Kingdom are saying tonight after the death of the Queen. We'll take a pause for now. We'll be back for an extended edition of BBC News at 10, but we're going to join my colleague Clive Myrie now for more special coverage following the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Goodbye for now.
The longest reigning monarch in British history, Queen Elizabeth II, has died at the age of 96.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. God help me to make good my vow.
Over the course of 8 momentous decades, she witnessed social and economic change on a global scale. As Princess Elizabeth of York, she came to the throne at the age of 25, following the sudden death of her father, King George VI. During her lifelong reign, the Queen dealt with no fewer than 15 prime ministers, the first, Sir Winston Churchill, through to Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair and Boris Johnson. As head of the Commonwealth, she became the most travelled monarch in history, head of state of 15 countries at the end of her reign. The Queen's death comes just over a year after the passing of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, her consort for more than 70 years. Over the decades, the Queen was greeted by millions of people worldwide and met her subjects on thousands of engagements in the UK and well beyond. She was last pictured at Balmoral on Tuesday, asking Liz Truss to become Prime Minister. Now, as the crown passes to a new king, Charles III, the Queen's death will be deeply felt by her family, by people across the United Kingdom and millions around the world. Good evening. The reign of the longest-serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom has come to an end with the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Buckingham Palace made the announcement just after 6:30 this evening. The Queen, who was 96, passed away at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire. Members of the royal family had made the journey there on the news she was gravely ill. The Queen had been a commanding presence in British public life for more than 8 decades, and her eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has now become King Charles III. Buckingham Palace had issued this statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Well, in the last hour, His Majesty King Charles III released this statement. The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. Well, joining me now is Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent. Nick, I am 58 years of age. I've known no other monarch. And there are millions of people, we'll show the pictures a little bit later on, millions of people around the country, thousands outside Buckingham Palace, some outside Balmoral as well. They have known no other monarch either. This is a moment of profound change as well as profound sadness.
It is. It's a massive moment for the country, and I think people are just taking it in, absorbing it, and I would imagine that many millions of people are very emotional about this. The tears will flow in many households tonight as they just take in the news that this figure who has been there throughout most of our lives, in the background to our lives. I'm nearly 70 and I too have only ever known Elizabeth II on the throne. But the transition will take place. We have a new king. The crown passes imperceptibly, invisibly, immediately. He doesn't have to be sworn in. There doesn't have to be any ceremony to ensure that he is the new monarch. He is, as soon as one monarch dies, the crown passes. There will be challenges for him, there is no doubt. Anyone succeeding to such a huge figure who has occupied the throne for so long would face quite a challenging time to take up and pick up the threads of the constitutional monarchy in this country. But I think that this nation is, at its heart, feels very comfortable with the monarchy. Not everybody does. There are many people, of course, who don't, but the overwhelming majority do. And I think that Charles will rely on those instincts and the efforts that he will make in coming days to reassure people that he will reign in the style of his mother. There will be some differences because each monarch has an element of their own personality. He will be, I think, slightly more proactive than she was. But that's all for the future, really. Tonight, millions of people in this country and around the world will be reflecting back and feeling a deep and profound sadness, will be just appreciating what it is that has been lost to the United Kingdom. The monarch who has been so dutiful, who has embodied all the best of qualities of tolerance and decency, who has stood for unity and constancy and continuity. That reign has ended. And it is a moment of great sadness and solemnity for the United Kingdom.
For the United Kingdom and indeed her own family. Nick, for now, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to our Scotland editor, James Cook, who is at Balmoral for us now. James, What can we say, really? Members of the family are there, and by Her Majesty's bedside when she passed away, we assume. Are all the immediate members of the family now with you?
Yes, the senior royals have all arrived here. Within the past half an hour or so, the sun, shrouded in cloud, set here on the Balmoral estate, setting too on the end of an era for the United Kingdom and for the world. And minutes after it did so, a car swept through the gates, several cars in fact, one of them we believe containing Prince Harry, to join his brother Prince William and his father the King in mourning for Queen Elizabeth, a monarch who has a special place in the heart of this nation, but who in return had, in her own words, a deep and abiding affection for Scotland. A moment, of course, here behind these gates for a family, first and foremost to mourn, but a moment too for a nation to reflect on an extraordinary reign and on the end, the severing of links with the Second World War, the existential threat to this country which this nation survived, and also to the British Empire, which in many ways the Queen embodied for some of her reign. She also, I think it is fair to say, embodied the union of the crowns between Scotland and England, that union dating all the way back to 1603.
James, thank you. Our Scotland editor there live at Balmoral. We can go now to Mark Easton, who is outside Buckingham Palace for us. Now, Mark, we were seeing a little bit earlier some of the pictures of the crowds gathered where you are, many of them having been there in the rain throughout much of the day on the news that the Queen was gravely ill. And now many more people have turned up on the news that she has now passed away.
Yes, absolutely, Clive. People are seeking some way of connecting with this extraordinary moment in British history. And despite the rain, which is really quite heavy now, there are tens of thousands of people outside Buckingham Palace. The crowd has been growing over the last few hours, people streaming down the Mall. In the Mall as well, we've got a line of black taxi cabs, the cabbies wanting to pay their tribute. It's a very respectful, very sombre scene. You'll see quite a few camera lights are on. But I've also heard applause, and even at one point 3 cheers. Now, we don't know whether those were moments where the crowd wanted to show their appreciation for the Queen that they have lost, or whether they were perhaps greeting their new king, King Charles III. But whichever, it is a crowd which wants to be part of this moment. And it is a huge moment, I think, Clive, for this country, because the Queen was this solid, immovable piece of the nation's architecture, the keystone. And without that, there will be a sense, I think, of unease, of uncertainty. And it is in a moment when people will want to come together, will want to be with others, to share this moment and to see it through.
Mark, thank you. Mark Easton there at Buckingham Palace this evening, where crowds have gathered and have been gathering throughout the day. If you are just joining us, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, and a commanding presence, of course, in British public life over 8 decades. Her Majesty died at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire, and she was aged 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has now become king. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, now looks back on today's events.
Tuesday, the 6th of September, the last photographs of the Queen, 96 years old and still at work. Meeting the new Prime Minister at Balmoral, a duty she had been keen to fulfil, and one we now know was her final duty after 7 decades of public service. Around 4 o'clock this afternoon, a number of the Queen's family arrived at Aberdeen Airport. Her grandson, the Duke of Cambridge, was first to emerge, followed by her daughter-in-law, Sophie, the Countess of Wessex, and then her 2 youngest sons, Edward, the Earl of Wessex, and Andrew, the Duke of York. Prince William drove the family group to Balmoral to join his father, the Prince of Wales, Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, and Princess Anne, who were already there with the Queen. Within an hour and a half of their arrival came news from Buckingham Palace. As is tradition, the announcement of the Queen's death was attached to the palace gates by 2 footmen, as tribute began.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
And also from the Leader of the Opposition.
For the vast majority of us, the late Queen has been simply the Queen, the only Queen, above all else, our Queen. As we mourn her loss, we should also treasure her life, our longest serving and greatest ever monarch. Above the clashes of politics, she stood not for what the nation fought over, but what it agreed upon.
Throughout the day, there had been growing unease about the Queen's health. In the Commons, as Keir Starmer stood up to speak, opposite him, the Prime Minister was being told of the Queen's condition. Information passed to Angela Rayner, Labour's deputy leader, who left her seat for a while to discuss the development, before the Speaker of the House addressed the chamber.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Cheered by onlookers, one of the Queen's last royal engagements was in July, with her daughter, Princess Anne, opening a new state-of-the-art hospice in Berkshire. But these kind of visits had become rare over the past year, as the Queen relied on her walking stick, her mobility compromised. The royal household had tried to adapt to keep her active and visible. A golf buggy at the Chelsea Flower Show helped keep the Queen comfortable. But she had become noticeably thinner and frailer, something that severely limited her involvement in her own Platinum Jubilee celebrations, with her family increasingly representing her. At the weekend, her son stood in at the Braemar Highland Games, always a favourite event for the Queen that she reluctantly missed. Like so much of her life, the decline in her health was played out in public. Duty may have got harder to manage physically, but mentally, even emotionally, the Queen remained engaged and working to the very end.
Daniela Ralph with a sum up there of the events of the day. We're now joined by the former Conservative Prime Minister, Sir John Major. Sir John, it's very good of you to join us here on BBC News at this moment in time. Fears, of course, had been mounting throughout the day on the news from the Queen's medical team at Balmoral. What are your thoughts now on the passing of Her Majesty?
Well, it is heartbreaking news. It's news that one day we knew we would have, but we always hoped it would be delayed and would be some way away. It's very hard to take it in, that radiant smile which lights up a room and lights up a country is just not going to be live for us there anymore. Very hard to imagine. Most of the people in this country can remember nothing other than the Queen as monarch. Many of those who are elderly remember faintly the former king. But this is an enormous change for this country. It's a very big moment in history, a key pivotal moment. And I think there will be many tears shed tonight and over the next few days for Her Majesty the Queen.
I wonder, Sir John, given your interactions with the Queen, obviously as Prime Minister, what your personal recollections are of meeting her?
There are so many recollections, and in many ways so different from what people might imagine. The private meetings that the Prime Minister has with the Queen, which are perhaps scheduled for 45 minutes, in my experience never lasted remotely under an hour and often some way beyond it, which weren't entirely serious matters, just discussing the matters of the nation. There was a great deal of amusement in them, there was a great deal of humour in them, there was a bit of gossip in them. And apart from that, the serious matters that were discussed, I think people would have been extraordinarily surprised if they realised the depth of information the Queen had about the lives of people in every conceivable part of the United Kingdom. She was always extraordinarily well briefed. And on foreign affairs, of course, she would often say, if there was a difficulty of a foreign leader, well, I met him many years ago, or even I knew his father. There was always a wise word to be had. And those meetings with the Queen were one of the better parts of a Prime Minister's week.
I mean, that stability, that continuity that she brought, not just to the monarchy, I suppose, but to all of our lives, on being on the throne over such a long period. What are your thoughts on that now that she's passed?
Well, the continuity was very important, but I think there were other things as well. The example, the duty, the selflessness, the way in which other people were put first, the way in which she handled crisis with great stoicism when they occurred, as they occurred a number of times during her reign. They were all examples to people about how to behave in their own lives and examples for our country. And what you found going around the world is that the Queen was the face of the United Kingdom. When people around the world spoke of the Queen, they actually meant our Queen. That was the status she had in every part of the world. It was truly remarkable.
So, John, you talked about the stoicism she showed in times of crisis. We think back, of course, to 1992 and her Annus Horribilis speech, the fire at Windsor Castle as well. Her fortitude in dealing with those issues and those problems was something that the British people came to admire greatly in her, along with that sense of duty.
I think they were right to admire it. I sat along from her when she made the Annus Horribilis speech in 1992. A great deal had gone wrong, and there was, as you say, that dreadful fire in Windsor Castle, which many people didn't receive with the sympathy perhaps they should have done. But the Queen understood that. She put her head down and she quietly, silently, uncomplainingly got on with her job. There are very few people who would have handled it with the aplomb that she did. And I think that was in part because of her experience and in part because of her natural nature. She knew what one had to do to be a monarch. She knew when to keep out of controversy. She knew when to advise in private. She was almost faultless in the way in which she conducted the monarchy. And she leaves behind the monarchy in very good shape and a son who's been brought up to follow in precisely the same footsteps as King Charles III.
I wonder too, Sir John, about the affection with which she was held right around the world, particularly within the Commonwealth. And you travelled and you've seen the great affection that she had, and there will be millions across the globe now who will be particularly sad today.
Well, I have seen that affection at close quarters. Some 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I was invited by the Queen to set up and chair the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Trust, a charity to commemorate her 60 years on the throne. And we raised money from across the Commonwealth, and I asked the Queen what she wished us to do with the money that we had raised in her name. And she gave us 2 tasks. The first was to cure avoidable blindness across the whole of the Commonwealth, and the second was to seek out young Commonwealth leaders in every nation of the Commonwealth, 54 at the time, and help prepare them for leadership roles in later life. It was entirely a selfless request on her behalf, and entirely typical of her.
Remarkable. Sir John Major, thank you very much indeed for giving us your reflections on Queen Elizabeth II, who passed away today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Buckingham Palace. There we are, live pictures there, the lights lining up the front, and crowds of people. A bit difficult to make out, but you can see the odd umbrella there, the rain still coming down, flashlights from people taking pictures, and of course the press gathered there. And we're thinking around about a few hundred people, possibly even more, on the news that the Queen has died. That notice from Buckingham Palace announcing the news posted around about 6:40, 6:45 today, I think. The official announcement coming from Buckingham Palace that the Queen had died came just after 6:30, and it was after a RAF plane arrived on the tarmac at Aberdeenshire Airport to take members of the royal family to the Queen's bedside at Balmoral Castle. And these still the scenes. And you can see we've got a bit more light there now. You can see how many people have gathered. Quite a few. Even with the rain pouring down there. Many people wanting to pay their respects. Many people fearing the worst, of course, after that rather alarming bulletin from the Queen's medical team coming out of Balmoral in Scotland just after 12:30 today, saying that there was concern over the Queen's health, but that she was comfortable while she was in the castle. And of course, a good few hours later, we got the news that the Queen had passed away. The very latest scenes there, outside Buckingham Palace. Well, the Queen spent much of the past few years at Windsor Castle, of course, living and working there throughout the coronavirus pandemic. Our correspondent Adina Campbell is there for us now. Adina, we've just seen the pictures outside Buckingham Palace. Hundreds of people, probably thousands of people out there gathered. What is the scene like where you are?
Well, hundreds of people have gathered here in Windsor tonight. Nearby, close to the High Street, others near the historic Long Walk. People of all ages, families have come out with young children, local residents, tourists have all come together to mark this day, and they've been paying their respects. Plenty have been leaving flowers. You may be able to see some of those floral tributes behind me, and others have lit candles. There was a poignant moment shortly after the announcement was made when a rainbow came out in the sky, and that's when people stood still. They were silent, they were reflective, and the news really then sunk in. And that happened shortly after the flag had been lowered, not quite at half-mast, but it had been lowered. This is a community that has had a deep, close connection with the Queen for many years. This was her main residence. She had spent a great deal of time here, particularly over the last 12 months, since she started experiencing those episodic mobility problems. And then, of course, she had spent a long time here with the Duke of Edinburgh before he died in April last year. They had been isolating here. People here are experiencing a sense of loss here tonight in Windsor. We've seen some emotional people who have been unable to hold back tears, consoling each other, hugging each other. And of course we know that this is a town that has rich royal roots. Just recently the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have moved here. We know the Duke of Cambridge is up in Balmoral, but we know tonight the Duchess of Cambridge is looking after their 3 young children because they started their first full day at at schools. So this is a community in shock, they are sad, and it's a community in mourning.
Adina, thank you. Adina Campbell there outside Windsor Castle, perhaps the Queen's favourite residence, her main residence. And the scenes out there, of course, scores and scores of people paying their respects outside the building. Well, as we've been hearing, our new Prime Minister Liz Truss has led the tributes to Queen Elizabeth, saying she was loved and admired by people around the world, and describing her as the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our political editor Chris Mason is in Downing Street now. Chris, we know that there was a discussion in Parliament today over the appalling cost of living crisis. That news and that debate overshadowed by the situation concerning the Queen. And I wonder now, given the stability that the Queen not only brought to the rest of British society, but also to the political life of this country, that is now sadly gone.
It has, Clive, yeah. And I think what we witnessed at lunchtime caught in a moment the very nature of the British Constitution, the way that we are governed, because there in the House of Commons was a debate ongoing where the House of Commons does what it is famous for, that it is the fulcrum of our democracy. It is the fulcrum and apex of angry argument to determine how we are governed. And there was that passionate argument going on about this whole huge and profound issue of energy bills, the government setting out its programme, the opposition criticising it, and then the passage of messages along the line, along the two front benches, from a government minister to the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, the leader, was on his feet at the time, and also to the Prime Minister. And you could tell, watching the chamber, you could tell the gravity of the news that was being passed on some 8 or 9 hours ago at lunchtime, as senior politicians learned of the deteriorating health of the Queen. We've seen and heard, haven't we, in the conversation you just had with Sir John Major, the reflections of senior politicians on the value that they attached to their conversations with the Queen, the nature of that constitutional settlement I was talking about, meaning that the Queen is, if you like, plugged into democracy, but stands above it. And through that mechanism of the weekly audiences, Prime Ministers, 15 in total, Liz Truss only having that one audience with the Queen, that moment 48 hours ago when she became Prime Minister, having the chance every week to go and see the Queen in private and tap into what David Cameron, one of her Prime Ministers, her 12th Prime Minister, saying this evening, was the world's greatest public servant and the world's most experienced diplomat, tapping into that wisdom and counsel, knowing whatever advice was offered would be done so privately.
Indeed. Okay. Chris, thank you. Our political editor there, live at Downing Street. We're talking to Sir John Major a little bit earlier. The one of 15 Prime Ministers, of course, that the Queen interacted with, Liz Truss, the latest, whom she asked to become Prime Minister earlier this week. And if you're joining us for the first time, I should tell you that Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Her Majesty died at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire at the age of 96. Now, the Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has now become king. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Following the death of his mother, His Majesty King Charles III released this statement. The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. We've got live pictures for you coming in at Buckingham Palace. Again, that is the scene where it's a little bit difficult to make out, but there are many, many members of the public there paying their respects. They've been gathering throughout the day on the news a little after lunchtime of concerns of the Queen's health made by her medical team at Balmoral. Of course, the kissing of the hands, the ceremony in which the prospective Prime Minister assumes the position had to take place at Balmoral because the Queen was unable to travel down to London. That was, of course, with Liz Truss earlier this week. And one assumes the reasoning behind her not being able to travel to London was part of the drama of events earlier on today. But those pictures, the very latest outside Buckingham Palace, where around 6:40 this evening, that notice was posted on the railings from Buckingham Palace, making it clear that the Queen had died peacefully. Well, the Queen was the longest serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom and held a commanding presence in public life across the UK over 8 decades. Tonight, people have been reacting to the news of her sudden passing, and Lucy Manning has more.
She was long to reign over us, almost all of her life, and for most here, all of theirs. Through the streets of London they streamed to pay tribute to our Queen. What's your reaction to the news?
Oh, I'm so sad because she was a wonderful lady. She dedicated her whole life to the nation and we could just thank her for it. And we feel for her family today. It's a very sad day.
I'm so sad because she was a lovely, beautiful lady, beautiful mother and a beautiful grandmother. Could just shed many tears for her. She was very much loved.
There is a real sense that this Queen was a history maker.
It's devastating. She's going to be missed by so many people. She affected so many lives and she was an absolutely amazing monarch.
And what did she mean to you?
Well, I think as a woman, it's amazing to see a female at the helm of our country, and I might not ever get the chance to see another woman as Queen.
She meant everything to me, my family, you know, a sense of community, you know, loyalty, you know, giving back to communities, serving, you know, the community as a whole. So she meant a lot to everyone here today. I think, you know, the biggest thing that I'll remember is, you know, her sense of sort of charity, giving back.
The crowds used to gather here in their hundreds of thousands to see the Queen on the Buckingham Palace balcony. As soon as her death was announced, they came back. There is a hush here, as the one constant in the country's life is no more. In the place where she died, Balmoral, the locals were enormously proud of their regal visitor who joined them each year.
Just very sad. She's been a monarch for over 70 years and it's history, and we just wanted to be here to share our condolences to the just be part of it, kind of thing. Yeah.
It's really sad news to hear, actually. It's that's the reason we came. We were hoping to pass on our regards or just to be here. So it's kind of sad, actually.
A sad day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for everybody, I think. You know, I think the whole nation will come together and just, you know, feel the same. Yeah. Although, you know, you never knew her or anything, but her significance was just incredible. And it doesn't really hit home, I don't think, until you hear something like this. And what she meant to us and what she meant to the country was absolutely incredible legacy.
At Buckingham Palace, no one here truthfully is sure what to do. But they know they want to be here, to stand, to mark the moment, to bring flowers, to remember. Her kingdom is united. In sorrow, yes, but also in admiration, in the sense that we have been fortunate to live in her era. Through change and turmoil, there has always been the Queen. Lucy Manning, BBC News, Buckingham Palace.
Lucy there talking about flowers marking the moment at Buckingham Palace. These are live pictures at Windsor Castle, and there, more floral tributes, lit by a candle at the front there, as people remember. For many of them, the only monarch they've ever known. I began this broadcast a few minutes ago, pointing out that I've known no other queen at the age of 58, and those little children there. They're now going to be growing up in a world where it is Charles III who will be their sovereign. And people turning up continually throughout the evening as the light has dimmed. The flashlights there in the corner there of some of the press who've recorded this moment as well, and continuing flowers being put down there as people remember. We're going to go back to Buckingham Palace too. I'll show you the live pictures there. In the darkness, hundreds of people, at least hundreds, but I suspect possibly even thousands, have gathered there now. And there they are. The rain's still coming down. It's been raining throughout the day, and despite that, people have been willing to deal with the elements. Their umbrellas there bobbing about in the wind, as many of them reflect on a life of extraordinary selflessness and grit to a degree through some of the trials and tribulations of her own family, it has to be said. And you can get a much clearer sense of the rain pouring down there in the lights outside Buckingham Palace, right in the heart of central London. Well, it was in Scotland where the Queen passed away, and political leaders there have been paying tribute to the monarch. In the last few minutes, Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, described the Queen's death as a profoundly sad moment, describing her life as one of extraordinary dedication and service. Let's go now to Sarah Smith at Holyrood in Edinburgh. Sarah, what else have you been hearing from the political establishment in Scotland?
Well, already people here are turning up at Holyrood Palace, the Queen's official residence in Edinburgh, with flowers to pay their respects, and we're hearing of their sorrow and sadness at the passing of Queen Elizabeth, and political leaders all joining in with that sentiment. And it's partly because the Queen had a really very obvious affection for Scotland, and that's one that was reciprocated by many, many people here. It was just last year at the opening of the Scottish Parliament, when Scotland's politicians were all gathered there together, that she talked to them of her deep and abiding affection for this wonderful country, she called it. And she spoke of the many, many happy memories her and Prince Philip had shared in Scotland. She came here frequently as a child before she was Queen, and her first official visit to Scotland as the monarch took place just 3 weeks after the coronation, when she and her husband came here to Edinburgh and toured through the streets, and he was, of course, the Duke of Edinburgh. And then in the decades since then, she was a very frequent visitor. Every summer, she would come and spend a week here at Holyrood Palace before going up to Balmoral. She would take part in all sorts of official engagements, including hosting every summer a garden party for thousands of Scots to be invited to it. And it's because of these connections that politicians here are saying that they feel so profoundly sad, like the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon.
For more than 70 years, Queen Elizabeth has been the great constant in our national life. She has inspired us, on occasion comforted us, and always personified values we hold dear. Throughout her reign, she performed her duties with exceptional wisdom, dedication and fidelity. Scotland loved, respected and admired her. And by all accounts, Her Majesty was rarely happier than when she was here in Scotland at her beloved Balmoral, a fact I have been privileged to observe personally. I hope it will be a source of comfort to her family that she spent her final days in a place that she loved so much.
Nicola Sturgeon there talking about the respect and admiration that she felt for the Queen, partly because of her affection for Scotland, but also because of her sense of service and duty. And that's why we're hearing politicians from all sides of the political spectrum absolutely agreed that they owe a great debt to the monarch who served the country so well for so very many years. I think it's notable here in Scotland as well that throughout the years of debate that there have been about Scottish independence, the SNP were always at pains to stress that the Queen would remain the head of state if Scotland ever were to become independent. That's because they feared it would be a vote loser if they were to suggest that an independent Scotland would cut ties with the royal family. That's a measure of the affection and the respect that the Queen was given here in Scotland.
Indeed, Sarah, thank you for that. Sarah Smith there at Holyrood, the Queen's official residence in Edinburgh. Actually, the Queen had more Scottish monarchs in her ancestry than English ones. So that's an interesting thought to ponder there. We're going to go to some more floral tributes being placed outside Windsor. This is the scene this evening. A few candles as well have been lit there. Windsor, perhaps the Queen's favourite residence and her main residence. We talked a little bit to Sir John Major about the Queen's fortitude and strength during that awful fire that engulfed the castle, and how she coped with that and simply got on with things. And it's that sense of duty and strength that has come to be admired by so many people throughout her long reign, and now will be sorely missed by many people, not just in this country, but quite frankly, right around the world. And more people there this evening. What time is it? 9:15, coming out. The rain has held off there. It's very rainy down in Buckingham Palace, but there, people still making and marking their respects to our departed Queen. And this is the scene outside Buckingham Palace tonight. As we've been seeing throughout the evening, many more people turning up there as well. Some people perhaps hearing the news for the first time and deciding that perhaps they need to do something that is important to them in perhaps laying flowers outside one of the official royal residences. And there, despite that rain teeming down, it's been bucketing it down for much of the day, frankly, but still, so many people have been wanting to get out there and mark this incredible moment in British history. And in Northern Ireland, leaders across the political spectrum have been paying their tributes to the Queen, praising her efforts to advance peace and reconciliation. Our Ireland correspondent Chris Page is live at Stormont for us now. Chris, just sum up what you've been hearing from those people who have been marking the Queen's death with their own messages.
Yes, Clive, here at Stormont, the home of the Northern Ireland Assembly, 2 flags are flying at half-mast on top of the building, and senior politicians have been expressing their condolences to the royal family and paying their tributes. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, has said Queen Elizabeth II was a steadfast and unshakable head of state. At the other end of the political spectrum, so to speak, the leader of the Irish Nationalist Party, Sinn Féin here, Michelle O'Neill, has said she learned of the Queen's passing with deep regret. For about 30 of the Queen's 70 years on the throne, Northern Ireland was perhaps the most troubled part of her realm, and the conflict known as the Troubles touched the Queen most personally and painfully perhaps in 1979, when her cousin Lord Mountbatten was murdered by the IRA. Later, the Queen made some defining contributions to the peace process. most notably in 2011 when she became the first British monarch to carry out a state visit to the Republic of Ireland. A year later, there was another highly symbolic and powerful gesture when she shook hands with a former IRA commander, the late Martin McGuinness, who is a Sinn Féin politician, had become the joint head of the power-sharing devolved government. So I think it is those moments in particular that people in Northern Ireland will be reflecting on as they consider Her Majesty's legacy on this sad day over the coming days and, of course, for many decades to come.
Indeed. OK. Chris, thank you for that. Chris Page there, our Ireland correspondent outside Stormont, joining us there. This is the scene back at Buckingham Palace. And the place where, at around 6:40 this evening, that notice was posted by the palace announcing the death of Her Majesty the Queen, a few hundred miles further north in Scotland, of course, at Balmoral Castle. And more people, it seems, over the last, hour or so, have been turning up, umbrellas in hand, in the middle of all that rain, to pay tributes to, for many of them, the only monarch that they've ever known. And now, of course, we have a new king, and that is Charles III. He was, of course, the Prince of Wales, and the tributes there have come from the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, and we can bring in our correspondent, Howell Griffith, to talk to us now. Howell, just sum up, will you please, some of the thoughts of the leaders there where you are and the thoughts of the people of Wales, not only on the passing of Her Majesty, but also, of course, the now Charles III.
Yes, Clive, well, I'm here at the Senedd and we've seen people coming to lay flowers here too. The flags have been lowered. This is actually where the Queen made her final visit to Wales back in October last year. Opening the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament, for the 6th time. She was a repeat visitor here. She opened what was then the first National Assembly back in 1999, lending, some people argue, a sense of legitimacy to this growing institution. The tributes to her, not surprisingly maybe, have been led by the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, who spoke about an hour or so ago.
It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She has been the only monarch that most of us will remember, and today the country feels an immense loss. Throughout her long and exceptional life, as our longest reigning monarch, Her Majesty firmly upheld the values and traditions of the British monarchy. On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to all Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion.
Well, lots of people I've spoken to have talking about how she oversaw a huge period of change in national life here in Wales, not just a new Senedd, but people saying she gave a sense of welcome to people of all nations and all faiths as she reigned for such a long time.
Howell, thank you for that. Howell Griffith there, outside the Senedd in Cardiff. Well, as we know, the Queen was not only the monarch for the United Kingdom, but she was also the head of state across 14 other Commonwealth countries. So, how has the news been received right around the world? Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale has been looking at the international response to the Queen's passing.
From the moment the Queen's reign began in Kenya in 1952, she played a constant and significant role on the international stage. And this afternoon there was sorrow and regret expressed around the world, including at the White House.
You know, our hearts and our thoughts go to the family members of the Queen, goes to the people of the United Kingdom. Our relationship with the people of the United Kingdom, and this is something that the President has said himself, has grown stronger and stronger.
The President of France, Emmanuel Macron, said Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth embodied the continuity and unity of the British nation for over 70 years. I keep the memory of a friend of France, a Queen of Hearts who marked her country and her century forever. The Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth will be remembered as a stalwart of our times. She provided inspiring leadership to her nation and people. And the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said it is with deep sadness that we learned of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. On behalf of the Ukrainian people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire United Kingdom and the Commonwealth over this irreparable loss.
As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more.
She was dubbed by one of her biographers as Queen of the World, visiting hundreds of countries throughout her reign. She was monarch of 15 separate realms, the head of a commonwealth of some 56 nations. So it was little surprise that news of the Queen's death made headlines around the world.
The Queen has passed away. The Queen died peacefully, the royal family says, at Balmoral this afternoon.
Throughout her reign, the Queen was a living embodiment of the transatlantic relationship, meeting no fewer than 12 US presidents. In a statement, President Biden described her as a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy. Barack Obama said she'd reigned with grace, elegance, and a tireless work ethic. She listened deeply, he said, thought strategically, and was responsible for considerable diplomatic achievements. Views echoed on the streets of Washington.
I admire her greatly. Yeah, I'm so sorry that she's passed. I mean, she's an icon here, everywhere.
Horrible. I've been reading about her my whole life. She's one of the sane people in the UK, like the US, and that's just sad.
As head of the Commonwealth, the Queen nurtured and shaped a unique international organisation, binding together 2.5 billion people. And it was to a meeting of Commonwealth leaders that the Queen made her last overseas tour in 2015, visiting Malta, an island she'd once called home. The bookend of a life of duty and diplomacy on the international stage. James Landell, BBC News.
The global significance of the passing of the Queen. Well, joining me now is the author and broadcaster Giles Brandreth, a personal friend of Prince Philip and someone who's known the Queen for 50 years. Giles, it's always a pleasure to see you, but on this sad day...
It is a sad day.
Yeah,
it's a significant day. The reason so many people are turning out Buckingham Palace is because people feel the loss. For most people, this is the only sovereign they have known. And it's extraordinary to think that on Tuesday of this week, this woman who was sustained by faith, but driven by duty, was again doing her duty, saying goodbye to her 14th Prime Minister, welcoming her 15th Prime Minister, doing what she's been doing. And thinking of her new Prime Minister, I think Liz Truss was born in 1975, and her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, the only Prime Minister she ever called Winston, she always called the others more formally, but Winston, I think, was born in something like 1876. So that gives you a feel of the span of her extraordinary life. But I think the reason that she is being mourned across the world, even by people who don't rate monarchy, don't think monarchy is important in the modern age, is because of her quality as a person. She was undoubtedly our longest reigning sovereign, probably our most popular, certainly our most respected. Why? Because she had qualities that made her unique. Some kings and queens we remembered for the dramatic things that happened during their reign. Not so much this queen, the type of person that she was. Her dedication to service was so exemplary. Her courtesy, her kindness, her good humour, and they never wavered. She was the same person. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet her when I was still a teenager, but certainly she was the same person consistently throughout her life. What made her so special, I don't know. She would thank God. She would say that she had a blessed life, and her faith is what kept her going.
I think that's a really interesting and important point, that those personal qualities that she had, regardless of the crown on her head and the ermine and the fine jewels and so on, she was someone, you saw her in the line greeting people, you know, at some opening of some building or whatever. And there was a human, relatable touch that she had. And that quality seemed to imbue everything that she did and made her so accessible to millions of people. As I say, not just here, but in the Commonwealth as well.
She accepted her destiny.
Yeah.
She said at the coronation of her parents, which she attended, getting into the carriage, she wrote an account of it for her parents, that at first the carriage was quite jolty, but gradually we got used to it. And I think that's how she found being monarch. At first a bit jolty, but she got used to it. Yeah. And she wasn't self-conscious about being the Queen. She just accepted that. She was always herself. And I think the one aspect of her that maybe the public didn't see as much of as others who met her more privately was her sense of humour. Yeah. She was a very amusing person. It's one of the things that she and Prince Philip had in common. They made each other laugh. And she had a great sense of humour. And we got a bit of a flavour of it in recent years, that wonderful sketch with James Bond, and most recently, her brilliant acting with Paddington Bear.
Oh.
She loved.
Who
That's
can
the sort
forget
of thing
that?
she
Yes.
loved doing.
Yes.
She was unique. She was extraordinary, and to be valued, to be cherished, to be remembered. You think about what makes magic. What is the magic of monarchy? What is the mystery of monarchy? Why is this phenomenon that mixes fairy tale and history? Why does it work? Why does it go on working? Well, during the last 70 years, it's that combination. The reason people made the series The Crown, fairy tale and drama and heritage. But the Queen gave it her own personality, a unique personality, driven by duty, sustained by faith, kept happy by her passion for her dogs and her horses. That's what she loved most in life. But her naturalness as a person, her ability to put people at ease. There's a lovely story of her at lunch one day with somebody who had been a soldier, and he'd been in Afghanistan or somewhere and was suffering from post-traumatic stress, and she'd been asking him about him, and clearly he was suffering. And she said, "Oh, hold on." And she leant down and she got some dog biscuits, and she said, "Let's feed the dogs. I find that helps." She was that sort of person. She knew how to make people feel comfortable with themselves, because I think she was comfortable in herself.
Comfortable in her own skin as leader of the royal family and the constitutional head of this country. And Sir John Major actually pointed out her humour as well in private moments with her. And as you say, we saw some of that come out in recent years. And actually, interestingly, towards the end of the worst part of COVID, when she had to do those Zoom meetings, you know, accepting new ambassadors and so on and so forth. And we saw that glint in her eye and that smile on her lips from time to time.
Well, I think as the years went by, she gained in confidence as a person. She was quite a shy person when she was young.
Yeah.
And I think she was also only 26 when she became Queen. And she was following the footsteps of her father, Winston Churchill, the grand old man of British politics, was her first Prime Minister. At first, she was quite tentative. As a person, she was naturally conservative with a small c. But I think as the years went by, she became a little bit bolder. One of her closest friends said to me that, in a sense, that when she wouldn't have done things like the James Bond or the Paddington Bear had her mother still been alive. That in a way, as she became a freer person after her mother's death, she felt she could be more herself, and she relaxed. And if you saw her in recent years, she was a more relaxed person. She did have a very wry sense of humour. She never said anything unkind or unpleasant about anyone, but she could raise an eyebrow. I remember going with her and Prince Philip once to the Royal Variety Show, where the acts were variable. Prince Philip made his views very clear. The Queen applauded each act in exactly the same length of time, because she didn't want to make anyone feel that she hadn't liked them all equally. But she did let you know with the odd look which one she preferred.
Tactful to the end. Giles, many thanks. Giles Brownworth there. A personal friend of Prince Philip and someone who's known the Queen for over half a century. It's good to have you in. Thank you. The time is just after 9 o'clock here in the United Kingdom. You're watching a special programme and coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch in British history, who has died at the age of 96.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family, to which we all belong. God help me to make good my vow.
Over the course of 8 momentous decades, she witnessed social and economic change on a global scale. As Princess Elizabeth of York, she came to the throne at the age of just 25, following the sudden death of her father, King George VI. During her lifelong reign, the Queen dealt with no fewer than 15 prime ministers. The first, Sir Winston Churchill, through Margaret Thatcher, of course, and Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, too. As head of the Commonwealth, she became the most travelled monarch in history, head of state of 15 countries at the end of her reign. The Queen's death comes just over a year after the passing of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, her consort for more than 70 years. And over the decades, the Queen was greeted by millions of people and met her subjects on thousands of engagements in the UK and well beyond. She was last pictured here at Balmoral on Tuesday, asking Liz Truss to become Prime Minister. Now, as the crown passes to a new king, Charles III, the Queen's death will be deeply felt by her family, of course, by people across the United Kingdom and millions around the world. Good evening. The reign of the longest-serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom has come to an end with the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Buckingham Palace made the statement just after 6:30 this evening. The Queen, who was 96, passed away at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire. Members of the royal family had made the journey there on the news that she was gravely ill. The Queen had been a commanding presence in British public life for more than 8 decades, and her eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has now become King Charles III. Buckingham Palace had issued this statement today. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Well, following the death of his mother, His Majesty King Charles III released this statement. The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. And a sign of that deep affection, on show this evening, this live pictures from Buckingham Palace, where thousands of people have gathered in the pouring rain to mark their respects and to mark the passing of Her Majesty. Flowers laid outside the gates where, a little after 6:30, the official announcement was posted on the railings that the Queen had died at Balmoral. Well, our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell now has this account of the Queen's long life.
I here present unto you Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted Queen. Is your Majesty willing to take the oath?
She was 27 when she took the coronation oath.
I solemnly promise so to do.
She was anointed, blessed and consecrated. She took possession of a 1,200-year-old throne. She knew that it was a role from which only death could release her. And yet, when she was born, no one had thought that it would be her destiny. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor was born on the 21st of April, 1926. She was the first child of the then King's second son, the Duke of York. This was the young Princess Elizabeth at the age of 4, visiting a photographic studio in London. Her life then was comparatively carefree. It was the abdication in 1936 of her uncle, King Edward VIII, that unexpectedly placed Elizabeth in direct line to the throne. Her father became king. His coronation gave the then 11-year-old Elizabeth a foretaste of what lay in store for her. The family unit was strong. Her father, George VI, was devoted to her, and she to him. Throughout her life, he was to be her inspiration. During the Second World War, as German bombs fell on Britain, the royal family symbolised the country's fight against tyranny. Elizabeth briefly joined up. She was taught how to drive and to service an army lorry. On the night Britain celebrated victory in Europe, the crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace, and Elizabeth joined her family on the palace balcony. By now she was a young woman, and she'd fallen in love. Her engagement to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten was announced in July 1947. 4 months later, they were married in Westminster Abbey.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
A year later, their first child, Charles, was born. 2 years after that, a daughter, Anne. The king had been in poor health. He'd been treated for lung cancer. When Elizabeth left for a visit to East Africa in February 1952, it was to be the last time she would see him.
The flag is low as the news spreads. The king is dead.
At the moment of her father's death from a heart attack, Elizabeth was in a game park in Kenya. The news that she was now queen was given to her by her husband.
Her tour of the Commonwealth cancelled. The princess we knew as a girl and watched in the even growth of her stature comes back to meet her ministers as queen.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young, and so it was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
Britain was stunned at the loss of its wartime king. His coffin was brought by train from Sandringham to London. Elizabeth was there to receive it with her mother and sister.
And now, here comes Her Majesty.
Elizabeth's coronation in June 1953 was one of the biggest public celebrations in Britain's recent history. For the first time, television cameras were allowed into Westminster Abbey. The ceremony was broadcast to millions.
The moment of the Queen's crowning is come.
As Elizabeth was crowned, she accepted what, to her, was a sacred duty, an obligation to serve, which was to set her apart for the remainder of her life. Elizabeth was sovereign and head of state, not just of the United Kingdom, but of Britain's realms and territories in every continent.
Sydney-siders turn out to greet their queen.
In late 1953, she set off on the first of many overseas tours, with a 6-month trip to Australia, New Zealand and the Pacific.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
This is a joyous, spine-tingling welcome.
The young Queen was a star on the world stage, and her popularity was never greater. It's estimated that, in Australia, 3/4 of the country's entire population turned out to see her in person. But as the 1950s gave way to the swinging 60s of the Beatles, attitudes started to change. Old certainties were questioned. The monarchy was seen by some to be stuffy and out of touch. By the late 60s, the palace realised that it needed to take the initiative. The result was a groundbreaking television documentary. The film Royal Family showed the monarchy as it had never been seen before. Elizabeth was shown performing the daily business of the sovereign.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, do you think you could bring up those papers that I was looking at yesterday?
And meeting visiting dignitaries.
The American ambassador, Your Majesty.
Oh, why have you done that? Save you trouble.
But the film also showed something of the private Elizabeth, relaxing with her family on a picnic at Balmoral.
The salad is ready.
Good.
Her silver jubilee was celebrated with street parties and pageants in 1977.
Good evening, Your Majesty. You've had a very long day.
By the 1980s, Britain had its first woman Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. Relations between female head of state and female head of government were sometimes said to have been strained.
With this ring, I thee wed.
I thee wed.
For the Queen and her family, the 1980s had begun with a moment of great promise. Prince Charles's wedding in July 1981 to the young Lady Diana Spencer seemed to be a moment of hope for the future. When the marriage began to fail, its decline was a very public one. The couple's separation was announced in 1992. It followed the collapse of the marriages of Princess Anne and Prince Andrew. To compound the misery that year, the Queen had seen part of her favourite home, Windsor Castle, destroyed by fire. She was devastated. The fire seemed to symbolise the reversal of the royal family's fortunes. Little wonder that in a speech the Queen described 1992 as her annus horribilis, her horrible year. But worse was to follow. The death of the by now divorced Diana, Princess of Wales, in a car crash in Paris in August 1997 was to provoke what, for the Queen, was a shocking backlash against the monarchy. She'd remained at Balmoral with Princes William and Harry after Diana died. Her priority had been to care for her grandsons. But to the grieving crowds outside Buckingham Palace and elsewhere, it seemed as though the royal family simply didn't care. The Queen returned to Buckingham Palace and, in an unprecedented live broadcast on the eve of Diana's funeral, she tried to heal the breach that had opened between the palace and the people.
What I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart.
The Queen promised to learn the lessons from Diana's life and the reaction to her death. The whole episode had shaken her. For the first time, she'd appeared to be out of tune with the feelings of her people. With Charles's marriage to his long-term companion Camilla Parker Bowles in April 2005, the royal family was finally able to turn the page on the domestic anguish of previous decades. It was time to move on. For the Queen, it was a moment of relief, and in the years that followed, with scarcely any lessening of her workload, she appeared to enjoy her role with renewed enthusiasm. In 2011, she was at Westminster Abbey for the wedding of her grandson Prince William to Catherine Middleton. It was a moment when the public's appreciation for the monarchy seemed to be reconfirmed. A few weeks later, at the age of 85, the Queen made one of the most important foreign visits of her reign when she became the first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland. She laid a wreath in memory of those Irish nationalists who'd risen up against the Crown, and at a state dinner in Dublin Castle, she spoke with regret about Britain's treatment of Ireland.
With the benefit of historical hindsight, we can all see things which we would wish had been done differently, or not at all.
The following year in Belfast, she met and shook hands with Martin McGuinness, a former leader of the IRA who by then was Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland. It was another significant gesture of reconciliation. Her Diamond Jubilee in 2012 confirmed the nation's regard for a monarch who'd reigned for 60 years.
Mr. Bond, Your Majesty.
It was also the year when the Queen showed that she too could spring a surprise.
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Sovereign and secret agent, one of the highlights of the opening night of the London Olympics. By the time of her 90th birthday in April 2016, she'd become the United Kingdom's longest reigning monarch, its oldest, and few would disagree, one of its most deeply respected. She continued with her public duties well into her 90s. There was further family turmoil, though. Prince Andrew was forced to withdraw from public life amid claims he'd sexually assaulted a 17-year-old, claims he denied. And then the Sussexes, Harry and Meghan, decided that they wanted to step back from royal life. They moved to California and gave a television interview in which Meghan made damaging criticisms of the royal family. They were unsettling moments, presided over by a monarch who showed that her sense of commitment was undiminished.
Together we are tackling this disease.
During the coronavirus emergency of 2020, she broadcast a reassuring message to the nation.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her words seem to encapsulate her role as monarch, drawing on her own long experience to help settle the nation at a moment of difficulty. Her resilience was evident again in April 2021, when her beloved husband Philip died 2 months short of his 100th birthday. They'd been married for 73 years. At Philip's funeral at St. George's Chapel within Windsor Castle, she seemed a solitary figure, pausing at one point to turn and look back. The figure who'd been 2 paces behind her for so many years was now absent. Elizabeth had lost the husband who'd meant so much to her. But despite the great sadness of her loss, there was never any question of her withdrawing from the path of duty. She marked the 70th anniversary of her accession to the throne, a record no other monarch had achieved, in February 2022. By then it was apparent that she was rather more frail physically than before, though mentally as sharp as ever. Her doctors had advised her to take things a little easier. Light duties was the expression used by the palace, but every day there were red boxes full of official papers to deal with. In a message to mark her 70 years on the throne, she said she was humbled by the loyalty and affection she'd received throughout her reign. And she signed the statement, "Your servant, Elizabeth R." By June 2022 and the public celebration of her Platinum Jubilee, her declining health limited the events she could attend. There was, however, a delightful surprise. A pre-recorded appearance, a somewhat chaotic tea party with Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Happy Jubilee, ma'am. And thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
This was a monarch at peace and enjoying herself. On the final day of the Jubilee celebrations, there was a final appearance on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. The national anthem was sung. A much-loved monarch acknowledged the many thousands who'd waited to greet her. The crowds cheered and cheered, but finally it was time to go. The Queen turned to depart from the balcony on which she'd first been seen as a baby. There was an unspoken feeling that an era was drawing to a close. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth II embodied the strengths of a constitutional monarch, a constant and reassuring presence at the centre of our national life. For decade after decade, she represented a changing kingdom to itself and to the world. Above all, hers was a life guided by Christian faith and driven by a profound sense of duty, and by the pledge she made to the world on her 21st birthday.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
A few moments there from a remarkable life of service and duty, and many thousands of people tonight have been reflecting on those years that the Queen has reigned at Buckingham Palace, with hundreds, thousands of people gathering there underneath leaden skies and pouring rain. Well, our correspondent, Mark Easton, is there for us now. And Mark, the rain lashing down, but people still wanting to come out to pay their respects.
Yes, because I think, Clive, that along with a sense of loss and sadness, there's also a sense of this being a very, very big moment for this country. And I think that has led to some unease and apprehension. People want to be together. They want to be able to share in this moment and try and understand it, because I think it is a huge moment for Britain that we have lost a figurehead, somebody who has been the keystone in our nation's architecture and has almost been the sort of solid piece of the image that people have of this country and perhaps their own sort of identity in a way. And you take that away and it's very difficult for people. She has, in a sense, spent her entire and very long reign trying to help the country deal with change. And here we are facing this extraordinary and enormous change, difficult to overplay its importance, and we have to do it without her. So I think that is actually quite an important reason why I think people want to come here. The crowd itself, I should say, is very diverse, from every generation, from every background, from every ethnic country, every ethnic minority. They're all here, and I think that also represents the fact that the Queen was somebody who represented the whole social spectrum in Britain, and that it is something that she herself said, that she wanted her reign to be measured by the love and support that she got from the people from all backgrounds in her kingdom. And well, this I suppose is powerful evidence that she achieved just that.
Mark, thank you. Mark Easton there at Buckingham Palace. To another of the Queen's royal residences, Windsor, her main residence indeed. And again, more crowds, more floral tributes, more of an outpouring of sadness, grief for many, but also a sense of joy that the Queen lived for so long and for many, many people ruled so well. Correspondent Adina Campbell is there for us too. Adina, I can see behind you some of the people who've gathered there, and flowers have been left throughout the day. Windsor, a place, of course, used to the royals and in times gone by used to members of the family, senior members of the family, simply popping out to the local shops. So used were local people to their presence, and Windsor, of course, being perhaps her favourite royal residence.
Indeed, Windsor was a place very dear to the Queen. This was her main home in the last few years, particularly of her life. She had spent a great deal of time here. She had spent the last 12 months, in fact, here when she started experiencing those episodic mobility problems. And people here say they have had a close relationship with the Queen. They feel that she has been their neighbour. She has been a regular face within this community, and they say that she has always had that personal connection with them. There's a real sense of shock and sadness in this town tonight. People have been laying flowers, lighting candles, and coming together, wiping away tears. We've seen some very emotional people here in Windsor tonight, and people have travelled far and wide to be here, including Judy Chisholm from Canada, who we can speak to. Judy, you're on holiday in the UK at the moment.
Yes, we are.
When did you hear the news?
We heard this afternoon while we were actually on a tour of Windsor Castle that the Queen's health was under medical supervision, and then we went home to our friend's home is in Windsor and put the BBC on right away because we wanted not to miss any news at all. We were very concerned and hoping that it wasn't anything more than just an episode of poor health that would not mean anything more than that. So we were quite shocked this evening when we did receive the news. Again, we were still on the BBC and heard from the news desk that we had lost the Queen.
What did the Queen mean to you?
Well, I'm from St. John's, Newfoundland, and in Newfoundland, we're a very big English influence. We only joined Canada in 1949, so the Queen has always been important to us, and we've had royal visits over the years, many royal visits. I think she's represented something that is more than just her personal being, but the idea that what is possible. You know, when you think about her sense of duty was so unique in that it was lifelong, and what she did, the job she undertook, not just lifelong, but she was such earnest endeavor for her. It never failed. She never failed in anything that she undertook, and I think for all of us, we may not be in such significant roles, but we all can play a part. And when you watch her and what she's done, I think if everybody thought of it as a community and what they could do in their own small way, we could certainly form stronger bonds with our neighbours and our communities. I just think she represented so much.
Judy, thank you very much. Well, when the announcement was made a short time ago, there was a poignant moment here in Windsor. A rainbow appeared in the sky moments after we got the news that the Queen had died, and people really took a moment to soak up what had happened. They were still, they were silent, and it was a special moment. Moments after the flag had been lowered, not quite to half-mast, but it had been lowered. And Windsor tonight is in mourning. People here say there is a deep loss, and there will be that mourning for many days, many weeks to come.
Adina, thank you. Adina Campbell there at Windsor Castle. That rainbow appearing above Buckingham Palace as well, just before the announcement that the Queen had died, a few hundred miles north at Balmoral too. In June, the nation celebrated Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne. It is a landmark that no other British monarch has ever reached. Sarah Campbell looks back at her life.
The sun shone and crowds filled the Mall. For 4 days in June, the message could not have been clearer.
God save the Queen! Concrete jungle where trees are made of.
A galaxy of rock royalty and the British people in their thousands celebrating a reign etched so deeply in our memories.
Your Majesty, Mummy, you have been there for us for these 70 years. These pictures on your house are the story of your life and ours.
And listen to the reaction of this delighted and grateful crowd.
The Queen's appearances were brief but unforgettable.
Oh, that's wonderful.
On the first day, her delight both at the sight and sound of so many people and the antics of her great-grandson were obvious. That evening, Her Majesty lit the first of a giant chain of beacons, symbols of hope in 2,500 towns and cities from Shetland to Australia and New Zealand.
What a wonderful sound those bells. Can be heard all over the City of London.
The next morning, the bells of St Paul's marked the national service of Thanksgiving, the surrounding pavements packed with well-wishers.
We'll never see this again in our lifetime, so it's really a special day for us, yeah.
Absolutely magical atmosphere. We're enjoying every second.
This was the largest gathering of royals since before the pandemic. Almost all the members of her family were there, but not the Queen. She was unable to attend in person, but watched the service from home.
Thank you for showing us how service and faithfulness matter.
This is English champagne, especially for the Queen.
The thank yous continued at tens of thousands of Jubilee lunches, bringing communities together, something the Queen had done throughout her reign.
We talk about it, love, love, love. We talk about it, love.
At the Platinum Party at the Palace, a lineup of legends. Each with their own memory of Britain's longest reign.
And I've grown up with this woman. You know, I was 7 when she came to the throne. So she's always been part of my life.
Around the Olympics, she was absolutely essential. When some of the selection panel come through the city, she hosted them at Buckingham Palace on a Friday night and even appeared on the balcony and waved them goodbye. So it sort of put Paris and Madrid in its place.
Yes. I do hope you're having a lovely Jubilee.
To those memories, she added
tea?
2 more.
Oh, yes, please.
Stealing the show with Paddington.
A wave from Her Majesty to acknowledge the wave of love that is surely coming across that balcony and sweeping its way through the palace.
And bringing events to a close on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, surrounded by her family, including her 3 heirs. A wonderful 4-day party was officially over. But what a Platinum Jubilee it had been.
Sarah Campbell reporting there. Joining me now is Camilla Tominey, Associate Editor at the Daily Telegraph, Royal Correspondent, journalist and broadcaster. Camilla, thanks for coming in. We saw there what those 4 days meant to many people in this country, the celebration of such a long and dutiful reign. This year, of course, now marks her passing, but both events were a cause for reflection on a remarkable woman and a remarkable period in British history.
And how wonderful as well that the Platinum Jubilee weekend was such a success and an opportunity for the public to celebrate the Queen in life. And I think we know afterwards that she bookended that event because she knew that her presence needed to be seen. Her mantra throughout life is, I need to be seen to be believed.
Yeah.
And even though she had those health problems that precluded her from taking part throughout the whole weekend, that was a way for the nation, the Commonwealth and the world to say thank you to her in life. So we remember her in death, but I just feel grateful, and I'm sure people watching this will feel grateful that we had that moment to celebrate and that it was such a triumph. She clearly took delight, and we spoke to people in the palace afterwards, to see those crowds out in the Mall opposite Buckingham Palace. I mean, even after 70 years, she never grew used to that sight. And I think also thoroughly enjoyed the presence of her children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren being part of the event and also being embraced by the British public and beyond. I think she loved the idea that it was very much a royal family affair that weekend.
And the crowds out in front of Buckingham Palace for that moment and for those celebrations, and they are there again tonight, despite the rain, despite the inclement weather. And I suppose our thoughts at some point quite soon are now going to turn to the future and to King Charles III, and that sense that I would have thought the majority of this country would want, and indeed the Commonwealth, that sense of continuity and that sense of service and duty to continue.
Well, as the longest serving heir apparent in history, we can agree, can't we, that King Charles, as he's now known, has learned from the master or the mistress in the Queen, his mother. But of course, there's a destabilising and disconcerting effect to losing somebody who's been such a stalwart part of British life. I mean, the Queen has represented for many, many years what it is to be British, and has always been a reassuring presence, not just as head of state, but frankly as mother and grandmother of the nation. And if you think about the effect she had on the nation at a time of great difficulty only recently during coronavirus, I mean, who else could have come out with the "we'll meet again" speech but a woman of her wisdom and experience, somebody who had experienced the Second World War firsthand. So to lose that presence, to lose somebody who is absolutely fundamentally woven into the fabric of British life is going to be difficult. And it's going to be even more difficult because people are already facing pressures. And we are going through hard times right now.
You said she represents what it means to be British. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean in the sense of public service and a life devoted to others, in a sense of trying to represent us with a soft power punch across the world as the world's most travelled diplomat, but as somebody who has always wanted to be with her people, you know, at the centre of the royal walkabout, extending a white-gloved hand to those who want to meet her. The most interesting thing about her reign is how many people got to see the Queen in the flesh. Many, many, many hundreds of thousands and millions of people got to do that because she made herself that presence. So again, to go full circle and think about the Platinum Jubilee, if young children out there got to catch a glimpse of the Queen that weekend, then that's a wonderful thing, and a thing that we should reflect on now in times of sorrow, that we had that lovely moment in June to really recognise her contribution and celebrate it.
Yeah, my own mother, a teacher in Jamaica, that first Caribbean tour after she was crowned Queen, led out a school party of girls and boys, and yeah, saw the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh on that, I think it was Land Rover, I think it was,
yes,
as it moved through the crowds. And my mother remembers that to this day.
And we'll still talk about it.
And still talks about it.
And that's why the Queen always used to wear bright colours, because she wanted people to point her out in a crowd.
Yeah.
because they knew that even though she was doing these jobs day to day, for that one person seeing her for the first time and probably only time in their lives, they would remember it and tell their children and grandchildren forever about that moment.
It's funny, I was talking to her recently about that, and she said she just looks so small and frail.
But it's interesting, when I met her...
She had the heart of a king.
Well,
and a queen.
And also, you know, you get this impression of her from stamps and money that she's quite a serious and austere figure. And then when I met her at Buckingham Palace, she was so smiley and sparkly. I mean, even that last image that was taken at Balmoral after the prime ministerial handover of her just standing in front of the fire. I mean, what an adorable image of a smiling queen still doing her duty to the very end. I mean, it's remarkable, really, if you think about a 96-year-old working that far beyond retirement age and carrying out a constitutional duty like that 2 days before she passes away.
Indeed, amazing. Camilla, it's good to talk to you. Camilla Tominey there from the Daily Telegraph. Well, the Queen spent the majority of her later years at her official residence of Windsor Castle in Berkshire, including throughout the height of the coronavirus pandemic. Our correspondent Fergal Keane has been gathering reaction from the people there.
The signal of an ending, in the place so close to her heart and in whose heart she was beloved.
We've just heard the news. What are you feeling?
Wow, it's just hit me. It really has, and I think it's going to hit everybody in this town, but not only here, all over the world. You know, she was a grandmother, she was a mum, she's part of my life, she's part of my mum's life, my late father's life, everybody.
As the news filtered out across the town, there was comfort in gathering together to absorb, to reflect.
It's very sad. I think everyone's just come to pay their respects because she's such an amazing woman. Just very sombre mood in Windsor, really.
And what did she represent to people of your generation?
A guiding light, a moral code, how to conduct yourself, how to act, you know, what's right and what's wrong.
Here on the streets of Royal Windsor, the sense of an epoch having passed is palpable. There is the sense of mourning shared with the entire nation. But something else. For these people have lost a neighbour, a queen who was part of their daily lives.
Amir Bukhari was getting calls from relatives in Pakistan who'd heard the news. He runs a cafe beside Windsor Castle.
No words actually to express my emotions. It's really sad.
What did she mean to you?
She was really important. It's not only me, it's around the world. Everybody will feel very sad, very down, very depressed. Yes, and for us, she was a neighbor, and we feel more.
No matter how long anticipated, the end has crystallized loss. The passing of a monarch who symbolized to people the best of their nation, of themselves. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Windsor.
Liz Truss, Prime Minister, she of course was asked to become leader of the Conservative Party and, of course, Prime Minister earlier this week, and she has been leading tributes to the Queen today.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure.
Well, our political editor, Chris Mason, is at Downing Street for us now. Chris, the last 15 prime ministers this country has had have only known the Queen as the person that they see pretty much every week for that audience with her. How do you think the situation may change, if at all, now that it is Charles III, King Charles III, whom political leaders will be now addressing?
I think the striking thing, Clive, is that for the current Prime Minister, who only had that one audience with the Queen 48 hours ago, her first audience and her final audience, she will adjust as she is adjusting to high office herself just 48 hours in as Prime Minister to audiences that will come in the weeks, months and years ahead with the King. And, you know, that will be an opportunity, as it has been for her predecessors, to have in the sanctity and the privacy of a palace a conversation between monarch and Prime Minister about affairs of state. But she won't be able to tap in, the Prime Minister, to the longevity of experience that so many of her predecessors were able to in those conversations with the Queen. David Cameron, the former Prime Minister, reflecting in the last couple of hours that he was able to enjoy the wisdom of the world's most experienced diplomat. Such was the longevity of her service, the longevity of her time on the global stage.
Chris, thank you, our political editor there at Downing Street. Throughout her life, the Queen was guided by her strong Christian beliefs and was the former head, of course, of the Church of England, a role she combined with a desire to acknowledge the contribution made by other faiths. Our religion editor, Ali Maqbool, is outside Lambeth Palace, the London home of the Archbishop of Canterbury. And what have we been hearing from Lambeth Palace, Ali?
Yes, Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, has led the tributes, talking of his profound sadness at the news, of course, but also, as we've been hearing from others, talking of the great privilege he had of meeting the Queen on many occasions, talking, as others have, about her clarity of thinking, her capacity to listen carefully, and also her humility, her humour, her kindness, and called her a blessing to all of us. Pope Francis has also sent a telegraph to the King, offering what he called his heartfelt condolences to the King, to the royal family, but also to all of us here in the UK and in the Commonwealth, and paid tribute to the Queen's, in his words, unstinting service. We've heard from others too. Cardinal Vincent Nichols, who's head of the Catholic Church here in England and Wales, said the Queen would remain a shining light in our history, and also talked about the way in which she had inspired him personally through her wisdom, through her stability. But of course, as you rightly said in your introduction, particularly in the later part of her reign, the Queen talked a lot about how she felt Anglicanism had a duty to protect the practice of other faiths. That's certainly reflected by the Chief Rabbi, Ephraim Mervis, who said that the Queen embodied everything that was noble in British society. Zahra Muhammad of the Muslim Council of Britain said that people of all faiths and none were joining together in paying tribute to the Queen. And I should just say, in the last hour or so, the Church of England has encouraged churches right across the country tomorrow at midday to toll their bells for an hour and open their doors for special prayers in remembrance of the Queen.
That will be quite a moment. Ali Maqbool, live at Lambeth Palace, of course, the home of the Archbishop of Canterbury. For much of her reign, the Queen carried out dozens, often hundreds of official visits each year around the UK. 3 decades ago, she went to Leeds, and as Danish Savage now reports, everyone who met her remembered the experience for their lives.
The year is 1990. The city is Leeds. The location is not a stately home or big business. It's the inner city neighbourhood of Chapeltown, home to a large Caribbean community.
After lunch of avocado mousse and poached salmon, prepared in the Caribbean style,
silver service.
More than 30 years on, those who were there still remember it well.
She asked them, you know, what they did here and so on, and which islands they were from. And they told her, and they also said how happy they were when she visited the West Indies.
That's Francine's sister and Heather's mum, who organised the visit, but died a few months afterwards. She was the one who invited the Queen to Chapeltown.
She was terminally ill at the time, but she set her mind to it. That was one of the goals she wanted to achieve. within a short time frame, and it was achievable. She got a letter back. We still have copies of the letters, and it was great to have the whole community involved in that.
All the people from the West Indies held the Queen in high regard. She was their queen, and to actually be able to see her and meet her meant a lot to them. She was their queen, and to actually see her in the flesh, I think that was the most important, and to come to Chapeltown.
It's a new home for the Northern Dance Company.
Sharon Watson choreographed the dance lesson that day. Now she's the chief executive of the Northern School of Contemporary Dance, based in Chapeltown.
I think the community showed an interest. I think there was a real curiosity around that visit. And historically, it just meant that somebody actually has taken the time to notice us. And that's important. You know, there's a lot of challenges nationally, internationally, and for us to feel that Hales and Chapeltown was a focus for the Queen was amazing. Of course, those that came from the Caribbean understood who she was and why there was that connection to the Queen and the Commonwealth. And there is a loyalty there. There's a real sense that she is the leader. She is the one that's guiding the country, guiding the countries. So that respect has always been there. And even with my parents, I think there is a real sense that the Queen has paved the way for many. So you show her that respect.
It might have been for just a day, but the memories and the effect of the Queen's visit to this corner of Leeds has lasted a generation.
Joining me again is our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. Nick, just sum up, if you can, and I know you've been talking a lot throughout the day on all of this, but just sum up your reflections on what is a seismic moment in British history.
It's absolutely massive, yeah. I mean, it's, I forget which politician or which Prime Minister or former Prime Minister it was who said, it is hard to imagine Britain without her, and I think that is nothing less than the truth. As Liz Truss, her most recent Prime Minister, said, she was the rock upon which modern Britain was built. It is hard, really, fully to take it in that this reign has ended, and I think people are going to need time to process this. I think it's going to be quite unsettling and disorientating for a number of people. I think we've already seen that people feel the need to meet, take comfort from each other. I suspect that in terms of the scale of what we're about to witness, this is going to be, I suspect, comparable to the reaction to Diana's death. Quite different in character because that was such a shock, unexpected shock, and there were all sorts of emotions at work there. This is purely thanks and tribute and mourning, pure mourning. But I think people, everybody, or so many people, will feel the need to express their tributes in their own way, and probably with the laying of flowers and signing of books. It is hard to distill the 70 years and what she has meant, but she has really been this source of reassurance. She has been constant and steadfast, this reassuring figure in such changing times, a distillation of our national identity, a symbol of unity. She has been shrewd in the way that she has handled her prime ministers, keen interest in politics, whilst remaining steadfastly and completely above it. But a shrewd woman who enjoyed being queen. That, I think, is something that isn't generally appreciated. She enjoyed the role.
We've had the seamless transition of Prince Charles to Charles III. That continuity is there. What should we be expecting now over the next 2 or 3 days?
Well, there will be a meeting of what's called the Accession Council, which is a number of members of the Privy Council. It used to be every Privy Councillor. It used to be the time when every Privy Councillor was called to a meeting. I gather that on this occasion it will be limited to a certain number because there simply isn't room for all of them. But that will be a sort of then a reading of proclamations, and I would imagine that the King will address the Accession Council. There will be any number of arrangements, culminating, of course, in a state funeral, the first state funeral that we will have seen since the state funeral of Winston Churchill in 1965. That probably, I mean, these arrangements will unfold in coming days, but we're probably talking about 10 or so days from now. And in the intervening days, there will be so many tributes. So many people will just feel that they want to mark the passing of somebody who I think we will judge, and history will judge, to have been one of the most remarkable monarchs in the 1,200-year history of the British monarchy.
And briefly, Nick, her legacy globally, not just to this country.
Her legacy has been to keep Britain's reputation strong internationally. If you think of the times when Britain's reputation has been low, think of Suez in the 50s, or when Britain was the sick man of Europe in the 70s. One of the outstanding things about Britain that was always respected was the reputation of the Queen. That was a reputation which earned respect throughout the 70 years of her reign. She has, I think, kept the monarchy strong at home. There have been ups and downs, bumps, of course there have, over the 70 years, bumps generally caused by other members of her family, as we've seen recently. But she, throughout it all, has embodied, I think, the best of qualities, duty and decency and tolerance, and she has, I think, brought out the best in politicians. She's sort of had an aura, a force field almost around her, and that has encouraged politicians and others to behave in the best way that they could. And I think that is part of her legacy.
Indeed. Nick, many thanks for that. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent. Well, in a moment, there will be continuing coverage with my colleague Hugh Edwards, but I'm going to leave you now with some images through the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, who's died today at Balmoral at the age of 96.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
The longest reigning monarch in British history, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, has died at the age of 96.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. God help me to make good my vow.
Over the long course of 9 momentous decades, she witnessed social and economic change on a global scale. As Princess Elizabeth of York, she'd come to the throne at the age of 25, following the sudden death of her father, King George VI. During her lifelong reign, the Queen dealt with no fewer than 15 prime ministers, including Sir Winston Churchill, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair and Boris Johnson. As head of the Commonwealth, she became the most travelled monarch in history, as head of state of 15 countries. And Queen's death comes just over a year after the loss of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, her consort for over 70 years. Over the decades, the Queen was greeted by millions of people worldwide and met her subjects on thousands of engagements in the UK and overseas. And the Queen was last seen by the public in this image taken at Balmoral on Tuesday, inviting Liz Truss to become the new Prime Minister. As the crown passes to King Charles III, the Queen's death will be deeply felt by her family, by the people of the UK and by millions in the Commonwealth and beyond. Earlier this evening, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch in the history of the United Kingdom, and the commanding presence in British public life over a span of 8 decades. She died at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire at the age of 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has become King Charles III. It was at 6:30 this evening that Buckingham Palace released this formal statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell is with me and will be with me throughout this extended edition of BBC News at 10. And Nick, let's just reflect first on the fact that this news, which came several hours ago, is already, and we feel it, calling ripples of dismay and shock and grief, not just in the UK, but around the world.
Wave upon wave of grief. I think it was Boris Johnson who coined that phrase. It is a moment of profound importance and profound sadness. A moment so many people had hoped somehow would never happen, but of course now it has. Yet it is hard still to take in the sad reality that this